Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
These are all I can play. It's a wide match still.
Wait, what's a wide match?
I can't play tank.
Oh, yeah, when we played yesterday, I think we had like the 10 or 15 games we played, I didn't get a single non-tank game.
Yep. I can't get a tank game because I'm like...
Alright, I'm unlocking it after this. Unless we win.
We're gonna win. Don't worry.
Actually, no, I don't want to play Zarya here. I don't want to play Zarya here. I want to play... I want to play Winton. Oh, but this is not the point for Winton. I'm gonna play Rye.
I'll take that as a no.
Momoshi, maybe the tier 1. Shit, thank you. Playing Malga, I'd rather play with Death.
Genji's over here. Soldier. She was in front of me. Ryan's really low. Top one. There's a Sojourn. I bet.
Oof. Felt that one coming.
You have a BAP who only looks DPS based, so I'll just keep making noise. Here you go. Genji was low. He's still low. I don't know if this BAP's ever tried healing yet.
Ryan's dead. We're not kidding, by the way. He actually is DPS only.
What's the map? I'm telling you, I kept peeking and he would just get shooting. You can keep pressuring Ryan and I'll pressure him at the same time. They won't heal him. Couple in that right room. This soldier hits the shutter.
You getting sick?
No, I'm losing my voice.
That's just as good. No, I was gonna go for 1 too. Oh, my same time.
I'm just here to get no kills. I got you.
I was jumping to go around the corner. At least I didn't hit Q though. That would have been a disaster.
Are you ready?
I don't have a window or anything, so... Or they shouldn't yet.
I got the Sojourn. Ryan one.
I know that was idiotic, but I knew that he's been wanting to like diff me the entire game. So the second that the high noon went off and I was next to him, he's gonna start swinging on me. I banked on his ego and I fucking won.
Run one.
Exhibit A. Kind of Blade though, not much to do about that one. Blade, Sojourn, running it down, feels bad.
in front.
Crashing someone else's ego is scattered.
And I'm dead. Brian's a single HP.
I hit the melee on him and then I died.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Stay near my pylon.
My ultimate is ready.
It's tough.
I'll try to get through as good as I can. I'm almost here. You can nano Ryan.
You're powered up. Get in there.
You see one.
He solo shattered me. There's a Sojourn on the side with me. Ryan's like half HP-ish.
Got the Ryan.
Genji, no default.
Genji point.
Enemy here.
And he's dead.
Pylon deployed.
Almost back.
Got the Lucio.
Oh, huge pulse. Nice.
Step right up.
Yeah, you know who's actually probably gonna get banned a lot? Sojourn. Sojourn's probably gonna get banned a ton. And then depending on the map, Widow. So if it's like Havana, Junkertown, Widow's getting sent to the Shadow Realm. Perma game, every game is probably Sojourn. It's probably
No unnecessary risk.
I mean, I guess it depends on what tank is meta.
You answered Winston's recall, even after all you went through.
No, Malga's not that good right now.
If I am called, then I do not answer. What is left, Anna?
You are left.
I'm pretty sure OWCS was playing on the previous patch, I think. And even they're not playing much. There's a little bit, I guess. Apparently. I haven't watched a whole lot, but just from what I've seen. I think it's mostly Winston.
They have a Zen now based off of the Zen orb.
Yeah. Definitely have a Zen considering my HP almost disappeared.
It's Brig Zen.
Oh, it's Hog now too, lovely.
I'm just hacking with the Brig Zen for now.
I'm just hanging out with this Hog.
Zen one.
Going on Hog right now on point. Hog's on me. Recall.
Default.
Hog's still very low.
What a lovely exchange we
Good job.
just had. I just looked at their Hog and just said, nope, I'm good actually. You ain't gonna get me.
Here, both DPS going on high.
Yeah, I had to give.
I took the hook for you.
Oh, thank you.
Change default.
There's literally 5 people running at me. Okay. Winston time.
I'm dead though.
A better world is possible today.
Killing pylon deployed.
I'm ready whenever.
Yeah, they're still walking. Give them the time.
Don't fight.
I didn't hit recall, so.
Step
I'm
right.
back. Oh, I hit him.
Almost here.
I don't think we have a way to get through on this.
My ultimate is ready. Follow through on my mark.
Nano boost administered.
Genji's close right when you go through.
That's full support ults and Genji. Zen? Zen with you? We could get this kill.
Got him.
If we can live, that'd be
Genji
huge.
That's better.
Think price.
Two left side.
They only have
3v3.
break kills.
Where is the brig? Oh, I see her. I'm gonna go on that brig. Ready? 2, 1. Here I come.
I did, but like,
Yeah.
I'm on the Sojourn kind of.
Yeah. With you. Play bubble. Nice. I'm out.
I died there. The Kira don't let me do
Oh, I'm cooked. Thanks.
Nice heal.
I'm on the Kiri in the back. No Suzu. No TP. No Suzu.
I'm touching next.
No TP. Maybe a Suzu again.
There goes one.
Genji was up.
Nice.
Makes mistakes.
See what harmy Cyclops
Nice job. Here we go.
see what happens.
I got pulse.
Nanoboost is charging.
Swamping
He's
tank
off,
right now. Dude, who would ever have thought in the year 2025 you'd be watching Dive with
Over
me
here?
on Winston and Emong on Tracer?
Mine's left side.
Genji's one.
Genji one. Nice.
Ooh, big
cleanse.
Suzu. Their Ryan's by himself right now. We can just chill for a sec.
Shio's pushing you. Shio's one. Shio's still one.
Good job.
Here he's a single HP over here, actually. I'm not gonna open that.
Get in
Oh.
there.
Okay, well, you know what? Screw it. I guess he got his nano.
I think they have blade, right?
I'm glad I didn't ult that, though. I didn't want to ult that at all.
Almost here.
I'd rather die, because I'll get back faster than them. Instead of a double disaster, it's a single disaster.
This ends now.
Marvel Rivals looking
on him.
different today anyways. Happy Easter.
Ryan is on point. Ryan's low.
Nice
GG.
job. GG's. Ponzo, thank you for 4 months. Appreciate it. Health and things 300 bits is why. By the way, appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't see that before.
This ends now. That's one. Double. On a roll. Reach.
I
You
guess
know-
I have to subscribe considering you will be grinding
You still want
Overwatch
tank?
next
Thank you
season.
for 14 months. Yeah, if it's, yeah, we can do it. I was gonna say who in their right mind would have said in the year 2025 you'd be seeing me play Winston and you play Tracer and we're playing Dive.
Dude, on top of that, I played off tank for you that game. And when I got hooked, you should have saw what it looked like from his point of view.
What happened?
I blinked right in front of the hook and he was gonna hook you. I saved you. I was your Zarya bubble, but it's Tracer.
That's peak.
This is what flex queuing does, though. I get quick games and I can get better at everything. So
Yeah, flex queuing must be nice.
it is. Good luck getting another roll.
Yeah, thank you. Isn't this the DPS BAP / Kiri from last game? Uh-oh. Those two the thing, the Prime.
Together that strikes him down.
Just one more mission.
No nonsense. We do this clean.
Lydia, thank you for the fresh tier 1. Appreciate it. Thank you. Lydia the Insane. Hopefully not too insane.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers.
Video called I love Flats was saying I love flex queuing
Okay,
and
we
it
can do
just
this.
tank every game. That would actually be peak.
Diva. Zen, Ana.
No, Nick. You're alone, right? You're alone.
Yeah, I know. I'm fine.
And Zen's low. Nice. Eva's gonna be in front. Eva's already low. Eva's 1 and hot. And she was.
D.Va low, D.Va low. Oh my god, we just collapsed. I'm playing Zarya. Nope. I'm not getting Discord the entire game. No thanks. No thank you. I'm good. Did I tank every game yesterday too? I did.
Alright,
I
Carl's going
did.
Zarya. We'll be back as soon as we can.
6 months here
Yeah, I
to
just don't
say
wanna
you
get
should
Discord
use your
every game.
free Twitch Prime
Oh, I feel you.
subscription.
I'm
but
no, I was just
you
talking about
not
going
knowing
Genji.
that I am real person, not pay vector seems good.
So that might
Oh,
happen.
sure thing with 6 months.
Oh, God. I'm not peeking that again.
I don't want main.
They have Ana.
No recall. Just trying to help up there, though. On a no grenade. Zen's main still probably has it.
Then they.
Huge kill.
Into the iris.
I couldn't get
Got 2? Got 3?
Nice.
Nice.
I'm on fire.
They didn't blade, right?
Yeah, they bladed.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah.
Enemy here.
Chris is going left side.
Kick this off. I'm on fire. I am.
Greg going right.
Gracious. And you know,
They're all ending me. I'm gonna need help though. Okay.
I'm on fire.
They just all ended me, and we were all over the place. That's tough. Wait, was our Zarya or Ana dead? I didn't even realize. Well, there's just no reason for me to have the extra dog. I don't know if I can touch first. I can bubble you in though.
We can't touch.
Gracious
I
touch.
should be able to.
I got Zen.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
They got me, but you still win that.
I have grab soon. Kill Zarya, kill Zarya, kill Zarya.
They're pushing the payload. Cut them off.
How do we keep dying so easily?
A danger for
Okay, I got
It's
behind
crazy.
off avoided.
We lose someone before fights even start every time.
Behind you. They can try to sleep me.
There's a tray behind.
Please don't let them walk in me in a straight line and kill me again. Thank you.
Enemy here. Help me out.
Ana was low. I got slapped behind the wall. I might go here with Zarya.
Огонь по готовности. You're powered up. Get in there.
I am unstoppable. I feel the burn.
Waliim of the Weddick.
So
Run. They know this, are you?
Holy crap, I got double grenaded.
This is fun.
There's someone right here in front.
Over here.
Zen's flanking right side too. They ran into the blade. And he was pretty low.
He lost with the bubble. Yeah, we just lose one before every fight starts. I don't know what to do.
Score 0-3.
I think if you want a soda
Oh.
too, I
Flat
can do.
side
getting the
just
numbers.
remembered I had a prime sub.
The 9 months. Hey, congrats on remembering. I didn't think of the bits as well.
Let's try this. And you can. Yeah, because you'll be better than I was.
We will crush them.
Gunslinger never made sense to me. I don't sling guns. I sling bullets.
What about Winton? This is kind of a bad map for Winton.
We're in for a smooth ride, right?
But, I mean, it wouldn't have been a bad idea either, to be honest with you, but we honestly, I don't know if it would have really mattered because we were just losing one at the beginning of every fight.
Band is back together. For the moment, at least.
Overwatch is here to stay.
Like the 2 times I died, like at the end of, or the middle of second and the end of third walking away, I shouldn't have died on either of those.
3, 2, 1. Attack. Capture objective A.
I'm ready for anything.
Tracer up here.
What?
Tracer's out of here.
That's what I'm talking about. That right there. Like, I'm not sure what I'm... How did we...
Tracer dead.
How did we lose someone to a Zarya right click in the beginning of the game?
No need.
And top right. Sorry, should be low there. Zarya's low. Zarya's 1. Ends
This
up
is
there.
Zen top or something.
Here. Good job.
I definitely like the 66 more, but the queue times are pretty long. In the last couple days I've joined Emong and he's playing 5v5, so I'm just gonna... I just play with him with whatever he's playing. We might come in here and tell him what to play, you know?
3 on the right side over there.
Plus, there's a chance if I win all my games today, I could finish top 500 in 5v5 after not playing almost the entire season after a rank reset, which would be fucking hilarious.
I gotta go for the zone. I have window.
I got in bubbles right now, I just need like 2 seconds.
30 top, no need.
Yeah, I'm good to walk. Ready?
Tracer behind me. Sorry, it was low, but... Ow. I'll just wait for this and try.
We all died again.
I'm here.
Going for a new personal best.
And if you're wondering how I know we all died, you watch where the spawns come in from.
He's trying to flank.
Keep me down. Do your worst.
Alright, I'm I'm just walk up here. I'm gonna pop, grab. Hopefully not get reflected, and we just win.
Wait, that's right.
Nothing Genji. Christian, a recall right behind.
Shoot the Zarya. Shoot the Zarya. There we go.
Fuck, oh, oh, we got a portray.
Alright. Thank you.
There's an Ana running from me over here.
Christian's right next to me here. Hello.
All right.
You have what? Nano blade? Oh no, they use nano. Just regular blade.
Sorry, in front.
I don't have to shoot the Zarya so much. I'm really not charging her. I don't know how she's getting so much.
Sorry, using a bubble. Nice pick.
She has no bubbles right now, actually. If you just shoot the Zarya, she'll die.
Zen one, Zen one. Got the Zen.
Nice.
What are you on?
There you go. Good job. I got my pulse.
That building would be prime for 40 months.
40 bomb. Hope you are having a good Easter, sir.
Not really going in just yet. Okay, Zen's top left with Tracer.
No bubbles.
Recall.
So recall, top left.
Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him.
Fish a recall. Fish is really low left side.
Peek me for a bubble. Here.
Yo, give us a throw. We're stopping up then. Get your bubble.
Zarya has one bubble left. That second bubble, shoot her. Just shoot her. She's alright. Just shoot her. Shoot her. Nice.
Listen to this.
And it's on point, look. Tracer. Fish. Fish are dead.
Carry. Message back.
Here goes slow. Here goes low, man. Here goes dead. He was low.
Nice.
Good job.
Step building in 40 months.
Score 3-3.
Yeah, I think someone on our team was hardcore charging the Zarya, thinking we're shooting her. So I once I said like stop charging her, like they did nothing.
Upgrade unlocked.
Not as
Good
quick
job.
as I used to be, but I'm still
Yeah, nice.
the fastest gun
Horrible.
in the New West.
Knowledge is its own reward.
I've done things I'm not proud of. Time to start making up for it.
Did you finish your drive splats?
No.
I finally did.
I got like halfway through yesterday.
It's not bad. I heard they went wild for a lot of people.
Well, hey, were you there? Well, we had some games yesterday. I don't know if it was like.
Person that like gave up and then jumped
Oh yeah,
off
with the
the
jump
map.
off the map guy. Yeah.
Yeah, tore. Fish on this high ground. Missed every shot.
No bubble. No nade.
Shoot Winston. No bubble. He will literally explode. that guy's out there DPSing, but
May I?
I'm almost here. Tracer going
No
top
nade, no
right.
nade.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave this 1v1 up top. I'm gonna go main.
yo, the Winston's gonna just keep doing the same thing. He's gonna try to bubble me off from you when I walk point. I'll be fine. I'm saving both bubbles. We just turn and shoot him if he walks in, okay? Oh. We all ran into a small room where you could kill us. What?
Team kill.
Just play main. Hey, we all run in the small room. They're gonna fucking roll you.
A fox is not taken
What?
twice.
Why the fuck did we have 4 people run into a small room on dive? Are you guys high?
Clear 1-1, no ring.
Wait on the team to do a thing. Yep. Zen's top left still.
No nade. Dude,
They're dead again.
Playing the scrim setup.
They're actually dead again. I'm in awe. Do we have touch? Or am I gonna swap?
I can try.
I'll swap, I guess. I still don't think I'm gonna make it though.
I need one quick heal. There you go.
I'm gonna go.
Genji's low. Genji was one.
We actually got cooked by their dive every single fucking
I got
attempt.
Winston out. Damn.
That's crazy.
Score 3-3. Switching sides.
That's
Went
crazy.
scrim setup. That was a blast. Was something wild here, like Tor.
It's their Genji literally 2v1'd our backline 3 fights in a row. Because their Winston just sitting on the top of the statue, he didn't actually engage ever. So it's just the Genji beating a 2v1 on my support line. That's fucking insane. That is wild. Because the Tracer was 1v1 Emog. And there's Zen just sitting up top poking, and their Ana sitting up top.
I'm here to support you, but you have to put in the work.
That is actually bananas.
Here we go again. Shields up. Let's group up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
They have a Winston again. Winston going top left.
Monkey one.
Nice job, though. Genji's trying to go right side. We're gonna have somebody on top. Top on you soon. They're on Zarya too. Top. I don't know nade.
Gathering energy.
They're sitting out top one.
Kill him, my turn. Okay, Zarya used the bubble.
Oh, why don't we go just kill the Zen on main? He's by himself.
Soon.
You guys could get him for free. He's just... Okay, he's playing through.
Get a health back. I can't go in yet.
They can't hurt you.
Yo, get your top side.
Honest, let me main. I'm trying to help. You're dead. Oh, that was a treat.
That's tough. I don't think a single thing I asked / recommended got listened to the entire game. That's tough.
Okay, that's where I tried high noon and
It's all good.
Someone's a good time.
Yo flats, my boys Omri and Michael said watching your stream in my car on the way to an Easter
Hey
lunch.
Flats.
Yo, thank you so
I
much,
have
chat.
a very
Yo,
serious
hope you have a
question.
nice Easter.
Who would win in a fight, a huge grizzly bear or a huge silverback gorilla?
A grizzly bear. It's not even close. Only 41 months. It's literally not close. You would win, Chompy? I believe it. Start using the Prime. Dude, I don't think anyone's underestimating a grizzly bear. If you say gorilla, you just genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. Gorillas are like 800 pounds. Grizzly bears are like 1,200 pounds. Gorillas don't have claws. Bears have giant fucking claws. I'm pretty sure the bite force of a grizzly bear is actually stronger than the bite force of a gorilla. They're not even, like, it's not even close.
My favorite map. Let's go.
Yeah, my favorite map. Woo! Replace polar bear with grizzly and it's no contest? Well, I mean, hang on. There was no contest at grizzly. We don't even need to go to the next one.
We will crush them.
What about a grizzly bear versus a crocodile? Is there water involved? I guess you could technically maybe try to drown it. But I don't even know if it could. I actually don't know if it's strong enough to drag it in the water. A hippo destroys a grizzly? Brother, that wasn't even, we're not even having the same conversation anymore. No bubbles, no bubbles. Shoot the target. I just not. Okay.
I'll go soldier and take that out. Cool.
You know what destroys all of them? A fucking nuke! Alright! Jesus Christ, dude, we're not having animal wars in chat. What's going on?
They're all helping the angle.
There's a soldier right side by himself, half
Yeah,
HP.
that's what I'm trying to
running
do.
to point.
Yeah, I'm here right now. Lucio came to help. When
Still
I was
here.
there, so.
He's still low, actually. He's still 1 HP. He's actually 1. No
If I
joke.
wasn't low, I'd be going in. Here I'm going. Cap's low on point. Sorry, he's running down mid of us.
I am taking you.
Good job.
Good shit.
I wanted to join everybody.
Oh, that was fun. Window grav.
Lock and reload. Gathering energy. Огонь по готовности.
Good grab. Good Juno out. Good job.
Yeah, good shit.
I'm gonna ult in a second just to kind of force things. Ready? 3, 2, go down.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Soldier 76.
Of the echo. Lam's dead. Trying to go in a little bit.
Left side Zarya. Left side Zarya 1. Nice. Backing away, backing away, backing away.
Okay.
They could have another grav. I think he's ahead of me. I'm mindful. Ball swap. I'm the one on point, so I can't really help up there.
We got him. Tracer on you. Tracer's low. Tracer's low. You're gonna be in that grab, I think. Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Nice. Good shit.
Best round 1.
Phoenix, thank you for the super chat on the YouTube side.
Score.
Wait, why is there no alert for that in my alerts list? The fuck? Serpy's thinking the prime.
Maximum charge.
Pump up the base. Roll out.
Keep moving out there. Don't want to give him any easy shots, do we?
Oh, Elon's having a hell of a game this game.
Right.
You're gonna run at me? I used both bubbles already just to shoot the Zarya?
Gas is one.
I'll walk
Taking a
point.
wider angle.
Shoot Zarya, shoot Zarya. I need help.
Lucio's one.
Thank you.
Good job.
Shit.
Hello.
Yo, cast left side flank.
I'm slow. I'll try to look for the gas.
We're outnumbered.
Damn, in front of both my sports, I just got shot and died. It's crazy. Haven't grabbed yet.
Damn, that's okay. Get those ults out. We have every ult.
Back away.
Ready to establish orbital ray connection.
Maybe aggro B.
Fucking up. Yeah. Tracer's on our side.
Yeah, Tracer's gonna be low.
Draw their fire.
Get my grav. Cast left side.
Half with. Tracer's gonna be low.
I'm gonna look for
Tracer
grab
recall
here in a
again.
sec.
I might be dead to the cast. Cast on middle point. Moira's on point, no fade.
I had to run. Being chased by their Zarya? Run, Juno, run. They're gonna chase you. Oh, I guess you can't go anywhere. This is an interesting fight.
Almost here to just.
Wow.
Energy protocols calibrated.
The Moira ult won? Oh, I mean, it was Moira ult. It was a 3v2 with a Moira ult. yeah, they won. They have probably grav.
I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, that's not good. Alright, we're just gonna wait. They have grab too, so this is gonna be spooky.
Luck.
Yep, I got solo grab with window. Good luck.
I don't know if I can touch point. Damn.
I think I go Kiri.
Round 2. Loss. Score 1-1. Maximum charge.
A Vishkar architect always completes a task to perfection. Over here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Let's take off. Here comes.
Let's kick this off.
He's gonna walk at me in a straight line. Please tell me the answer's no. Keep the save.
Tracer's gonna be low.
Tracer Leia.
No recall. They're all pushed. I hit a few of them right in front of you.
Look at Bap low. More one if you see her. Nice.
Watching your back.
Huge speed out. My Juno saved my cheeks.
Headshot Tracer. Nice.
Yep, totally meant to do that.
Headshot Moira. Right side. High noon in a second. I don't want a high noon.
Do it. Go for it. Keep walking. Left side.
Oh, what
What a Henda.
Okay, backing out. Nice.
Okay, I have graph here. I want to look for it early.
Огонь по готовности. They can't hurt you.
Fisher should be low. Nice.
Shit.
We have Juno ult.
Looks like right side, but no, no.
Oh, you.
You win these. We W key. Nice job. Good ults.
Job.
That was just us stacking ults and just... Emong's losing his voice a little bit. That's what it is.
Play of the game.
Yeah, not surprised.
Yeah, you're having a hell of a game.
Yeah, it's really tough to hit these, so.
I didn't even know that guy was over there.
Yep.
Probably need to win a couple more to get into range. I think it's probably... Probably upper half of Masters too. Alright, chat, let me run to the bathroom real quick. We keep this one up. Be right back. Okay. We really gotta do a Hot Topics day soon, chat. It's been too long. Sordavasa. What's Hot Topics? You don't know about Hot Topics? I got a channel on my Discord, Hot Topics. Basically put in videos or like topical stuff, like game news or whatever in there, and we go through it. A lot of times it's just videos, but sometimes it's like, you know, Nintendo does something stupid, or Marathon, or
words in my mouth.
You know, stuff like that.
Here we go.
I don't mind the price of the gamer submerge, but I'm here getting just the cup because it's what I can afford ATM, and I died
That's
laughing
okay.
when the checkout offered payment plans. Like damn, I
Did it actually?
boys broke.
Ain't no way. Oh, help our sergeant, help our sergeant. Oh, turn over.
It's keeping up our... Was in front. I got pooped in. I'm dead. Thank you.
Similar. They want to be bad. Yeah. I don't think I can play that versus that. There's just too much shit happening.
A better world is possible today.
I'm gonna go break.
At your service.
What is SB? So bad. Probably. Soja 1 if you see her. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm cooked. Wait.
Trying to do nothing. Need a heal.
Knocks him in.
Nice pick.
You got the wall off, but... Oh my god.
Briggs on point.
No TP on Kiri if you see her. Dead.
We'll be good the rest of the way.
Upgrade unlocked.
Come back.
It's go time.
Check one more time.
But I am closer than I was before.
Okay.
Flashpoint Palace.
I'll play back with you a lot. We'll be good. Mind you, yeah, there's one.
1 HP on the soldier. I mean, not soldier.
I tried dashing away, but I got killed by the soldier.
One break. Break dead.
Like 3 seconds away.
Now that I look at it, if I had the mouse pad with the cup it's for, bi-weekly installments of $23. I don't care, fuck it, him getting both of them out.
No, don't do that.
Also
don't do that.
Up?
Don't do that.
Okay, I have my ult.
Just because the payment plan is available does not mean you should use it. I didn't even know that was a thing. I appreciate... Just... Brig one.
Briggs one. You come back this way, I got you. There you go.
Sorry, I gotta...
Good job.
Fighting fucking demons right now. Hold up. Yeah, no financing waifu cups, please. I'm begging. I'm actually begging you. Please don't. Like, I'll open the books for you, just so if it makes you feel better to not do that.
Hope you're having a great weekend. Love your content less than 3.
Oh, my ult didn't go off. That's probably better it didn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, probably worked out.
Door girl thing is 7 months.
It might push me on the
Appreciate
right.
it, thank you.
Lesson learned.
No interest or fees?
Gotcha.
It's crazy. I'm break.
Good
Both supports are dead.
I got pooped in. Sim's low. Nice. Ball on point.
Just
on our
ball, just
Juno.
ball. Literally just ball left.
This ends now.
Back like 3 seconds.
There's a lot of buttons happening on the point right now. Oh, touch again. Bubbles through.
Top left is a bunch up there. Try not to use my ult. Good job. Well played.
Oh, Soj. Nice.
Good job.
Oh.
My ultimate is not ready yet. Fix that. To me.
Big one. Oh. Yeah, run for your life. Just run. Leave me. Save yourself. Thanks.
Okay. We're here.
This ends
Mina, you want that Sojourn? Force her out. Still on her. Brigand.
By the way, we should be careful. We're kind of behind.
Yeah, I know. I'm hitting the Brigand to us. Oh, I'm so cooked. Oh, I'm so double cooked. Oh my god, thank you. Brig again.
Brig's one. Got Brig.
On their Soj.
Ball's low on point. Good job.
Good shit.
My ult. Yeah, BMP coming. We can EMP the wall once we get it.
Shit, your voice is going, dude.
Oh, I know. It's my I can't.
On Soj. Carry now. Carry.
Ready to go to point? Going now?
Alright, we can win this long term.
100%. Not that.
Nice.
I think it's gonna give it. Nice. Good job.
They're swapping. No more Sojourn.
Yep. We have EMP.
Jesus, poor Emog. His voice is cocked.
He'll be back June 1st to celebrate paying the cup and mouse bed off. Not a
Oh my
cup,
fucking
but
god, you didn't. What's up, pot noodle?
Oh, that didn't go as planned.
Did we miss? Brig is 1 HP.
Couple on point, but they could be loud.
Once in.
Nice.
Clearing mines with my face. Break. Here. Chase. In here. Nice.
Do it.
My ultimate is charging.
Your first Galaxy weapon? I got my first one yesterday, Grandma. Nice. Tracer left side.
There's someone on the left side, yeah.
Oh, monkey now.
Far left is a tracer. No recall. Another core vein.
Here, one if you see her. Got her.
Got two. Forbes on left side.
Go main. Go main. Come in. Come in. Main. On me. There's a break. Try to bash me. Interesting play.
As an adult,
Tracer and a Forbes one. Tracer's on the back side.
Do not be using the Klarna/finance in 4 payments stuff. It's not the ease of paying it in 4 installments. It's the fact you don't build credit. If you miss the payment, you are hit with god-awful late payments and or interest.
Yeah, true.
If you can't pay back, then these companies come for your credit. I must reiterate.
Yeah.
These financing plans can and will fuck up your money. Exercise caution.
Yeah, that's why I don't want. I would never want anyone to ever use one of those or something like that. Like, yo, I'll tell you full disclosure. I get like $2 a cup, so it's like. It's different if you use the code. Like if you use code FLAS, like technically it's like a percentage thing, but like just a straight up cup, it's like $2. So like don't. I know it's like exciting. You want to be in on it, but like don't go too crazy. You know what I mean?
GG's.
GG's.
That's my last one. So I will see you later. Good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you, thank you. I hope your voice feels better.
Thank you. GG's. See you later, dude. Peace.
See you later.
Don't worry, I got the money to buy it outright. I just wanted to see if I could amount.
Oh, okay. I got a 3. Appreciate it. Hey! Washed who? Washed who? 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 Not me. Oh god, it's on like the bottom though. I'd have to probably win one more. I could probably win one more, right? Surely. Surely, right? Surely I can win another one. Oh, man. Stadium time? Hang on, let me see if Somnus is still streaming. Somnus is no longer streaming. Well. There goes that, I guess. I told Somnus I'd play... Or I didn't tell Somnus, actually. I was going to play Stadium today, because Somnus asked me to play Stadium like 2 or 3 times yesterday, and I did not. So the whole reason I got an Overwatch today was like, oh, I'll play some Stadium with Somnus eventually. And then I saw she was in a 30-minute queue, so I was like, oh, I'll join later. Maybe when the queues are better. And then, yep. Like 10 minutes ago? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I saw them having queues of like 30 minutes, so I was like, I'll wait till it's more like peak hours. Go from there. Subnomics. Going against you, Karku, and Spilo was a wild time. The ultimate stall comp. I was trying to let off the gas a little bit in that game because I felt so bad. So Karku wanted me to do a build, and he gave me that build, the one that I was running against you guys, and it just was, that was gross. So like the whole build was basically off bubbling your teammates, and it would go, like they'd go faster, you'd get more charge, and then the more teammates that got bubbled, the less the cooldown was. So I'd have like bubble every 3 seconds. Dynamic thing with 5 months. So I would literally just bubble, 3 seconds later 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 bubble, and then I would run out. Yeah. BBL Zarya, big bubble lady. Yep, that's a GarQ classic already. Dynamic, did I get you 2-1? If I didn't, I apologize. Well, I was gonna play Sam today, but I don't think I'm gonna anymore. I was gonna play with Somnus, but she's off for the day already, so like, well, now what? How I like my coffee? I don't. I'm not a coffee drinker. I am a caffeine supplement enjoyer. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe... We'll do one or two things today. I'm probably gonna do a couple games of Overwatch, maybe solidify top 500, you know, beat the washed allegations. And then we can either go to Rivals, and I got some spectating to do, or I could save that spectating for tomorrow and just go straight into Rivals tomorrow, and then do Hot Topics today. How do you drink so much water? I've mastered discipline in many forms, but not this one. Oh, I got in the habit that every time I die on Overwatch, I take a sip. If you see me die, or I'm dying a lot, you'll see I start chugging water. All right, surely we can solidify ourselves here with this one, right? Surely this will be the one to fully put us in the driver's seat. Let me go back to Minecraft. I want a couple of the videos of Minecraft to go out at some point. We've been kind of slacking a little bit on those for various reasons. I wanted at least a couple of those to go out before I get to the endgame stuff, but I'm pretty much ready for endgame, I think, now. Is that a hog? What did I just see over there?
No sleep. We go on in the back.
Hazard one.
Go on the back.
I'm walking up now. Walking. Soldier? No, I'm not chasing for that. Oh god.
We'll go burning.
Thank you. I need help under right now.
We're helping Lark. Still a little bit.
This Hazard is feeding his fucking brains out, but he just takes no damage. Tracer one if he's here. Right here. I can look for Grav.
That's Grav. I'll put Bob here.
They have a swap coming in. One more soldier.
Pushing the barricade. Stay sharp.
Soj.
Big brain, big brain. Oh, that's the worst spot in my life.
Soldiers have.
Get out, get out, get out. Come on, come on. We go main.
I'm coming back right now.
They're chasing hard. Might be able to flip on it. She has her, she has her, she has her. We can't sig.
No point.
I'll carry. No TP.
We're one up A. We're one up A.
Has it on me again?
Hazard,
Am I playing fucking Dead by Daylight out here? Jesus Christ!
Good.
Yeah, they're gonna get quick spawn. Careful. She has her. She has her. Go main. Go main. Go main. Come.
Or 90 on grab. It's right there. More no fade. Quick hazard.
Hazard.
No more.
We're no fade.
We still here?
We're dead.
Walk main. Search. Nice. Still have grav. They're swapping right now, something. I'm the one pushing cart right now, so be careful. Plus 2. Come towards that. We're down 2. Get out if you can. Okay, we go.
Or grab orbital. If I got some. I got good fire.
Can you walk?
I'm back in 3.
We're ult here? Big grab. Oh, don't let me lose my charge. I'm dead. We got a couple bad spawns, so.
I have rail. Are you healed on point?
No, you're down a couple. Oh, they're not paying attention. They're just chasing kills. Oh no. They're not paying attention.
They revive me. I'm looking for rail right now. Good walk.
I'm walking.
I'm for rail.
They're just gonna walk at me. I can't move.
They're weak.
I'm so dead. Oh boy.
Let's shove it in their faces.
Speed on the soldier.
I'm not gonna get the beat.
Oh, you didn't get the beat. Bop weak in the back.
Yeah, I'm getting punished for listening, which is kind of stupid.
Thought they could keep me down. Ha.
I'm still in bot right now.
I'm wearing no fade chasing you right now.
They took the robot. Time
more Sage. This lab. We can grab this fight. You grab both. I'm up top, I'm up top.
Is that gonna work?
They took the robot.
We can back up.
Do some more, shoot more, shoot more. We gotta get off our team. Oh, we're dead. We're splitting so hard. Can we stay together though? Because we're like splitting really hard and we're losing 1v1s again.
They're taking the lead. Stop them immediately.
Can you get Genji class? Out of black. I have rail.
More on the flank.
No good leave, no good leave.
We're in. Ram.
Cast.
I'm pushing bot. Most of them are gonna get good spawn, okay?
Are we not up class? Are we not up class?
Well, there's 3 of you.
Oh, there was 2, just 1 flat.
You got it?
I have rail.
We got 1 bad spawn. Can we come in right now? Come together. Oh, they're down one. They're down one. Come in. Come in. No more. We win this.
Are you gonna blade this fight?
Probably.
I'm gonna blade bring Genji. Quick.
On ram. Oh, they're running at me. So dead. Just go again. I have pulse, or I'm sorry, I have the grab and 30. Maybe we just save grab pulse. Make it 1. Maybe try 2 fights. We gotta make sure we have our Juno though, because we don't have right now. They got good spawn. We can chill. Help them. Back way. Shoot the rim back way. Just let it run out. Let it run out. Just back away. Shoot ram. Look at him. Right here. Oh god, we didn't help him. Okay, I have grab, but I want to make sure we're here.
You can just grab without me.
Good speed ring.
Don't C9.
I know, but I'm gonna die though. Play together, you win that.
Doing that, it's just pain.
Tracer on point.
Don't C9 here. Visible.
They don't have any heals. Nice job, GG's. Holy fuck! That was so hard! Oh. That was so hard! We're so lucky they didn't have Immortality Field on the grab. If they had Immor, we would have lost that game. Uphill battle victory. Plus 28. 427. I think that probably... Nah, I don't know if that'll actually secure me, but... That's good enough for me, I think. Because I'm not going to push all the way through for the last competitive award, but I got enough pointies. I almost have enough for another Galaxy. Another Galaxy weapon, which is sick. Okay. Okay. So I think I got my top 500 secured. Maybe we go to hot topics, and I'll save the spectating rivals for tomorrow. Do we have anything juicy in here? My god, there's so many things posted in here recently. Okay, I'll start from the bottom. What is this video? Dude, there's a video in here multiple people have recommended from Rivals. It's 2 hours long. Jesus. Big fan of Hot Topics. I like their clothes. Okay. Oh, this could be a good one. The cult-like fan base of Deep Rock Galactic. That's actually a good looking one. I'll grab that. Oh, Yeetle dropped another Overwatch video. I'll have to save that for another day. 3 days ago? Okay, I'll save that for when we're in Overwatch land next week.
You summoned the Deep Rock community kek.
Yeah, that's why I think it's one of those games I've always thought about playing, so I think it'd be a good good react. You know what? I should save this for Arrivals Day. All right, I'm going to save that for Arrivals Day. Oh my god, I'm adding to my list of videos to save for other days. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, the tabs grow longer, chat. Oh, the tabs grow longer. Oh shit. Why Overwatch 2 still has the best designs in gaming? Maybe save that for another day. Dude, when was the last time I looked in here? Oh, there's this Rivals video. Actually, I'm going to save that for Rivals Day, but actually, Spilo recommended that one to me. Someone put a picture of Hot Topics, like a Hot Topics store in Hot Topics. I respect it. I saw his comment on the video. Wait, whose comment? Oh, Spylos? Playing Stardew Valley made me question everything I ever loved. Oh, this is like a React type video? I don't think it is. It's a good looking video, but I don't know if it is. Something for this. The fake redemption of Cyberpunk. Oh. Oh, this is 2 years old, actually. I don't know if this actually aged well. I don't know about that one. I got over my fear of solo queue and more. And they linked their timestamp. Why'd they link their timestamp? It's just a bunch of games of someone playing. Like, why is this in there? It's like 40 minutes of games. Sometimes you guys link some of the most ridiculous things. When did casters become the main event? It's a good looking video. I'll hold it. Okay. What else we got? There's so much rival stuff in here, and don't get me wrong, I don't mind having rival stuff, but I'm looking for outside of rivals. And Overwatch. Look at a video about how going a month without your smartphone and how it affects our daily lives. Oh, 46 minutes long. Although, honestly, I'm kind of curious.
8 months or
All right, I'll put that one on the back burner. Game companies are not your friends. This is a 3-year-old video. Touch that one. Someone linked my complete tank guide from Overwatch, the launch of Overwatch 2. All right, some of you guys are doing some top tier trolling in this channel. The hacks your brain. Satisfactory. Oh, that game could suck me in. I need to stay away from that. The insidious world of fake mobile game ads. That's a good looking video. All right, I'll grab that one.
Love the new Gamer Subs Cup.
Thanks. Sorry, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm scrolling through the Hot Topics channel on my Discord where you guys like put in videos or literally like topical things, articles and whatnot, and I scroll through them and see like what's worth watching or covering, and we just, you know, go from there. Let's see. Okay, there's one guy that just keeps linking all my videos in here. Okay, that guy might need to go. All right, the first couple times it was funny. Then now we're on like the 6th one. Holy shit, dude, when was the last time I went scrolled through here? Because like I'm not even back like that far, and I'm still not even close to where I last was. Holy shit. Former BioWare lead game developer Mark Dara on transparency in gaming. Why transparency doesn't build trust, the hard truth. I don't know if that's a good idea. I feel like that's kind of like an uh-oh. That's an uh-oh video. That's juicy. That's like one of those ones where even if they might have a good point, it's like... Yeah. It sounds like a bait title. Yeah, I agree with you. Steam is on a warpath. Oh, it's this guy. Dude, this guy makes great videos. I feel like I've watched so many of his videos, though. I feel bad. Pick another one. That guy makes really good content, though. God, people have linked Spylo's video a bajillion times in here. Okay, and that's where I'm getting to. Brief review of Deadlock so far. Oh yeah, I do have a couple extra videos in here from my own backlog. Okay, I'm gonna scroll for a couple more seconds, and then I'm just gonna go from what I got. Devs pander to a modern audience and regret it. That seems like a downhill. A very quick downhill slide, considering what I just scrolled through it. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Okay. Alright. I scrolled through as much as I could. There's so much there. Oh, jump to present? Oh shit, there's 3. There's a couple in here just in the last couple of minutes. Apex Legends is dead. I don't know about that one. I think I'm gonna leave that one right where it is because I actually don't agree. Okay, cool. All right, chat. Here where we're at. Here's where we're at. Here's where we're at. I got my top 500. New season for Overwatch starts in a couple days. Tomorrow I'm gonna play some rivals. And I'll also do some spectating. But for today. Today, today, I'm going to watch some vids from chat. Where? Let's see. I actually didn't put a game today for the YouTube stream. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. All right, for those who don't know, I have a channel on my Discord called Hot Topics. Basically, you can put stuff in there you want me to look at. It's like articles, topical shit, right? Let me show you this absolute collection that I have put together. Look at how many videos I've have built up over time for things that I've wanted to watch, and I just keep forgetting. I have some new additions now today, but I've been sitting on these for a little too long because I don't want to lose them, and I keep forgetting, right? Whoopsies. So one day we'll get more roll for sandwiches. One day we will. One day we will. I think that day will come when everything kind of, you know, tunes down. YouTube has playlists. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I could do playlist stuff. Let me swap over, and also let me change my non-drop ads to what do we want to watch first? All right. I think this is probably the first one I want to watch. The cult-like fan base of Deep Rock Galactic. I also want to watch this one, a brief review of Deadlock so far. This is a potential one, but I'm not crazy about it. This one also is a potential, but it's really long. And then also the Insidious World of Fake mobile games. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at the moment. You want to hear, you want Rock and Stone? Okay. All right. So chat, as always, during these, I pull videos from my Hot Topics channel on my Discord, where you guys link some stuff, and I always go through and watch it. I prefer to do non-Overwatch or rival stuff, you know, expand our horizons. And this is one of those games that I've had on my list to play for a long time. I just never gotten around to it. Deep Rock Galactic. And the fact that I even mentioned this as a possibility is something to watch, and you guys all start spamming Rock and Stone to the bone. Wait, is that the new version? I figured we could watch this one first. Why not? The cult-like fan base of Deep Rock Galactic. I can't tell you, every time I've ever even mentioned the thought of playing this game, people come out of the woodwork and start spamming for weeks. When are you going to play? 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 I don't even know much about it. So let's watch.
So I've been driving consistently for about 4 years, and it was only up until a couple of months ago where I actually looked around me for the first time while getting out of my car to head inside my house. I stood outside and looked down to see grass for the first time without just looking at it through my peripherals.
Damn, that's crazy.
As I pondered just a little bit more, I realized that I don't even remember the last time that I've even touched grass. Yeah, I know. I know this sounds absurd to you, and I'm doing the meme about the whole touch grass thing, but this is legitimately a thing that happened to me. I'm not making this up. To be honest, I'm just constantly busy. I just don't have time anymore. But you know what I...
This might be a little too real for a second, but I don't like touching grass. I don't mean actually legitimately touching it. I mean, I don't like stopping what I'm doing. I'm not talking literal. I'm talking theoretical. Theoretical grass. I despise not having something to do. Every time I try to take time off, every time I try to go do something else, get away from things, enjoy, quote unquote, relaxing time, I can't do it more than a day. More than a day, I start to go crazy. Actual America pilled. No, you're not wrong. I'm not gonna... Okay, listen. Listen. You know how everyone always memes? Like, there's that meme for a long time, like, oh, people think streaming's a hard job, and like people would ask streamers, like, what do you think's harder, a 9 to 5 or streaming? Don't get me wrong, streaming is not difficult. There is something that is difficult, though. Being a content creator is difficult if you are not good at self-regulation and self-accountability. So what that means is, Some people need to have a time they're supposed to show up at work. They have to be at work at 9. If they don't have an outside force that is dictating them to show up at that time without consequences, they will never do it. They cannot be motivated at all, period. I am the opposite. I am extremely hyper motivated, both intrinsically and extrinsically. Whether it's chasing quote unquote numbers, and those numbers aren't just like view numbers. They're like hours streamed, how much I climbed in a video game, did I get to do things that I wanted to do. So for example, like sometimes I'm like, okay, I need YouTube content for Rivals, I need YouTube content for Overwatch, I need YouTube content for Flats TV, which is where this will probably end up, right? Like those things, it's like holding myself accountable. Like, did I do all of these things? I crave that. I chase it. Without it, I go crazy and I get bored and I just lose my mind. I feel like I'm wasting my life, you know? And I know there's more to life than doing those things, right? You're supposed to go on vacation. You're supposed to go see these things. But I can never relax on them, you know? I'll give you an example. When I went to LA for Streamer Awards, I took an extra day in LA just to like sightsee, because I've been to LA a bunch of times for Overwatch stuff. And I was like, fuck it, I'm here by myself. I'm gonna go sightsee. I literally didn't do shit. I went to one place and I went, why the fuck am I here? This is boring.
I did have time for going into my house, forgetting about the stupid grass, kicking my feet up on the table, and playing video games. That's what I had time for. And you know what game I loved to play when I got home? Not Deep Rock Galactic. A game about mining and collecting different colorful minerals in different procedurally generated caves on a hostile planet. Defending yourself from the variety of bugs and enemies that infest it.
Oh my. Oh, nice.
And afterwards having a nice beer with your buddies back at your spaceship. And maybe with the resources you collect on your adventures, you can upgrade your gear and your weapons. And I didn't like any of it. I wrote off this game back in 2021. And up until very recently, I had only around 10 hours on the game, until it was recommended to me by you guys. And
this is a classic. Which game should we play next? Put this on there. It's going to get the most votes.
I decided to give it another try. Now,
Just
as the viewer, you might be saying with a big frown on your face, hey man, if you don't like the video game...
Content creators tend to be like Jim Carreys of the world. They burn twice as bright, but last half as long in the field, and you will hit a wall someday and settle. Okay, listen, I'm not trying to get existential crisis here. I absolutely agree with you, and I've hit that wall 3 times, and then I've broken through that wall extremely quickly. To take it the next step, right? As I've gotten older, I can feel myself not having as much energy as like when I was 20, right? Like I just don't. Like I'm just not as eccentric. I'm not as like ready to go. But then I also stream 25 hours, 24 hours. I streamed 24 plus hours doing Overwatch drops, right? Never did that when I was younger. Smokey, thank you for 1,000 bits. Appreciate it, dude. And then I'll take it one step further. Why wouldn't I burn as bright as I can and go as hard as I can when I'm able? Like what happens if I hit 40 and then, I don't know, I have some genetic condition that kicks in and all of a sudden I can't do it all the time. And then I'm like, damn, I wish I went harder when I was younger because now I can't do it anymore. You know? Like, it's like one of those things where you're probably right. But what if this is my best time? What if this is the best time I'll ever have? What if I don't do it right now, then I'll never have another chance?
Then why are you even making a video about it? And to that I say, you're right. You're right. How can you not like the game?
Sorry, let's go back to Deep Rock Galactic. A little too existential crisis there.
Everyone chant the same damn catchphrase every time. Just
true. Wait, I saw that cock and boner. I saw it.
Steam reviews and go on Metacritic and you'll find that what I said was wrong. Even if it's an opinion. My opinion was wrong. So many people love this game, and for a good reason too, but I really didn't pay attention to any of that at the time. I was too busy playing Counter-Strike. Hold on, he won't watch this lineup though.
Oh god.
Good show, jolly good. See, Deep Rock was originally recommended to me out of the blue by a friend. He calls me up on Discord one day and he says,
hey bro, I just found a game, it's called Deep Rock Galactic. Have you heard of it?
And so like any good friend would do, I let out a big sigh and reluctantly went into the Steam store and I bought the game. And I played it.
Why not get
Collecting
it on sale?
Morkite, protecting Loretta, figuring out what each class specialized in. I mainly played the scout because he's fast and he had a grappling hook. That was kind of my style of play, so I liked it.
Dumb question. Is it like an online game? Like, I know you can play with friends, right? But like, is it like Minecraft World Online, or is like you queue in
a little bit
with other people?
There you go.
Oh boy.
Good job, man. You got it.
So next time I'm gonna need a little bit of help.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I got to listen to my friends talk about all the different upgrades you can have on your weapon.
It's mission based. So like, what if you don't have a group to people to play with, right? There's matchmaking. I thought this game was like kind of like Minecraft, where you could have like a world, right? And you'd have a world, and that's your world, and then you go and visit other planets and go mining. Is that not how it is?
Not that I listened, because I didn't really care. I put a snowman hat on myself. Quite immersion breaking, but I thought it was pretty funny.
Dark Alien 13 months.
Fuck you. I played the little mini game with the barrel in the hub area, and all of this ended with about 10 hours of gameplay or so in total before I checked it off my list one day, uninstalled the game, and abandoned it in my massive pile of forgotten video games in my Steam library.
Space Engineers. What's this? Is this Speedrunners? No. I don't know why I thought that was Speedrunners. Among Us.
And my verdict? The game was okay.
Multiverse.
I don't really get the hype around it. Now, I'm not saying that I outright hated the game. I guess you can say
the character looked like a Speedrunners guy.
You know, have played it if I didn't have anyone else to play it with me. It was one of those games that I enjoyed only because I was talking with my friends.
You motherfucker, I literally have a drill.
And the game was just sort of there in the background. I didn't really like the game as much as everyone else. Why? Well, for a rational person that's listening to me, they can say, well, I guess the game just isn't for you. And that's fine. Some people just can't get into certain games. But that doesn't make sense to me. How can I not like the game if it's a shooter with cool guns and with a beautiful art style? My channel was originally based off of Overwatch.
Oh, that's your problem. Your channel was based off of Overwatch. That's tough.
Like the game if it's a shooter with cool guns and with a beautiful art style. My channel was originally based off of Overwatch. I used to love that game for that reason alone.
Oh, so your taste is just cooked. Okay, got it.
Among other reasons. I have friends to play it with, that isn't the issue. I love first-person shooters. I have over 3,000 hours on Counter-Strike, which I regret every waking day of my life, but that isn't the point. All the aspects of this game point to me liking it, and as I'm sitting down at my desk right now, I can't for the life of me figure out why I didn't. So what's the problem here? Why do my friends like this game more than me? Why does everyone seem to like this game more than me? Maybe something was wrong with me mentally. Maybe I was depressed. I don't know. I felt cast out.
I mean, it's okay to not like games everyone else likes. There's nothing wrong with that.
So I tried it again. And it wasn't my idea either. The small community that flooded in on my last video told me to. And so like any good video creator should, I looked at my community votes, I let out a big sigh, and reluctantly dug out Deep Rock from the pile of my forgotten games. Dusted it off, and installed it once more, and I told myself, if I'm going to play this game again, I can't play like how I played it last time. Something needs to change. So I played it alone. The first time ever playing this game alone, and it seems weird to play it in this way. You see the trailer for it on Steam and you think that it's supposed to be a co-op game, but it doesn't have to be. If you do play it alone, you get this really cute companion that replaces your friends. His name is Bosco. Look how cute he is.
Aww.
Bosco fetches minerals for you, slowly worrying his way up to any mineral you ping and letting the bits drop beneath you as you pick it up. He shoots bugs occasionally as well. Not that effective, but, you know, it helps. Kind of. And if it wasn't for all of you, I wouldn't have known that he existed. See, because I didn't come in with a mindset to play with friends and have a good time with them, I abandoned them and actually looked around me, you know, actually paying attention to what I'm playing. And it was amplified when I don't have friends to distract me and ruin my immersion.
How would you feel if your dick was just like that carrot you have on your mask?
So, have I learned anything? Did I take anything in this time that I didn't last time? I honestly don't even know where to start, to be honest. There's just a lot of things. So, let's...
yeah, I'm confused.
Weapons. Yeah, let's just do weapons. I got more weapons.
Okay, maybe it's a bit of a hot take, but depending on who you play with can make or break a game. I'll tell you my own experience. I probably would have quit Overwatch years ago, many years ago, if I didn't have Emong to play with, right? Because like, there was a point before even Overwatch 2 even launched. I mean, how many people even know this lore? Probably a very small handful of people because I was a small creator at the time. I was going to leave Overwatch for Apex because Apex was booming at the time. And I was playing Apex and I was pretty decent at it. I only played like 2 weeks and I was like knocking on the door of Masters and I was like, damn, like I could do this. I really could. And I remember talking to Emong about it. And he was like, if you want to do it, like you should, you know. He's like, I think Overwatch 2 will be worth the wait. And I was like, no, you're probably right. And I was like, dude, honestly, if I didn't get on to play with you every day, because like he would actually, because we would just joke around, we'd have good games. Like solo queue was miserable, right? Like you just, everyone would sit there, no one would talk. You know, you get like, we didn't have stream mode at the time, so like every once in a while you jump in that, you get in that game where like somebody's a fucking weirdo because you're a streamer. I play with other streamers sometimes, and like there was nothing against anyone, but like we just couldn't joke around the same way we joked around.
Good work, Flash.
And like that's why we always played together, because like it's very weird. We balance each other out in a lot of ways where like I'm the hyper aggressive type and he's like much more passive. So like we always end up somewhere in the middle, right? Where like someone says some dumb shit in our games, like a lot of times he would be a little more quiet and I'd fucking tell them to go fuck themselves, right? But it goes the opposite too, where like he has so many funny, witty shit, like funny things that cut like just like, and you don't even catch them half of the time. Like sometimes I'll say something and like 10 seconds later, I'm like, what the fuck did you just say? But the opposite can happen too, where if you play with a group of friends in a game and like you're playing to like immerse yourself, right? Like let's say you're trying to play Among Us. I'll tell you, you know what? Fuck it. Drama time. When Among Us came out, I started playing a little bit of Among Us with like Overwatch people and it was fun. And then we had a small group and then people started inviting more and more people like outside of our group. And they basically became like every Overwatch creator that ever existed. And no offense to many of them, but like they were fucking insufferable to play with. Like they were just like I don't even think they're bad people, but like they were the worst. They would scream, like we would be in the lobby together, like, you know, oh, who did it, who it is, and they would just start fucking like they're like brute forcing their way through everything, like treating it like it's comp. And dude, it was so fucking ass, because like I don't want to hear this fucking asshat screaming for the next 30 seconds in this lobby. I don't even care if they did it anymore. I just want to leave. So I stopped playing it. Yeah, I was having such a fun time playing Among Us at that time, and I was like, dude, this is ass. Like your personality fucking sucks, dude. Like you don't have a good argument. You just scream. Like you're dumb as rocks. And so it really can make or break a game. I actually get that. I think that's actually a really good take. And unfortunately, sometimes if you play games with friends, like it'll make the game or it might make it worse.
And I never realized just how cool and unique they really were. You want to shoot a platform that you can stand on? You can do that. Or maybe you want to freeze your enemies with the...
No, they weren't even trying to be funny. They weren't trying to be funny. They were trying to win. That's the worst part. It wasn't even for content. Like they were just like brute forcing it to win the Among Us lobby. That's the worst part.
Platform that you can stand on? You can do that. Or maybe you want to freeze your enemies with the cryo cannon. Are you even doing anything to that? What the fuck is that? Oh my... Maybe you want dual-wielded weapons. Oh my god. I'm fucking Tracer, dog! I don't want to play Overwatch again, I'm good. Yeah, that's all the weapons I have so far, by the way.
Damn. Fucked.
I love the scouts. And no, fuck you, I'm not playing anything else. The caves are phenomenal. Not only are they super colorful and unique, but you can essentially break everything. It's like your own little sandbox. Oh, no, don't break that. No, don't break that. Don't break that. And when I say that these caves are unique, I mean that in this biome specifically, you can hang glide on whatever this is. You go into this one and you get these annoying little blue things that never stop spawning and electrocute the shit out of you. This one you get electrocuted, except it's not by bugs, it's by a rock. And this one you get, well, this one you... okay, this one's just nasty. I actually really don't like this one. Fungus Bogs is crap. But regardless of what biome you enter in, each one has its own wonderful color palette. Each one is beautiful in its own way if you just take the time to take it all in. Thank you to the developers for implementing cinematic mode, by the way. I can press H and everything looks so much better.
Wait, what happens in cinematic mode? Oh my god.
Every
it just turns off the HUD?
Goddamn screenshot. This game is beautiful. It really is.
That's cool.
And not only is it beautiful, but the sound design that they have for this game is pretty phenomenal too. Rather than hearing my friends scream at the top of their lungs, I can now hear what they were drowning out the entire time. A collection of random meteorites crashing down around you as you try and escape the crash zone. The sound of the dreadnoughts when you open their cocoon to release them. The explosion from the engineer's grenade launcher. The suspense you feel when Deep Rock Galactic: A Distant Terror plays.
Can't pick up the barrel.
Holy shit!
Jesus.
I just shat myself.
I want you guys to imagine, as one often does, that you have a pet monkey. And while you're trying to play a video game that you've never played before
like
and trying
chat.
to get into, this monkey is in your room, climbing around, screaming at the top of its lungs, and flinging its poop at your screen. That was my first experience while trying to play Deep Rock. Except the monkey wasn't a monkey, it was my friends. Look, I love my friends, I really do, but if you're like me, I can't concentrate on anything if I'm talking to them, especially if you've been playing with them for a long time.
So, fun fact. Talking and playing is actually very difficult to do in a lot of games. You know what's actually funny? Fuck it. It's not. I'm sure it's fine. I did an interview with Aaron Keller this past week for Stadium stuff, and we talked about it after. And one of the feedbacks that they kind of gave was like, we might have to change the format in the future because they played Stadium with us because we were trying to ask them questions. And because they were playing the game, and also because of our MMR, so like, it was like me, CarQ, and Spilo, and then Aaron, and then Dylan, who are two Overwatch devs, one being Aaron, the game director. They had to stop talking because they were playing the game, and they would lose their train of thought. So it didn't really make a great interview, TBH. Unfortunately, like, still loved playing with them. It was great, but like in the future, we might have to do like a version where, like, we Discord screen share and like. I play and then they watch and then talk and we ask questions and go back and forth because like they had a hard time playing and talking and answering complex questions as we played. So I can see that with your friends, like paying attention to what's going on around you and everyone's yapping, especially if like, you know, you're talking about things that are not in the game. I could see where that ends up being a big issue. Yo, Vodka needed with the fresh membership on the YouTube side and the 5 gifted. Yo. The heck? Yo, thank you, big 5 gifted subs on the YouTube side. Appreciate you. Much love, dude. What game is this? Deep Rock Galactic. All right, let's continue.
And it's really weird for me to say that my friends caused me to not enjoy the game as much because this game was meant to be played with your friends. Or at least with other people. Like when I'm playing with them, I clearly see the caves and I see how nice everything looked, but I failed to put the pieces together and say, wow, this is actually a wonderfully styled game. My brain was clouded. It was clouded and rotten. My thousands of hours on shooters and the distraction from my friends made me play the game the first time with tunnel vision. You see a bug, you shoot it. You see another bug, you shoot that one. You see the objective. Oh, okay. Collect more kite, do this, yeah. Okay, alright. Talk to your friend while doing it.
Yeah, you're honestly talking stupid right now.
Repeat the process. Finish the mission. Talk to your friend again. End the call. End the game.
Yeah, I can see that.
So my solution? Abandon the monkey, and continue to play the game without them. No poop to wipe off my screen.
No poop.
I didn't get very far in the perk tree when I first played, but the second time around I collected enough star points by completing achievements, and the perks you pick are actually pretty cool. If you want some jet boots, you can pick them up and potentially save yourself from fall damage.
Where do you see your hover boots?
Okay,
I don't see 'em.
So do you see it? You have the hover boots on, right? Like, did you have to... I like how you look down at your feet. You can't even see anything.
Shut the fuck up, please!
Heightened senses prevents you from getting kidnapped and taken to a sex dungeon.
You have a ball sack bug on you, man. That's where you went wrong.
Press G, press G. That's your...
I've been kidnapped. I'm gonna need some help. You're taking me to a sex dungeon.
Iron Will is definitely a good one. Pretty useless if you're playing alone, but the way I see people use it nowadays is they use it to revive themselves, run away from where they originally die, and then die in a different spot. I'm actually not sure why you would pick that perk now that I'm thinking about it. I think maybe that like gives you a better score or something, but it's there. But Beastmaster, oh, Beastmaster is by far my favorite perk in this entire game. Fuck my friends. Fuck Bosco. Now we got Steve, bitch. He's a bug you hire. He's a fucking traitor. He kills the Glyphids for you and pulls aggro. Who needs friends or a girlfriend when you have Steve?
Steve.
Good job, man. I'm proud of you.
Wait, that's sick, actually.
There's just so much.
I like
there's
Steve.
Just so much stuff I missed in this game. You want to dress as a power lifter? Yo, you can do that. From the side profile, you look like a woman's like power lifter. Or maybe you want to wear the ugliest green outfit you've ever seen in your life.
Oh
maybe
god,
you want to
everyone's gonna
dress
say I am
as
Steve.
Mario.
Oh god.
And then maybe have
Minecraft
like a
movie
little
has
tattoo
done
on the side of your arm.
unrepairable
Dude,
damage.
That tattoo is sick. Hold on. You gotta pay for that though, but gladly. I'd pay for cosmetics gladly. This game is phenomenal now. I can tell. Now I can tell. And I can thank you guys for bringing this game back to life. Playing this game alone seems like it would be an absolutely terrible idea. And for some people, it might be. But doing it alone gave me time to appreciate what the developers worked so hard on.
Interesting he says that, because that's actually one of the things that's held me back from playing it, is I feel like I wouldn't have fun by myself and it would get boring kind of quick, and then I just move on.
Like the map terrain. I was able to notice the little different variety plants, the cute little fucking disgusting larva bugs, the smooth and fluid movement and reload animations, which thank God, by the way. Otherwise this game would have looked like a copy of Pixel Gun 3D. I'm gonna have
what the hell is that?
Sort of a mildly warm take here. I would argue that the community for Deep Rock Galactic is almost non-existent when you're playing on servers. And when I mean non-existent, I mean nobody ever talks. Ever. In-game. I didn't even know you were able to go in a voice chat until I searched it up in the settings. And what that means is that if there's no voice chat, there's quite literally no way for someone to shit on you. Nobody cares if you mess up. Everyone just communicates through pings, which is realistically all you need to do for this game. Not a single mission that I've played in co-op has turned sour. Not a single one, and I've played a decent amount now. And it's left me wondering, why?
That's kind of nice, actually.
Why are they so nice? Why does everyone chant rock and stone in every comment section? For Carl. Who is Carl? Who's the
Carl?
fuck is Carl? Why is this game beloved by so many people? Well, you might say that it's everything that I just said. But in my estimation, I think it's this. The hub area, where you first load into the game. The place where you can spend a surprising amount of time in and not feel like it's just an area for you to pick a mission and head on your way to the actual content. It's the motivational terminal that asks if you've done your part. It's the weapon rack as the rock pox slowly engulfs everything it touches. It's the fact that you can tap on the glass on the incubation tubes on whatever the hell these things are.
Oh, dude, this guy doesn't let us have any
I
fun.
know, right? Jesus
I'm gonna
Christ.
turn in my 2 weeks.
This looks like my dog. Like my 20-year-old dog. It's the fact that the glitchy terminal shop recognizes everybody as a valued customer. It's the colorful and comfy abyss bar that waits for you as you go on your
It does
next
look cool.
cave
You know what's...
adventure.
This might sound weird, but this bar reminds me of Stray. I can't explain it to you, but it reminds me of Stray.
It's the fucking Chinese takeout and messy table that nobody has bothered to clean. It's the fact that you're in a spaceship that looks and sounds like a full working machine. It's the ambience of it all. It's this animated LED light strip. It's this clever Discord implementation. It's this... Oh my god, what the fuck?
What? No fucking way, this Flappy Bird.
Yes! Yes!
And they call it Jetty Boot.
Oh, you
There's
suck.
no
It's Jet
way.
Boot. It's also this anti-gravity button.
Recalibration commencing. Expect turbulence.
Whoa. That's right.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? That was crazy, man.
Bro, went Mach 5 across the map. It's the fact that you can play soccer with your buddies in the hub if you want to. It's the fucking posters. The
Together we can
posters
do
that
it.
give you advertisements for weapons. Almost as if you received it in the mail and posted it up on your bunk for motivation that maybe one day you'll get that beloved breach cutter. What really put the icing on the cake for me to really get into this game was finding the Memorial Hall, a special semi-hidden section on the space rig. A section that captures what I think is the coolest part about this entire game. Realizing
like
the
I just
dark,
got this part
twisted
spoiled, but it's
story of
okay.
it all, walking in
Kinda
and
my
discovering
fault.
the statues to salute and commemorate the dwarves that worked here
2
before
months
you.
already.
Walking in
Smiley
and
face
seeing the
emoji,
Hoxie
face
side view
exhaling
through the window
emoji.
panel near the promotion
Shit.
section. Knowing that every day you're working to drive back the glyphids that infest it. And to collect as many
Kinda like
resources as possible.
Helldivers before all the shit.
All while listening to this
You know?
grandiose track that plays when you enter the room. If you're like
Helldivers,
me,
if it didn't
you'll get caught into the fantasy of it
a
all.
lot of shit happen.
Fully immersed. Everything kind of makes sense now. You're a dwarf, recruited by Deep Rock Galactic, on this ship, headed to work every day on a dangerous planet, fighting and pushing back every day. While
Oh, it's
also
one
giving
planet.
You the sense
Okay.
of hopelessness, knowing that no matter how many glyphids
different
you
biomes.
eradicate, no matter how much infection you think you can stave off, there will always be more on that planet. Upgrading your gear to work harder and faster, not just for you, but for your
Oh,
other
it is different
friends.
planets? Oh, okay.
You leave no dwarf behind.
Leave no dwarf behind. Damn it, I can't get that in my head now. It really is like Helldivers, but without the stuff.
Oh my god, Angel, it's not any of this. It's simply the fact that they had a great concept and the caves look nice and there's a lot of variety, and fuck you, it's all of that too, but this is what takes the cake for me. This is what got me back into playing. This is why I love this game. They're geniuses. The devs are geniuses.
I like
know
that
it might seem dumb,
there's always like something small like that that
insignificant,
always
but I've
sticks
never
with
seen a
people.
game that immerses you into the role of who you're supposed to be more than Deep Rock Galactic. It's why I like the game so much. And now that I see it in a different perspective, I can finally play with my friends again. I let the monkeys back in. Okay. I let my friends back in again.
Hey, Angel. Hey, Angel.
What's
hey,
up?
Angel. Hey, Angel. This robot is just like my wife. It's very helpful, and I can. It follows me around, and I can dump my load in it. This is gonna be in the video.
Jesus
Coming back to my
fucking
friends and
Christ.
playing this game now was a lot different than when I first played.
I
This
now
game can be
understand
fun
why
when
I was
played alone,
having
but
such
I
a hard
mainly used it
time
as a tool to get myself to enjoy it, to immerse
trying to
myself
figure out
first.
all the stuff
But with
around you.
friends, it's a whole different story. It's one of the most chaotic, adrenaline-pumping games that I have ever played, and everything about this game makes it so. Like this? What the The epic music. The really good voice acting.
Yeah, I feel like the music would probably be the thing that gets me the most.
Close quarters combat. The horrifying sounds that each unique glyphid makes. All while they're surrounding you and your friends as you try and complete the objective. It's all pure and utter mayhem.
Who decided to pick this mission?
And I love it.
Love your content,
And
Flats.
yet,
Hope you
even
continue
though
to
I've
have a
essentially
prosperous
quadrupled my
streaming career.
playtime,
I also
I still have
witnessed a couple of cheaters in Rivals, so I put them in the Discord.
So much stuff to unlock.
appreciated.
So many weapons that I've missed that I'm still aiming to get. There's still overclocks, which I haven't even gotten into yet, but they sound awesome. Deep dives are something that I just unlocked. And I didn't even know that there was a battle pass in this game. And it's free?
Very nice.
Oh, it's a free
And
battle
what's
pass.
That?
Wait,
A
that's sick.
cosmetics tree? So if you want something in specific, you don't have to waste your time going through other stuff you don't want and go into the route that you want? What fucking planet did I just get transported to? A battle pass that isn't awful. Wow. A game that allows you to
That's also probably the benefit of doing a paid game versus just a
play
full
the
free
game
to play.
without shoving any microtransactions in your face. A game that incentivizes
But
teamwork by immersion.
that
A
is still
game
really
that
good. I'm not trying to
seems
take away from it or
repetitive,
anything.
But has so much content to offer. The different game modes, the seasonal objectives, all the missions, all the promotions and upgraded gear you get for your dwarves the more you play. It's almost like, stay with me, having a job, which is exactly how it's supposed to make you feel. Except it's not a 9 to 5 where you're sitting at a desk all day. It's a 9 to 5 where you're sitting at a desk pretending to be a dwarf who works for a badass mining company in
Deep Rock also lets you swap to a previous battle pass? That's
space,
cool.
and you kill cool spiders. Pretty well done, I'd say. Sure, this game isn't realistic at all, and that for some people can break their immersion when playing. Yeah, it's not a Red Dead Redemption, but it's heavily made up for when you take into account all the other details they added into the game. Also, this game wasn't made by Rockstar, it was made by an indie company with 32 people, so yeah, I would cut them some slack there. Getting into the role that the game asks you.
I feel like indie games are having a bit of a renaissance anyways. Like, a lot of people are really pissed off with a lot of the big AAA companies for a lot of their shit and a lot of their games recently.
To play is very special.
I wouldn't be
because
surprised
it
to see
makes
more
you
like
play
that
the
soon.
game with a different mindset. Not just to play, but to experience the game how it was meant to be experienced. And Deep Rock did a phenomenal job doing that by implementing the simplest of things. And I feel like that's exactly why so many people love games like these. And Deep Rock, in my opinion, is the one that shines the most. If you don't like this game, I suggest you play it alone. Or maybe you have, then I suggest you get some friends to play it with.
What the hell?
Let's try the other one.
You're shooting platform settings. What the fuck? And if you don't have any friends, then I honestly, I really don't know what to tell you at that point. You'll figure it out, I'm sure. You know, you can go make some on some random server on here. These people are nice. And if you don't have Deep Rock Galactic, buy it.
Buy it. Luckily, I do have it, though. Alright, that was really good. It's one of those games I've had on my list for forever. You know, I just never gotten around. I have it! I have it already. You not believe me? Hold up. I have it. I literally have it. I just haven't... I just haven't played it. I got it, though. I told you, it was one of those games I've had on my list, and I plan to at some point. I just don't know when. I just don't know when. I just haven't had time. That day will come, though. Maybe. Probably. Yeah, it'll come. I just don't know when. I want to give it its time. I don't want to just play it one day randomly and not play it again for weeks. You know what I mean? I want to give it like a full experience. But that was a good video. I know, I love how much people love this game. Like, people all buy, everyone buys into the meme, and the meme is so easy to buy into. Does that make sense? Dev key doesn't count. Why are you assuming automatically that I randomly got sent a dev key? I've literally never, like... What? I bought it on sale in a Steam sale. Like, Steam sales happen all the time. Name listing for 46 months. Wait, and second off, why would that not count? That just seems kind of strange. Why would it not count? Hello? Good video, though. Good video. Okay, next. What else have we got? I want to save the Overwatch one for maybe Tuesday. See, some of these are real long. This one's not too bad. Oh. Oh, this one. Oh, man, this is a good one. All right, so... as always, all these videos are pulled from Hot Topics in my Discord. So if you have a good video, you throw them in there. It's not always just videos, though. Sometimes it's like topics or like stuff that comes up, gaming news, stuff like that. But yeah, this one was recommended today. And it's an interesting one. The Insidious World of Fake Mobile Game Ads. Dude, everyone knows about these, right? Do you not? If you don't know what I'm talking about, you see these mobile games where it's like, you see how they're supposed to be like, oh, you shoot the barrel, do 101 damage, you get this gun, and then you do the next one, right? And it's like, you level up as you go. And a lot of times it's, you'll see these on TikTok a lot, under, like Reddit stories. It'll be like the Minecraft parkour type of thing. They'll use mobile game ads or mobile game things to like get people or keep people's attention. But if you've never actually attempted to download the mobile game from those ads, a lot of time it's a completely different game. Completely different game. YouTube too, but like, you know what I meant though. Like, yeah, it's on different platforms. Like you could say Instagram too, but like I was using it as like a style of content. And if you actually try to download the mobile game, you're like, oh, I want to try that. That looks kind of fun. Or the other option where it's like, wow, how the fuck did they keep failing at this mobile game? There's no way it's that hard, right? And it like baits them into buying it or downloading it. It ends up being some wildly different shit game. And it's like, what the fuck? That's not what I downloaded. So let's see it. Let's go.
This is a YouTube advertisement for a mobile game called Ebony the King's Return. You've probably seen this ad, or ads just like it, a million, billion, jillion times before, right? But if you go to the App Store on your phone and you download this game, you will quickly realize that the game you see in this ad does not exist. Ebony is a game about city building. You build an empire and level up your town hall and all that good stuff. But despite the fact that this ad is a lie, this marketing strategy is clearly very effective.
Because it gets people in the door. It's like, okay, it also depends if they're doing paid ad or an unpaid ad. If they're doing unpaid ads, like just organic content, like a lot of the times, like short form content is judged based on how long people watch it, and because like something like this is not something like that, like something like this is way more easier to digest, and people will watch it for longer. It gets longer watch time, which means more people will see it, which means more people will download it. It's fucking crazy.
But despite the fact that this ad is a lie, this marketing strategy is clearly very effective. This game has over 100 million downloads on the Google Play Store. So you might be thinking to yourself, why would a company even do this? What do they stand to gain by tricking over?
Oh my god, these fucking this is rage bait, by the way. If you don't know, these are rage bait games. They like intentionally will do things in the wrong order. That way they get you to be like, what the fuck? It doesn't look that hard. And then you download the game to do it. And then you're like, that wasn't hard, but you downloaded the game, so you lost. You know what I mean?
100 million people into downloading a game that doesn't even exist. Well, I can answer your question.
Or the math ones. You ever seen the ones where they do math where like they do like this, where they're trying to like level something up, right?
People
like
into
this.
Downloading.
And it's like you have like two things, like one on the left, one on the right, and it's like this one's like plus 10, but the other one's times 2, and you have like 30 points. So like, and they go to the plus 10 instead of the times 2, and you're like, why would you not take the times 2? That's way more. 30 times 2 is 60. Why would you not want 60 versus, you know what I mean?
A game that doesn't even exist. Well, I can answer your question in just one word. Whales. And when you think of whales, you might think of, you know, big giant creatures swimming through the sea, or maybe, you know, the country with hills and sheep and stuff. But a mobile game developer, when they think of a whale, they think of this guy. His name is Daigo, and he is completely and utterly addicted to a mobile game called Fate Grand Order. He spends basically every waking moment of his life playing this game, and at the time...
Fate is a good series. Okay, I've watched a bit of it. Good series. If you're a hardcore Fate series fan, that is probably unironically one of the biggest red flags of any human being on this planet. You are crazy. You are nuts. Seek help. Don't know what it is about this fan base, but they're terrifying.
Moment of his life playing this game, and at the time of this Wall Street Journal video being released, he had spent roughly $70,000 on the game. So
what do you do for work?
So much money that he couldn't actually state an exact figure. And perhaps the most shocking part of it all is that he doesn't regret spending a single penny. This right here is the lifeblood of your average free-to-play mobile game. Maybe your game gets 100 million downloads.
Chat, I'm retiring from streaming and becoming a mobile game developer. I'm gonna make a mobile game.
But the overwhelming majority of those players won't spend a single penny on your game. Many of them will quit after just a couple of hours. A small percentage of players will spend small amounts of money here or there just to make the game more fun for them. But then
yeah, that was me with Pokemon Go. I used to sometimes spend a little bit on Pokemon Go just to like not have to deal with bullshit like you run out of Pokeballs and you're not near Pokestop and you're like, I don't want to go out, but there's something cool next to my house. Okay, fuck it. Yeah, I'll just grab a couple, then I'll gotta work. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they get you, though. That's how they get you.
A very small number of people will spend astronomical amounts of money on the game. So much money that it makes up for all of the other people who never spent a penny combined. And the more downloads your game gets, the more whales you get. According to some sources, only about 2% of all mobile game players turn out to be whales, yet they are responsible for spending the overwhelming majority of the money that the mobile gaming industry makes each year. And 2% of 100 million downloads is a whole lot more whales than 2% of 10,000 downloads. So an advertisement like this, which just flagrantly shows you a game that isn't real, is doing its job exactly right. All this ad needs to do is convince you to download the game. That's it. Because yeah, sure, 90% of people are going to uninstall it basically immediately, and 98% of people won't spend a penny. But those 2% make so much money that from the gaming company's perspective...
For those who don't know, the way our world works today is an attention-based economy in a lot of ways. Getting people's attention, holding their attention is some of the most powerful things you could do. And so in a lot of these fake ads and stuff like that, like... The install numbers are fake. Look up phone farms. Bunch of phones installing games en masse. They're getting paid for showing the ad that leads to installs. Fake installs for ad revenue. It's a huge fraud issue in the marketing world. Source, me, technical support engineer at a mobile campaign tracking company. Really? I could teach you everything about this because I literally had to fight this fraud for 4 years. So wait, hang on. Wait. So you run or you work on mobile campaign tracking, right? So are you the mobile game or are you the marketing service for the game? Which one? I just want to be 100% sure. Because I could see where mobile attribution. I'm trying to think. No, we're a third party. Okay. Used to validate if you should pay them. Used to validate if you should pay them. Oh, okay. So like basically, they do marketing. And then, oh God, I forgot that's how that works. So like when you do like Facebook marketing and stuff like that, the more you click on those ads, the more they get charged in a lot of ways. Depending on how focused their ads are, like getting those clicks is worth money for them. So I'm guessing it kind of works the same way, where if they get a bunch of downloads, they're kind of like farming. If it's pay for view or pay for install. So instead of trusting Facebook's numbers for how they say your campaign did, you do a check with a non-biased vendor. That's so interesting. You know what? I didn't know that industry existed, but it makes sense that that industry exists, because I always wondered, because I didn't work in marketing. I worked with marketing, but I didn't work in marketing in my short corporate time. And I always wonder, I'm like, how would you stop somebody from saying just like hardcore click farming the fuck out of you? And like, it's like, oh, our event got 100,000 clicks, but only 100 people bought tickets. Well, you paid for 100,000 people to click on it, and you didn't get like any return. And it's like, what if somebody just bought it all of that, you know? That's so interesting.
All
Yo,
of
thank you
this
for the
lying
gift
and
subs.
cheating
Sunscreen, I
is worth
appreciate
it
it.
in the end, and it makes the biggest mobile game developers billions of dollars every year.
That's
But you're all
so
probably thinking to
interesting. That's
yourself
that's
the
a cool
exact same
field.
thing right now. This is just false advertising. Isn't false advertising meant to be illegal? Don't these companies get sued into the ground for advertising a game that's completely fake?
Tell me if I'm wrong on this one. Now that we have an expert in chat, I'm guessing a lot of these farms are probably overseas. Good luck suing them in fucking China if you're in the US, considering China is like extremely protective of its own companies and own peoples from outside companies. You are just never gonna get you're just pretty much fucked, right? You're not gonna win. They're often called Chinese phone farms. And so if you try to sue them, how does that go? What I'm sure if you had to deal with fraud, I'm sure you try to do something legally, right? No, you can win. Really? That's actually surprising. From what I've always known, trying to sue a Chinese company is an outside, because vendors like mine learn to block them. Oh, they have fraud features. Interesting. That's good to know.
Well, in theory, yes, false advertising is illegal and it can get you into some serious trouble. But in practice, these companies aren't actually breaking the law. You see, when I said this game didn't exist, I was almost telling the truth. Because this game you see in the advert does exist inside of Evony the King's Return. See, it's a mini game that you can play inside of Evony. You can play it for free for about half an hour before the levels run dry and you have to start engaging with the base building mechanics that most of the game is centered around. So to any government agency looking in, you didn't technically falsely advertise your product.
This game
is inside
crazy.
the mobile app that it's advertising. It's not false advertising, it's just disingenuous advertising. And disingenuous isn't illegal, so they get away with it. Now, there are some games that do a much, much worse job of pretending to be the game from the ad. Like, whilst I was researching this video, I played a...
So another way around that is a new payment option. They only pay if the user reaches a certain part of the app or the user's journey. So like, let's say they have to play 5 minutes through the tutorial. That's a lot harder to do than mass download, mass delete, because they have to actually sit there and play. They can't just have like a million phones do it. That's so interesting.
Top War battle game that, as far as I could tell, wasn't even trying to protect...
See, that's why we watch shit like this, because random knowledge. Now I know about a whole new industry and a whole new field I had no fucking clue even existed. That's cool.
So I have no idea how companies like these get away with it, but generally, the game in the ad will be somewhere inside the app at some point. They run an ad that shows a game that looks kind of fun, so it convinces you to download the game. You play this little mini game for half an hour before quickly realizing that the bulk of the game is not really what you signed up for. And this is where most people just uninstall the game and never think about it again. But for that tiny 2% of players, they get hooked on what the rest of the game contains, and they spend money again and again, and they single-handedly bankroll the entire company that makes the game for years to come. Now, if you've been on the internet for a while and have a relatively good memory, you might also remember these adverts. These ones are similarly infamous for being...
Wait, I swatched from YouTube just to explain this? Wait, oh yeah, you were the guy who gifted 5 subs before and membership on YouTube. I don't know how I didn't put 2 and 2 together there. They're the same person.
Completely fake and not representing the game at all. In fact, these ones are so infamous that they actually made an entire ad campaign that literally commented on how their ads are fake.
Guys, didn't y'all believe that all those puzzle ads were fake and there's no such game? But today, I finally found the game. Ebony the King's Return.
Honestly, this one is so bold in just like doubling down on the lie that I honestly kind of respect it. But these ads were all over the internet a few years back, just blatantly showing a game that they had no intention of actually letting you play for more than 10 minutes. But these ads were discontinued a long time ago, and they've not been running for years. And when you download
I'm fucking right.
Continued a long time ago.
You killed the lion. Now release the water. Turn it into obsidian. Don't kill him
for years. And when
fucking moves the wrong one, you bitch!
You download Ebony, this old game is nowhere to be found, which sheds a light on another strategy these mobile game companies use to advertise their game. They use what's called A/B testing. They will create a bunch of different adverts and then roll them all out onto YouTube all at once. Then they look at the statistics to see which of these ads performed the best and which of them resulted in the most.
Oh my god. Which one gets the highest click-through rate?
For the game. Whichever of these ads that they created that does the
longest
best
watch time, longest click-through rate, or highest click-through rate.
The successful ad and they make some iterations of it, changing, you know, details here and there inside the ad. Then they roll out those ads again and measure their success. And they do this over and over again until they have the perfect ad to get as many downloads as possible for their game. And the most important part of all is that whatever minigame they decide to show in the advert is literally completely made up from scratch. And if one of the fake minigames in the ad starts to do well as an ad campaign, they then start making the minigame for their app to match the ad. Funnily enough, most products usually start, you know, making the product
that is fucking
first, and then
crazy.
they make the ad to reflect the product. But
they make the ad first? Oh my god.
Start with the ad. And the moment this ad stops working as well as it used to, the moment people start to catch on that the game they're being advertised is completely fake, the company then changes their entire ad campaign, make a brand new ad with a brand new fake game and spread it far and wide, starting the cycle all over again. Now, whilst I was researching this video, there was one thing that I just couldn't get my head around for the longest time. If you're a mobile game company and you have an ad that looks like this, that is insanely popular, why not just make your entire game look like this? Like, it's clearly super popular. People like it.
I think it probably runs out of stuff and they also can't really monetize that. right? Like, how are you gonna monetize
and
these?
it convinces them to download
That's gotta
your
be
game.
it, right?
And there are literally thousands of negative reviews on the App Store page talking about how mad they are about the false advertising. So if you get all this backlash from your scummy marketing strategy, why not just make the entire game be just like the super popular ad campaign that your team came up with? Well, this is where we get
There's no
to
way
the
it's 'cause they're just lazy,
saddest
right?
and most insidious part of the story. You see, whales are only half of the money-making strategy that these game companies employ. Because even if you get 100 million downloads on your app, even
here
if
it comes.
2 million whales
Here
rock
comes
up
the
to your
install
app
part, right?
cash in hand, you still have to convince those whales to
Oh.
spend their money in the first place. And this is where we get to the nasty part.
Oh,
The
so it is
reason
this.
Ebony is a base builder, and the reason it's been a base builder for its entire lifetime, is because the base builder game is created from the ground up by very intelligent people with one single goal in mind: to be as addictive and manipulative as possible in order to get you to feel pressured into spending your money. And
And I bet it would be hard to monetize a game where you just run down a fucking
once you've started spending your money,
single
it's
road
designed
shooting
to
button.
keep you spending it
Like
over
you know?
and
they put
over
so
again.
much effort
Whales
into
aren't
making
just
these
whales.
ADs that look so much better than the actual game. Like, put that effort into making the real game.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
This shit really pisses me
That
off.
wouldn't really make much money though. That probably wouldn't make a whole lot of money, right?
Whales because they're stupid and have too much money on their hands. They're whales because they are unfortunately addicted to a game that they are willing to waste tens of thousands of dollars on. And this little mini game of enemies running down the lanes at you just isn't good at making whales spend.
Also, here's what happens. You make the most money of the ads in the game. Oh my god, and they run
their
ads
money.
in the game
It's
too. You're right.
Very good at convincing people to download a game. It's fantastic marketing, but the downside of this minigame is that it's hard to monetize. Whereas a base builder or an anime RPG is
it's hard to
incredibly
monetize.
easy to monetize. And they use all of the nastiest little tricks in the book that you can possibly think of to manipulate people into spending their money.
Shards,
They slow
new
your progression
lives,
through the
more
game
maps.
to a crawl, and then offer you the ability to buy your progression back. They intentionally don't make their games too skill-based so that you'll be more willing to just buy chances to win. They offer you limited time deals to make you feel pressured into spending money literally right now, or else the deal goes away. They make desirable characters, skins, or items impossible to directly buy and make it so that the only way to access them is through loot box mechanics that are completely random. In fact, there's this really scary, disgusting video on the internet called Let's Go Whaling, where this guy, this evil, dirty
Give me 1
fucking
second, Lord.
bastard of a man, goes on a massive 20-minute
Let me finish
talk
this.
about
I'll come back
just
to
how
that.
he monetizes a mobile game. And it is genuinely like staring in the
Oh my fucking god. I played the fuck out of this game. Oh no, I was one of them. They didn't get me though. I was too young. I was a teenager. I didn't have money to spend. Can't get me, asshole. But I put a lot of fucking hours in that game. Holy shit. You were a victim, Flats? No. I played this every single night before I went to bed, but I was a teenager, so I didn't have money to spend, so they couldn't get me. But I played it every day. I had so many upgrades. I had so many cars. Oh my god.
face of Satan himself. I won't go over the entire video here.
Did you beat it? I don't think you could beat it. I don't think I could. I think I got to a point where like I literally couldn't progress any further.
Just link it in the description for you to watch the whole thing, and I really do recommend you watch it because he goes over every dirty little trick in the business that mobile game companies use to pathologize spending money. And after you've finished watching that video, and after this guy has made you really angry, just think that there are dozens of people just like this guy that work at the biggest and most profitable gaming companies in the world. And they spend every moment of their working lives trying to weasel their way into your mind and into your wallet.
Well, yeah, because a lot of places, especially publicly traded places, like their goal is to make as much money as possible. So they sacrifice long-term longevity for short-term gains. And like that's why in a lot of ways, I like to use the example of Overwatch. Overwatch got absolutely fucking wrecked. Because it had so many different people pulling it in from different directions. And just in the last like 2 years has it really started to kind of like, or sorry, maybe about a year and a half, has it really started to like be able to recover, and it doesn't have like everyone in every direction pulling on it to either make more money or to like make it an esport or to make it like the next thing, like PvE or whatever it might be. And a lot of games do that. They just try to figure out how can we monetize this as much as we can, as fast as we can. And maybe a bit of a hot take, I feel like that's why Rivals it went to the new format's going to go in after season 3, where it has a new hero every month. Because I think it's lost more than half of its player base since launch. There was probably somebody on the higher up side of that company that went, yeah, we've already lost half our player base. Let's burn hot, burn bright, figure out the problems with balance and too many heroes and all this other stuff later. Just monetize, and try to just go as hard as they can. Because they need to make as much money as possible. That's what everyone wants to do. That's what most companies want to do. Sorry, not every company, most companies.
So that is why the mobile game company can't just make their entire game look
like... But honestly, most games are like that. Or almost every game that's owned by a public company, it behaves this way, whether publicly or behind the scenes. And so it's sad. It's just like, you gotta navigate it though,
like the ad, because the game in the ad looks much more fun to play, but it's much worse at slyly convincing people to part with their hard-earned cash. And you might be sat at home thinking to yourself, well, I would never be dumb enough to fall for this stuff. I have never spent a penny on a mobile game in my life. And that's just the thing. Because you're probably right. You probably wouldn't fall for this stuff. But there are people out there that do. And they fall for it really hard. And as much as you might not want to admit it, those people are just like you and me. They're not dumber than you. They're not necessarily less able to see it for what it is than you are. They're just more prone to falling into these addiction traps than you are. They are being manipulated in one way or another by a bunch of people in suits, just like this fucker, who spend their lives abusing quirks of human.
No, they're no different than us, but some people have an addictive personality. You have to recognize if you have an addictive personality, right? I have one. At least I believe I do. Because I have people in my family that have been addicted to stuff my entire life. My grandma, towards the end of like her rational life, like when she didn't have dementia, big gambler. My dad, giant smoker. My mom used to be a big smoker. She sort of quit, but sort of didn't. Much less these days. One of my uncles, big alcoholic. And so when you have these addictive personality people, especially genetically, like people that you grew up with, parents, grandparents, cousins, whatever, you have to be very careful, right? You have to be very fucking careful. And so I know that they're saying like it's not their fault. It isn't, but you should also take some self accountability on that one and just be like, listen, like you have to be careful. Like there's a reason why. Like I wouldn't want to ever promote like gambling or anything like that. Even though I've gotten offered like crazy fucking things in the past. Even for something small like FanDuel or like, you know what I mean, like sports gambling. Like all my IRL friends like that I went to high school with, they all sports gamble. Like we have like a group chat like where a lot of us just like keep up. Like I don't really say a whole lot these days, but almost all the texts these days are like, oh, I'm putting like $10 on fucking the Dodgers this weekend or whatever. And then they'll be like, oh, I got this parlay going. You guys should hop in. It's actually pretty good, right? And it's like, they're not like bad people. They're not like dumb, but like, it's not even like ruining their lives in any way. Like they're not off the deep end with it, to my knowledge. But I also notice as the outsider, like, hey, almost all you guys ever talking about is gambling these days. So I would never want to be with someone that does that. But also, I just kind of like wanted to say, like, yeah, those people aren't dumber than you, but you have to be smarter than them. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not saying like if there's these people that are addicted to mobile games and stuff like that, they're not bad people, they're not dumb people, but you need to be smarter than them. I'm not calling them dumb. I'm telling you to be smarter. Does that make sense? And like, maybe if you watch this, if you're one of those types of people that does have like people in your family that are like that, sports bettors, alcoholics, little weed here and there, gambling. You know what I mean? Like if you see like a lot of your family members that do that, you should probably be really careful and like probably try to stay away from those things if you can, for the best way you can. You know, not telling you never drink, not telling you never have a good time, but if you notice that like you're doing it like every weekend, and like you kind of get in a bad mood if you don't, you need a little wake up. You know, I've had it happen where it's like, hang on, I've done this like 3 or 4, 5, 6 weeks in a row. I'm gonna go this week without it, or go this week without doing something. Oh, I was a little more irritable this week. Yeah, I'm gonna cut back for like a month and see what happens. And then after a month later, I'm like, oh, I feel so much better. Okay, let's not do that no more. You know what I mean?
Psychology to make themselves insanely rich at the expense of everyday people just like you. So if you're ever watching YouTube and you see a mobile game ad that looks appealing to you, please, for the love of...
To be fair, we look at these mobile game people the same way people look at us for buying skins in games like Rivals or Overwatch. Not wrong. And I really don't buy that many skins, even as a content creator. You know, like I'm like a... You know what's funny? If you want to talk about like Overwatch really quick, I feel like I'm so different than like the Overwatch community of today, because like whenever I see Twitter or Reddit or anything, like nobody really talks about balance stuff anymore, which I get. I understand why currently. But even before Rivals, people all talked about was skins. That's all I wanted to talk about. It's all everyone ever talks about. They don't talk about the new upcoming like content or perks or anything like more than like 2 weeks. Like they want to know, when is Juno getting another skin? Why isn't so-and-so getting a skin? Why isn't the next battle pass this theme, you know? And it's like all revolves around that. But for me, it was the gameplay.
God,
you know?
Don't click on it, because clicking on it is exactly what they want you to do. Thanks for watching.
That was a really good video. That was actually an exceptional video. I'm glad I watched that. And we learned about some extra stuff from chat, so that was cool. Brook Thing the Prime, Exception Thing the Prime. Also, Lord, to answer your question on the YouTube side, I don't think it's too late to get an Overwatch. It's never too late to get into a game, but you must realize you are 8 years behind, and so you are probably going to get shit stomped, and you're probably going to have a really hard time, and you're not going to understand stuff. So play it until you stop having fun. Play it till you stop having fun. Then once you stop having fun, then you'll know. I would also wait until a new season starts. So like season 16 is around the corner in a couple of days. That would be a good time for you to start. Just because that's like when content's fresh and like a lot of people are in there, and you have more of the casuals in there too. So like you can kind of blend in with them. If that makes sense. So, all right, chat, I need to run the bathroom real quick, and then we'll keep going. Sounds good? You're supposed to stop when you're not having fun? No. If you've been in too deep, no. You're fucked. The new people. Where is he, guys? I don't hear anything. My God, sometimes I genuinely worry about you guys. Genuinely. I have something for hot talks, but I gotta wait for the video to age some. 2 days old. I mean, you can give it to me if you want. So I'll take a look at it. Might not do it today, but see if I want to
Happy
at some point.
Easter.
Hello, Scrubbles, thank you for 54 months. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Just checking to see if there's anything else in here. You will own nothing. Damn, that's a big one. Okay. What else have we got? We got this one. I hate my phone, so I got rid of it. That sounds insane. In a good way. Casters became the main event. Brief review of Deadlock so far. I'll save that for Rivals Day. Reduce Salt. Overwatch video I'll save for an Overwatch Day. Death of a Game Paladin. I've been wanting to watch that one. I might hold it. Tragic decline of optimized video games. This is a good one too, actually. I've been saving this one. I keep forgetting to watch it. Chat, give me a 1 for the decline of optimized video games. Give me a 2 for review of Deadlock. Okay, Twitch chat seems to be mostly ones. YouTube chat is always a couple seconds behind. But it seems more tied. Seems like more ones. Okay. All right. We're going to watch both, but I just try to figure out which one to watch first. Chat, dude, you see this fucking bajillion tabs up here. This is one of those videos I've had saved since like this had came out like 2 weeks. It said like 2 weeks at the time. That's how long I've been sitting on this thing, forgetting about it. But yeah, someone put this in my Hot Topics channel a while ago. I don't remember who. I don't remember when. I've just had it for forever. And I thought this was a really interesting one. The tragic decline of optimized video games. And I can actually tell you when I was recommended this. Roughly, and because it was in December, Rivals had just come out, and Rivals was still very much in its honeymoon phase at the time. And one of the big criticisms of the game was that it was very poorly optimized. It still kind of is. It's much better now, but it's still pretty poorly optimized to the point where if you had like a lower end PC, you legitimately couldn't play the game. And so people were using configs to like make the game look like shit, but you could play it. And then the devs didn't like it, so they were like literally telling people don't use it, or like we could ban you. So that was a whole thing, and a lot of people were saying because it was running off Unreal Engine 5, and it made me really think. It's like optimization is really important in games, but as long as the game is good, people will fight through it. But I also was like, there's so many games out there that look gorgeous, but they just play like shit. And so I thought this was a really interesting time that this video came out. And also there's like the new, oh my God, if you haven't heard from NVIDIA, NVIDIA is doing this thing with like its new 50 series where like AI will predict what the next frame looks like. And so it has like an insane prediction frame generation thing. It's wild. I should not be the one to explain it to you because I am not technical enough or not as well knowledged as I should be to explain it. But you should look into it if you're interested. All right. Or not interesting, if you're interested. Let's watch, though. It's tragic decline of optimized video games. Let's go.
25, you either make a down payment on a house or you buy a mid-range PC. Over the
Chat, this is the exact PC I got sponsored to promote. Remember when we had the Alienware sponsor? I think it's legitimately the exact one. But that was not the price. I promise you that was not the price. It was not 100K, I promise you. But I just thought it was funny.
you buy a mid-range PC. Over the years, video game graphics have evolved far beyond what we ever could imagine to be possible. Pores in the skin, motion capture technology, photorealistic shadows and reflections that adjust themselves
Almost
properly
expensive as the
in
Gamer
real
Subs Cup?
time,
Alright, relax.
And that was 2018. Now we have pores in the skin, motion capture technology, photorealistic shadows and reflections that adjust themselves in real time at sub 60 frames per second with the most powerful gaming GPU on the market, accompanied with ghosting, poppin', input lag, flickering, motion blur without motion blur. What the f happened? I'm a simple gamer, and I like to think that I play a variety of different genres. The Last of Us,
Chad, it's not actually 100K. It's photo. You go inspect element. They just put the thing in there. Okay, it was for the video. Relax.
Rampa, Silent Hill, Red Dead, Hentai Girl Karen, Fortnite. But in recent years, I've found myself using mods more and more just to get my games to run well. Back in 2017, I owned a $600 PC, and I played PUBG, Skyrim, Assassin's Creed.
Oh my god, throwback. I wish I could go back to this era just to play a little PUBG when it was actually popular.
And Borderlands on it all the time. But nowadays, it's hard to run any modern title on a PC under $1,500, or at least it's hard to make the games look good. Yes, of course technology and graphics evolve over time, but it's clear that things have gotten a little disproportionate, especially when the beefiest, dump truckiest GPUs struggle to run games and don't even
That's so
break
real.
the 60 FPS mark. I'm talking, of course, about the rapidly spreading virus in gaming right now, known as bad
Unreal.
optimization. But what killed optimization? Why do developers not care for their games to run good and look good at the same time, and instead
Bring back shame. You know what? You know what just came out semi-recently was Assassin's Creed Shadows. I haven't personally played it, but they delayed that game multiple times for many reasons. It had a lot of controversy around it. But from what I've seen from the people that played it online, it seemed polished. Whether you like the game or not, it seemed pretty polished, like it played well. And we should bring back shaming companies that don't finish their game, right? Like, we should fucking do that. I'm glad it's kind of already happening, but like the era of releasing games a year early and then like letting them like slowly fix it over time while you farm up to see if it actually is worth actually finishing, that should be over. They should fucking keep pushing the game back more and more and more until it's actually done. And then when it's done, then you can put it out. Okay?
instead exclusively prioritize making them appealing to the eyes? Well, like many topics, it's not so black and white, and there are a lot of reasons, and starting with the first 13th reason why, upscaling technology. In the past few years, artificial intelligence has evolved at an alarming rate. AI is being used everywhere. We have AI-generated videos like this Coca-Cola ad I got, AI-generated essays, AI-generated songs, AI-generated comments, which is worthy of a whole.
There's so many of them. Every one of my main channel videos gets fucking bombarded. And they have like bots too, where they're always like the top liked within the first hour. They're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. You can't beat them. And it's so bad. People will claim like, oh, the creators, they're all paying for the bots because they want more engagement. And it's like, no, fucker. God, first off, YouTube doesn't give a fuck about comments and likes anymore. They care about watch time. If you watch the whole fucking video, that's all that matters, right? So there's literally no point in wanting to have more bot comments. It just makes it shit, and it looks like shit, and it just clogs everything up. Nobody wants this.
Whole different video in itself, and of course, AI-generated graphics. Well, not completely AI-generated. Upscaling technology in video games works like this. The game runs at a lower resolution, like 1080p, and then it gets upscaled to a higher resolution, like 1440p. In theory, this will make your game look like it normally would at base resolution, but that's not necessarily true. Even on a quality setting, some problems just become glaring. In Fortnite, there's some serious shadow flickering and fuzziness going on in some areas, and in Red Dead Redemption 2, it may not seem too different.
I thought it was just me sometimes. I feel like in games sometimes I have a hard time seeing. Like sometimes I just feel like I'm blind.
First
I don't know how to
glance,
describe
but
it
look
to
at how
you.
the game looks when it starts raining. What the f? AI has to guess what the game will look like at a higher resolution, and as a result, the game will never look like how the developers intended with upscaling on. I really care about vision and artistic direction, and I can't help but feel like—
And the problem really started happening when I went to 1440p. Like once I started playing in 1440p. Don't get me wrong, I can't go back to 1080p. Don't get me wrong, I can't go back. Also, hang on, give me 2 seconds because I gotta reset my YouTube. My YouTube chat dies every once in a while for some reason. I have to like reset it. Which one was it? Yeah, but I don't know how to describe it to you, but sometimes I just can't, like, it's why sometimes I like actually playing at a lower FOV, because I feel more focused than the higher FOVs, because I can't see.
DLSS and FSR are quick and easy solutions to improve frame rate, but molest the original concept. DLSS, or Deep Learning Super Sampling, NVIDIA's upscaling technology, has settings you can choose from, such as quality, balance, performance, and ultra performance. What this does is lower the base resolution of the game, so instead of upscaling 1080p to 1440p, it'll upscale 720p or 480p to 1440p. The lower the base resolution, the more inaccurate the upscale. And for real, who the hell even plays on performance modes? DLSS is only enabled on RTX cards anyway, and I'm pretty sure all of those cards are capable enough for gamers to not have to submit to the worst case scenario to enjoy a video game. Oh shit. Another AI-generated solution modern NVIDIA GPUs are utilizing is the brand spanking new frame generation method. What this does is it takes 2 frames from your game and will use AI to interpret what a middle frame would look like. So basically, your frame rate will go from 30 to 60. This will inevitably cause input lag, but for laid-back gamers who use wireless controllers, that won't be much of an issue, since wireless controllers obviously have input lag already, so it really depends on what game you're playing.
What the fuck is this game? Is this
Now,
Silent Hill?
I already know a lot of you guys are probably thinking, just one end, upscaling, frame generation, this is the future of gaming. Now I can play GTA 6 on my RTX 20 shitty Ti. And my response to that is short-term solutions cause long-term problems, and it's already happening. Yes, upscaling technology allows gamers to not spend $1 bajillion on a new GPU, but what it also does is encourage developers to not optimize their games since they know, hey, gamers will just turn DLSS on anyway to make the game run good. I just beat the Silent Hill 2 remake. It came out this October and it was nothing short of mind-blowing. It was also PC-blowing because my computer sounded like a Russian bomber jet trying to run the damn thing. Still loved it to death though, and was rooting for it at the Game Awards. Come on, Luke Roberts. The winner is... Come on, Luke Roberts.
Did Flats stop playing Overwatch? Motherfucker, you're on YouTube. You should do me a favor. You should scroll back to the beginning of the stream. It's gonna blow your mind.
If we check the recommended specs for Silent Hill 2, it suggests using DLSS to play the game at a high setting on the recommended graphics card. Silent Hill 2 looks incredible, but it's also Silent Hill 2. The entire game is set in these liminal spaces.
Hold up. You clicked on a stream that literally has an Overwatch thumbnail. Ain't no motherfucking way. Sorry, I need to just let that one loose. Yeah, and you're not playing. If I'd stop playing Overwatch. Overwatch. Good fucking lord, we need help. Alright, sorry. I just needed to get that one out of my system. Let's continue.
Incredible, but it's also Silent Hill 2. The entire game is set in these liminal spaces, so it shouldn't be too difficult to run, even if it looks realistic. Well, if we install the Sunny Hills mod, which turns the town of Silent Hill into a normal small town on a beautiful day, we can see the actual draw distance for the game. Enemies pop in pretty close to James, but the areas that are loaded in are actually surprisingly far away. What's strange about this is that in the unmodded game, the fog is thick and so close to James, you never even see the buildings that are actually loaded in. Rendering most of the map like this at once is not only pointless, because it takes a significant chunk of performance straight out of your game for no reason at all, but it's also ironic because the fog existed in the first few Silent Hill games for this exact reason.
Yeah, wouldn't the fog make it harder to,
have the
like, more spooky because you can't see those enemies in front of you?
Areas. And to hide the hardware shortcomings, Team Silent slapped a bunch of fog onto the game, which fortunately gave it a more ominous tone, but conveniently improved performance as well. The fog in the Silent Hill 2 remake is still present to provide a bleak tone for the game's visuals, but the developers aren't utilizing it to its full potential. Some games make distant buildings look horrendous to save performance instead of just outright making them disappear, and the Silent Hill 2 remake doesn't even do that. Fine details still appear on the distant objects, but we never would have even seen it in the unmodded version because of the fog. Sure, you could say DLSS and frame generation are excellent solutions for gamers to not spend a fortune on a new card to run these games, but as we can see from the recommended specs, they're also solutions for developers to not make basic fixes for their games because they're thinking, well, why would we make our game run good when DLSS can do it for us? The RTX 4090 can't even play Silent Hill 2 at 4K, which is the industry's current mainstream resolution, at 60 frames per second. That is not only crazy, but it's unacceptable when it's clear that there are obvious fixes that will make the game in question run better without using upscaling. But despite all the graphical issues...
Yeah, like, upscaling is nice to have. Like, it's definitely a good thing. But, like... Okay, it's a weird line. Like, the game should be finished, right? The game should be finished. But, like, DLS should also be used for those gamers who can't actually play on it. But that's not what they're actually being used for. It's just they'll get the game out sooner because they can just not put as much work in. So, because, like, let's say you have to spend an extra year polishing up the game. Well, that's a year of people you have to pay without making any money, right? Like, let's say you have 10 developers and you're paying every developer $100,000, right? That's an extra $1 million your company just spent without making a penny. 4K is not the standard, and it's not even close. They did make a claim that 4K is the standard. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd say 4K is the standard, but, like, there is a lot of games that come out that are definitely higher quality, that should be higher quality, and they're not. So, like, I get what he's saying, but, like, maybe the specifics, I'd agree with you on that.
Won something at the Game Awards, goddammit.
And Silent Hill 2. And the Game Award for audio design goes to
Silent Hill 2, right? Come on.
Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2.
The PlayStation 5 Pro, which is the best console on the market for gaming, and over $1,000 in Canada if you want the disc attachment, uses its own AI upscaling technology known as PSSR, or PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. I remember when the PlayStation 5 was revealed back in 2020, they were preaching that this is a huge step for gaming because developers don't have as many graphical limitations anymore to how they want their game to look. Because of the convenience of power, developers are now making more limitations because of these short-term solutions like upscaling and frame generation to optimize their game for them. PSSR is not good for the future of console gaming. Think about it. Consoles don't allow for advanced graphical customization. On PC, you can select the texture quality, draw distance, shader quality, reflections, and on console, you can choose between performance or quality. In-depth graphics customization will never be a thing on consoles.
I didn't even know you could do performance or quality on console. I thought it was just one.
Because they're made with the intention to be convenient. So now that we have PSSR, what's stopping these companies from making an unoptimized video game, using PSSR to make it run a stable 30 FPS, and then calling that the quality setting? This, right now, when some games can't even...
Well, what's stopping that is people not buying the game or refunding the game, right? Like, one of PlayStation's biggest strengths is its exclusives, right? So if a game is making games for all platforms and all consoles, then they're not making it with PSS in mind, right? Like, or sorry, they're not like, okay, like, we don't have to worry about optimizing it on PlayStation because PSS will do it, right? They're going to probably be having to optimize it on every platform. So I don't know about that one. For PlayStation exclusive games, sure, absolutely, right? Like, you could definitely skip that and lean on that technology. But that would mean that the exclusives that have made PlayStation so lucrative are going to not be as high quality. PSR also only works on the PS5 Pro. Well, that's a whole different conversation, right? So like, I'm assuming the stance that they're taking with this is that the future will always have that, and as consoles improve and as more stuff is released, they'll start to lean on that more, right? But that's actually a very funny conversation because, oh God, I wish I still had the stats. Maybe it's outdated, but I remember looking at some stats like a year ago, and like the overwhelming majority of console gamers were still on the previous generation of Xbox One and PlayStation 4. Not the Xbox One X / PlayStation 5. This might be a year or two old at this point. Like, the data's probably changed since then, but I remember looking at it and being like, holy fuck. Yeah, because at the time there was no reason to upgrade. So I wonder what it looks like these days. These days it might look different. That being said, though, their point was just like you could lean on that, right? The PSS stuff, but that would just mostly be their exclusives. No, maybe I'm wrong with that.
Play 60.
Here's my weirdo game dev 11 years in the industry take. Here in Australia, at least, game prices haven't changed, but the cost has gone up by nearly 6,000% since I have started. So to meet deadlines and to make sure we can actually have jobs, sometimes things go out the door. And with online updates, we try to get launch money to get the game to be what we want it to be. It's not ideal, but the industry we're in right now could go in more, and happy to answer questions. I don't know when you tuned in, but I actually said that about like 10 minutes ago, like back here. And I don't like, we're at odds, right? We're at odds as a society, right? Because like, you're right. That is exactly why it's done. But the consumer is so tired of that now. Like, they're ready to just say, fuck you, like, I'm done, right? No, you're good, right? It's funny because you said that, and I like 100, like almost like word for word said the same thing. And I think we've hit a point where like people aren't ready to accept any more Cyberpunks or Witchers or stuff like that, where it's like a really good game, hyped game gets left, like it just doesn't do well in the beginning because people are so excited and it runs like shit, and then they make a comeback later on and everyone's like, oh, that's what it should have always been. And they're right. And I used the example of Assassin's Creed Shadows. It got delayed multiple times. I haven't personally played it, but apparently it runs really well. It performs well. Granted, they delayed multiple times for other reasons because they had a lot of scrutiny on them. They needed to release a finished, well-polished game. But I think people are really, really over it, and they want games to be finished by the time they get them. And so even though like that's the truth, like it's more expensive, so they're gonna need that money because like, let's say I used the example of, you have 10 devs, each one gets $100,000 a year. You spend an extra year polishing your game. Well, you just spent an extra $1 million, right, without any money coming in. And especially if you have a publicly traded company where you're not making any money and you need to answer to investors and stockholders, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yeah. And the issue we're now finding now is that publishers, investors always say this: can we just No Man's Sky it? And we have to argue, no, we are making art and we want to make a good video game from the get-go. Yeah, that's fucking spooky. That's actually really spooky.
The FPS at 4K on the fattest GPU on the market is not good and will only give future
And you know what? Maybe it's a bit of a hot take. No Man's Sky is a bit of a unicorn. But imagine if No Man's Sky was actually finished on launch. Would it have performed even better? Like, did it, even though people have now been like, hell yeah, that game came around, like, is there a lot of people that just acknowledge that it does really well, but just never went back?
developers an incentive to use shortcuts while making the game's visuals. Ray tracing. 2 words that's been crammed into every gaming tech presentation ever since 2018. So here's a quick explanation of what ray tracing actually is. Ray tracing is a graphics technique that simulates how light behaves in the real world to create photorealistic frames. Prior to ray tracing's explosive entrance into the industry in 2018, developers would have to make their own lighting techniques in the game to simulate as accurately as possible how the light and reflections would behave. The thing about ray tracing is that in most modern games, you won't even notice a difference. Most of the awe you'll get from a game that's ray traced is the placebo effect whispering in your ear that the game looks way better. This is Cyberpunk with ray tracing on max, and this is Cyberpunk with ray tracing off. As you can see, there is a graphical upgrade with ray tracing, but more importantly, there's a huge dent in performance. Ray tracing has actually existed for a very long time though. The initial idea for
It does look better, sorta,
and Pixar
kinda.
started
Can't really
using
tell
it
the
in their
difference, but
animated
yeah, it
films,
looks better.
beginning its reign in A Bug's Life from 1999. Granted, they only used it for like 2 shots, but regardless,
Does it? Well, that was the joke I was trying to make. Was like, yeah, no, it looks better. Kinda, sorta. I can't really tell the difference, but it's definitely better.
Did use ray tracing. That's why 3D animated movies from the early 2000s still look better than modern day stylized games. Now that we have the technology to implement ray tracing in video games though, it's a pro and a con. In some games that don't have detailed casting effects like Minecraft, ray tracing is an enormous upgrade. But in games like Cyberpunk, it looks great in some scenes, but most of the time you probably won't even notice it. It's true that ray tracing is an option. You don't have
Let's watch
to
that guy
enable
walk
it,
through
but
the bench.
The support of this new expensive technology means the downfall of an old but gold method of creating reflection. I'm going to use Half-Life 2 for this example. In Half-Life 2, Valve used planar reflections to create convincing looking water. While this can be expensive to performance if used on a large face of water like an ocean for example, it's great for something small like a puddle. Now you guys may be saying, Justin, don't be a dingus, you dingus! Technology needs to evolve over time. Otherwise we'll be stuck in the same place forever. And I 100%
Don't be a
agree with
dingus,
you.
you
You're not
dingus.
wrong. I just think that a lot of modern developers are putting all of their chips into ray tracing, even though most modern GPUs still struggle to run games with ray tracing on. In Star Wars Outlaws, for example, there's no option to turn ray tracing off. You can only lower and enhance the quality. All I'm saying is that while I would like to get to the point where every game automatically has ray tracing on, I just feel like most gamers aren't there yet, since a lot of people still use
That's it. Big piece of the info I go through with other people in the industry as well as 1080p screens and 60 hertz monitors are still standard from Steam surveys and stuff like that. So we have to account for the majority, which means that the specialist high-end players suffer and technology kind of sits in limbo, if that makes sense. See, I think you came in right as after I finished talking about, like, I saw some data from like 2 years ago that was like, the majority of console gamers were still on the old gen Xbox One and PlayStation 4.
GTX 1080s, RTX 2080s.
I went into a whole thing about it, so I don't want to go too deep into it, but I'm not surprised by
so why
that.
limit your audience? There should absolutely
That's
be
probably
ray
changed
tracing
now,
options,
but
I think
no, you're good.
developers
It's funny how it's
should
very
still put a lot
similar.
of effort into optimizing their games for when ray tracing is off, so it still looks good and not muggy everywhere. Most people don't have the money to sink into a brand spanking new 4090 that can actually utilize ray tracing well. So the rest of the gamers, including
You know what's funny? Oh, what does this mean by this? If they want to play a game that looks good, they're forced into using the quality settings that enable ray tracing. Oh yeah. I was gonna say, dude, I remember being fed the narrative 3 years ago that when the 2090 series or the 20 series had came out, it was like, dude, the quality is getting so much better on these graphics cards. All these old gen cards are gonna be so much cheaper now. Like they're all gonna get a lot cheaper. It's gonna be great. Like we're not spend that much money anymore. And then that never, ever happened. Ever.
console gamers are forced to be stuck with these subpar water effects and reflections because the developers think that they can just glaze over it as fast as possible since there's an easy, quick solution, and that's to let ray tracing do the work for them. I love ray tracing, I love shadow quality, a lot of reflective surfaces, but let's be real, this is too much for what we can handle right now. We can barely even run 4K open world games on the newest cards, so why are we building video games for ray tracing? That is insanity. And again, if ray tracing is an option, that's great. All I'm saying is the game should still look good for the people that don't want to have it enabled.
It's too far away for me to care about right now.
To optimize their graphics to where the gamers are at, and not
Believe barely even
100% to where the newest hardware is. Of course, optimize it so the games look as good as possible on that hardware, but don't make it impossible for everybody else, because that's just a lose-lose for everybody involved. Now, these new games, Stalker 2, Remnant 2, Silent Hill 2, The Witcher 4, all have something in common, and it's that they're all made in the Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine 5, to be specific.
See, that's what I thought this video was going to be about, was Unreal Engine 5.
When Unreal Engine 5 was announced, people thought it would be a huge leap for developers since it would handle a lot of the fine graphics.
You know, I just realized in this moment, the next Halo game is going to be made in Unreal Engine 5. Uh-oh.
graphical details, taking the work off of the programmers. The flaw with UE5 is that the graphics are incredible, but they're also expensive and unoptimized. Most of these Unreal Engine 5 games suffer the same issues, and that's not only bad performance, but very blatant ghosting. Ghosting is when a frame lingers for a bit, even after it moves on. There's also some pretty clear flickering problems, and the hardcore push for temporal anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing
Oh god,
is a
not
graphics technology
anti-aliasing.
that's been around for a while, to be fair, which removes the jagged edges on objects. With it off, the game is completely raw. Each pixel is exactly where it needs to be, at the cost of everything looking sharp. What anti-aliasing does is it slightly blurs the image by softening the edges on objects and makes it appear less like a video game and more like a picture. TAA is used pretty much everywhere now in modern gaming, and if you stand still, it looks pretty good, but if you move, it looks blurry and horrendous. Red Dead Redemption
This is the thing that makes it so, like, if you're like me, where you feel like you can't see sometimes in games, this is what causes it.
Redemption 2 is a great example for a game that's made with the idea that TAA will be enabled. The game without it looks weird, and with it on, looks blurry. It's clear that the developers didn't take the time to optimize the game without it, and instead decided to really push for TAA. But the problem is that TAA in Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't completely optimized either, and just ruins the image when the game is moving, which is, you know, most of the game. Stalker 2, an Unreal Engine 5 game, is probably the perfect example of a game that relies on TAA to look good, and it's clear that the game was—
I had this problem with Stalker. I felt like I could never see shit in Stalker, and it was one of the reasons why I put the game down. I thought it was a fun game. It was cool. It wasn't something I was like super thrilled with. Like, it was something I never played before. I wasn't into the series. I liked it, but I couldn't get over this feeling of all the time, like I felt like I couldn't see shit.
Is made with TAA in mind, because the trees are dithered without it on. So basically, if you want to play a modern video game, you either get sharp, unrealistic, and untouched graphics, or turn anti-aliasing on and get a main dish of blurry game with a side of ghosting. Anti-aliasing was not always this much of an issue though. Let's look at Skyrim. With anti-aliasing off, the game looks sharp, sure, but it still looks great. While Red Dead Redemption 2 with anti-aliasing off looks sharp and weird, and like the developers never even wanted it to be an option. It's another strange time for gaming. In 2008, we had the notorious piss filter trend, where every game had a brown and yellow color scheme. In 2018, every game had to have a battle royale mode, and in 2024, every game is made in Unreal Engine 5, and nothing runs as well as it should. To prevent this from happening, developers need to slow down and take the time to remove the unnecessary clutter that claps performance. They need to think, well,
that's why I really think we're gonna have, or we're starting to have, an indie revolution. I think a lot of people are sick of games not being fully made and not fully finished by the time they come out, even if there's good reasons for them not to, or have to put them out the way they do. Just like the consumer is so drained at this point. And also just like, this might be a bit out there. As someone who's only been a content creator for about 5 years, I wish I had been one for 10 or more. I feel like comments and stuff like that, I don't say I value them less, but I've grown to not be as like confused by them as much. And I feel like depending on what time frame we are and like how like the state of people are, will depend on whether how aggressive or nice they are. Right? Like, you'll see the most extreme, like, fucked up comments now because people are really anxious and really mad about a lot of things, right? Much more so than say a year ago, or 2 years ago,
I get a Juno
or 3 years ago.
Rock Galactic gun skin?
Whatever one you play more. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Maybe Juno. Say more. Think of the tier 1. And so. And I don't mean just in gaming, I mean in everything. And so I don't know. That's a weird topic to go down. Yo, Torment thing with 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. I'm just gonna let it keep going.
How can we make this reflection look good without ray tracing? And they need to consider the broad audience of gamers instead of what the loaded game journalists who can actually run the game at max settings will say about it.
What the hell?
But most importantly, what do you guys think about all this? How can developers fix this modern issue in gaming? Make sure to let me know what you think in the comments below, and I'll check them out as soon as I possibly can. As always, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to watch this video, and make sure
thank you.
to have a good one.
But there's still so much
I
left,
wrote
though.
a song about this.
Am I gonna get DMCA'd by the background music, though? I don't want to take that risk. I'm not gonna take that risk, but I'm sure it's great. Let me skip to the end.
What? Come on, don't say that. You're not old. Ryzen 5 3600, 16
that's old.
gigabytes of DDR4 RAM, and your graphics card is only 10 numbers under the best one on the market right now. The RTX 2080.
I think I had that exact same PC, by the way.
For? Baby, that's for my phone. Oh, come on. What are you looking at now? Oh! Baby, it's not what it looks like. Maybe she does have the better graphics card and CPU, but come on, you're the fatter one. Don't be like that. Baby, please talk to me. It doesn't.
Okay. Good video. Actually, really good video. I thought it would be a little bit more about Unreal Engine 5, but it kind of made sense the way it flowed. Aspects of indie games are starting to be affected too. A lot of indie games feel like they need to keep up graphics-wise and ultimately run into the same problem with optimization. Unfortunately, indie games share a market with AAA games, and so similar pressure exists. Yeah, I don't know. As somebody who plays a lot of video games, and you know, my whole, I guess, job of being a streamer, quote unquote, revolves around it as well. I'm a little bit worried, for multitudes of reasons. But I feel like we're either going to have like a revolution of like, you know, a renaissance of new games.
Better specs than my main rig. This outro speaks to me on a spiritual level.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. 3. Either we're going to have like a renaissance of games, or we're going to have a dark ages of games. And I don't know which one it's going to be. Because I could see a lot of games just kind of like cutting like big chunks of their companies off, or big chunks of the workforces off, and just like slowing down like crazy. Because like, I think most companies have realized that they can't win in free-to-play anymore. I think free-to-play is going to be the giants that currently exist, and then that's it. I don't think that there's going to be a new free-to-play game that comes in and takes anybody out. I think so many people have tried, and they fail consistently. Like, when was the last free-to-play game that popped off? Not Rivals, chat. Before Rivals, when was the last free-to-play game that really broke into gaming? Palworld? Palworld was a paid game, or paid game. Genshin Impact? When did Genshin Impact come out? Helldivers 2? Helldivers 2 is a paid game. X-Defiant? X-Defiant shut down this recently. Zenless Zone Zero is doing good, but okay, Zenless Zone Zero is doing pretty good. I agree. But Zenless Zone Zero probably kind of came off of Genshin, right? Is that fair to say? Splitgate Valorant? No, Splitgate fell apart. The finals. I don't know if I'd say the finals is like... Nah, I mean, yeah, it's in there. It's not like huge though, but like, yeah, it's there. Wuthering Waves. All of those games you mentioned though, other than maybe Genshin, are not like titans, right? Like they're good, they're big games, but they're not like titans, right? And even if you, let's say all of them, let's say ZZZ, let's say finals, let's say all of these games, right? How many failed free-to-play games have come in that same span? You know? I think a lot of companies realize that it's not worth taking the risk anymore. It's too risky. And so I think we're going to shift back to paid titles. And paid titles have not gone up since like the early 2000s. So I think the prices are going to go up. And people are going to be very resistant to the prices going up. Who's going to win? Who's going to win? I don't know. Nintendo going ham with pricing? True. Not wrong. I know exactly what you're talking about. Good video, though. Good video, though. Okay. I got a couple others. I don't know which one I want to watch, though. Let me see if you guys put anything else in there while I was gone. Schedule 1 is a problem. What is this?
Have you guys noticed?
Oh, it's legendary drops again. I feel that I've watched so many of his videos over time. I want to keep taking them. Looks like a good video though. Okay. All right, I still have a couple more that I wanted to watch. Oh, this one. I said I was going to watch this one before. I don't want to forget. A brief review of Deadlock so far. I've had this saved for a while. I keep forgetting to watch it. But for those who don't know, / didn't remember, I had a little bit of a Deadlock arc. I still think this game will be huge when it actually comes out. Personally, I put a game down because I couldn't keep up with the constant like massive swings and updates. Like within every 2 weeks, like the whole game changed, whether all the items or the builds or even the fucking map or characters. It was just so much for a game that was still like closed access, and only on PC. As a streamer, as a creator, as a gamer, I just couldn't balance being in high MMR lobbies. It was before ranked even came out. Higher MMR lobbies. Because then I'd take like 3, 4, 5 days off and come back and get smoked for 2 hours or 3 hours, and it was awful. You know what I mean? Like no one likes getting fucking destroyed in lobbies for like 4 hours straight. It's ass. And so unfortunately, I was just like, I'll come back to this game at another time. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. So, I watched a video not too long ago about Deadlock, so I just want to watch another one, see what it's like. Brief review of Deadlock so far. What's been going on? Also, Jonas sent me a clip of him in Deadlock the other day and was like, I miss us playing Deadlock. And I was like, soon, someday.
I find it quite difficult to talk about an unfinished game with any...
This is my gameplay loop right here.
...gravitas, like criticizing the taste of a pie when it's still wet pastry. Everything you see on screen is all subject to change, and thus any criticisms or doubts can be countered by reminding yourself that this is all still early access, and what you're playing does not paint the full picture of the developer's intentions. Not yet, anyway.
True.
Regardless, while Valve's next game continues to hold a firm grasp on the minds of gamers worldwide, if nothing else for being Valve's next game, I thought I'd weigh in, as somewhat of a Valve enthusiast myself, on the upcoming MOBA hero shooter thingy, Deadlock. So far.
I don't think it's happened, but as much. But I hope this game long term doesn't have like the CS people hoping on its downfall because they're getting more work than CS2. In the same way that it already seems to be that the Destiny players are mad that Marathon exists. Just throwing it out there.
Well, I may be slightly late to the hype train. I was hesitant to talk about the game until I had clocked in at least 100 hours and felt I had firm footing in understanding what Deadlock's trying.
Also, since I last played, that was not in the game yet. That was like you could play it early, like not like in the files, like you could unlock it in the training range. Hadn't played that. That wasn't there. That wasn't there. That wasn't there. That wasn't there. This wasn't there. This wasn't there. This wasn't there. This wasn't there. Yeah, it's been a bit.
In at
Holy
least
shit.
100 hours and felt I had firm footing in understanding what Deadlock's trying to do. And for me that took slightly longer than most. As I say, the game is a MOBA, and I'd never actually played any other MOBAs except for a brief 2-week
True,
stint in
same.
League of Legends, which in hindsight acted as
Learning a MOBA from the beginning with a lot of people who played MOBAs, tough.
more of an inoculation against the genre, so upon hearing that Deadlock, a new IP from Valve for crying out loud, was going to be a MOBA, a fearful possibility set in. The possibility that I might not like the next Valve game. I mean, we only get these quinquennially, so if something produced by arguably the highest quality and most morally sound game producers on the modern market isn't my cup of tea, then I'll have to be content with everything else. Another win for indies, I suppose. Deadlock is a 6v6 MOBA shooter thingy seemingly set in the dark twisted Monsters Inc. universe in which you push up various lanes against your opponent team.
Wait, they changed the game. There's 3 lanes now. There's not 4. 1, 2, 3 lanes. See, like, this is what I meant though, but like, there's just so much that's changing. It's so fast. So I'm guessing the reason they did this is they're going to put 2 people in each lane now, right? So no more solo lanes. Yeah, solo lanes kind of suck sometimes because if you got unlucky on your matchup, with like a good player, or deviousness. There was matchmaking for each lane technically, right? At least when I played in the beginning. And so if you had two people on a team lane swap with each other, like let's say like I was the noob, right? And they'd put me against a noob, and then two people are duo, and they're like, yo, I want to be in the lane with my duo, right? And the noob wants to join the lane with their duo. So they swap lanes with the other guy that's in the double lane. And that guy is just a fucking gamer. And he comes in my lane. I get absolutely shit on. It was awful.
Currency, in this case,
but with a duo, it's easier.
Upgrades and defeat the defending NPC mini-bosses along the enemy lane until finally reaching the enemy
The last big update was in February. They don't do bi-weekly ones anymore. Okay, that's true. I did hear about that as well. They slowed down the updates. And they're like doing big updates now. It's changed since the Funk Study video. Yeah. I know. I've kept up with it. Not like super kept up with it, but enough to be like, hey, what's going on with you guys over there? Granted though, it's just not anything for me to come back to yet. I'll probably wait till either a full release or a beta. That being said though, I just also have so much going on. Like I've been liking Overwatch, what it's been doing. I've been loving Rivals. I've been doing Variety. Think life has been great. I've actually never had a better mental than I currently do, being able to just do whatever the fuck I want. Someday Deadlock will return. I just don't know when that day will come. But like, it's good to see that they've done all these changes already.
Destroy the other team's
just in the first 2 minutes.
Game. There are also side objectives like camps of NPC aliens of varying squishiness that reward you with souls for clearing them, a host of temporary and permanent minor boons around the map, an enormous boss in the middle of the map, creatively named Mid-Boss, that buffs your troops and respawn time should you kill it, and an urn of souls that can be carried across the map strand style for a bountiful team-wide currency reward. Like all MOBAs, it all may seem rather daunting at first, especially if you've never really experienced a MOBA before like I hadn't, so it was tough to say whether I would in fact like the next Valve game without passing the X hours playtime barrier of entry required to understand what the bloody hell is going on even. The learning phase.
The learning phase is tough.
I do like the next Valve game. Mostly. Again, the game calls itself very early access, so trying to critique any...
The urn will run away now if it's dropped. That's fucking
outside
amazing.
Of the core gameplay when it all shifts every few weeks with each major patch, and even a little in between with sporadic minor patches, makes critique feel somewhat pointless, but the foundation of Deadlock is rather rock solid.
I got it.
The gunplay is satisfying, the physics-based movement of players and objects is tightly woven into gameplay, and has a high skill ceiling, what with its dash jumps, wall kicks, and preservations of momentums and such, and the slow creeping power you gain from making the right choices and buying the right items at the right moments against the right opponents feels very, very nice. What doesn't feel very, very nice are things like the UI being overly cluttered with a daunting amount of information for new players, the plethora of stun and slowing mechanics that lead to fights feeling unfair, with much of these stun mechanics being undeserving point and clicks, a strangely hostile matchmaking system that creates brutal stomps that must be played out for a full 40 minutes or more at times, even if it was clear you were going to lose in the first 10, a vicious respawn timer that slowly increases up to around 70 seconds during the latter third of the game, being unable to see at a glance the tools your enemies have at their disposal as you're fighting them, with large unreactable instances of burst damage, melee and parry registration being completely scuffed. I suppose some things are destined to never change. The current matchmaking system seeming to be especially hostile if grouped up with friends. Oh dear, I seem to have listed more downsides than upsides.
Good gun gameplay and game feel, high depth of movement, rewarding power scaling. Downside, overbearing UI, obnoxious stun mechanics, hostile matchmaking, every match is a stomp. Games take way too long. Honey, time for your first system mandated loss streak, minute-long respawns, unreadable matchups, melee hit reg, punishing for players with friends, Mo and Krill.
That's just the thing, dear viewer.
That Mo and Krill one is actually so fucking real.
I still haven't entirely made up my mind. Deadlock manages to go between feeling very fun and well thought out on close, balanced games where item progression is even across all players, and your teammates decide to actually communicate their intent, to the most soul-crushing experience you can have online in games where there's even a slight shift in skill between teams, which, due to the nature of progression in MOBAs of the rich getting richer, can lead to a somewhat saddening snowball of suffering. Most of this is probably an artifact of being in early access, but even still, having a good time feels so fragile, and trying to come back from
one small thing that I really like, this might have changed now, but something that I didn't like about Deadlock is there was a certain point in the game where it no longer mattered about pushing objectives, it no longer mattered about doing stuff, right? Once you hit a certain point in the game where the respawns were 70 seconds, you would all play together and not move. You wouldn't push too deep. You wouldn't get back. You'd wait for a pick, or you try to bait boss or mid boss. And the idea was, if you lost the fight, the big fight, as in your death ball, you lost the game. And so it didn't matter if you were way ahead or way behind. At some point, if the queues just became too long, you just, like, you didn't do anything. You wouldn't poke. You wouldn't play too aggressive. Like, you'd only let your long range, like, characters kind of poke. Everyone else just sat there, like, don't take too much damage. Don't take too much chip, because they could run in on you on it. And so you'd all sit there and, like, not move. And it was really ass.
A loss feels impossible at times. As I said, it's easy to tell which team will inevitably win 10 minutes in, if not before, based on who has more souls. Bigger ratio equals win. The problem is, you acknowledge this at the 10-minute mark, and Deadlock has no round timer. You could be fighting a lost game for another 30 or 40 minutes before seeing the defeat screen, and that's hardly good for the old morale. Why boot up another game when it could be another 3/4 of an hour stomp? Part of me doesn't want them to add a surrender mechanic, especially not so early in development, but another part of me doesn't want to keep dying to the enemy wraith's one-shot ult combo for another 20+ minutes just because she was fed twice my souls by our fresh install Abrams. Yeah, and speaking of fresh installs, I found this game to be somewhat
weird outside perspective. What if a surrender mechanic was something that was only able to be done automated, right? So, like, let's say they're ahead by 20,000 souls. You would then be asked by the game, or you would the game would unlock the option to surrender, right? That way, in the early game, no one's surrendering just because they lose their lane a couple times. Like, I'm not saying 20,000 souls. Like, you could change the number on whatever number they feel like is the correct item, like, number. Where it's like, okay, they're so far ahead, we're fucked. There's no point. Then it could be unlocked as an option, not something like you have. Like, the game will not be like, would you like to surrender? Because, like, people will choose yes. It would just in the menu unlock as an option. And so if you knew as a player, oh, they're 20,000 ahead, boom, then people would start throwing. The argument sounds like it makes sense until you take into account then if they're already getting shit stomped, people will throw anyways. So if we're gonna argue that, like, adding a mechanic like that will cause people to throw, people will throw if they're really a hard ahead just to get the game over with. Like, if they're already that far ahead, people will just AFK and throw and be like, game's over, GG. As opposed to, in the same breath, you're saying they'll throw on purpose to unlock that option. They would just get out of the game sooner, right? So, like, I know what you're saying. And normally I'm actually against surrender mechanics, but Deadlock's a really long game. That's all.
Somewhat of a hard sell to my friends. If they're new or have even slightly less experience than me, I'll feel less like a guy playing video games with his friends and more like a drill sergeant stringing along freshers through a boot camp. And indeed, we've been experiencing this phenomenon for years with the popularization of hero shooters in the 6v6 format. One player on your team installed the game yesterday, whilst the enemy Genji has 6,000 hours of competitive practice. It's therefore difficult for me to have confidence in what Deadlock's trying to do. Quite frankly, we've played these games before, and I'm not sure another
I love this video. Can I just say I love this video? This video has been great. There's so many little things in it. It's just like, I fucking relate.
Competitive 6v6 shooter.
Everywhere. We've played these games before. The Overwatch reference, all the Deadlock stuff up until this point, playing with friends, feeling like a drill sergeant. I relate to all of it.
Despite its variations in mechanics, is what the current market is after. I personally think much of the fun of online gaming comes from the controlled chaos of larger team sizes, which makes games feel more relaxed and casual. But online gaming seems to have an aversion to casual at the moment. All the emphasis is on winning and competitive rank and individual player impact, which
I agree. When did this video come out? 3 weeks ago? I would argue there's been a bit of a change in the perspective of that with Rivals release, because everyone says Rivals is like a casual game and casual is better. It's more fun. Players want to play a casual game. And now here we are in April, about to be in May, and I see more people complain about Rivals balance than I've ever seen before. And people say, like, oh my god, the game's not balanced. It's not balanced. We need better balance. Oh my god, the competitive system isn't good. It rewards you just for playing a ton. It should be good because you actually climbed. And all of these casual arguments are falling apart at the seams. It's glorious to watch because I put no stake on either side. I am just nothing but a spectator. And so I agree, but you know what's funny? People yearn for to be a casual, but then once they play a couple hours and they get shit stomped a few games in a row, the ego kicks in. You're like, you know what? I'm better than that fucker. I'm gonna beat him. And then you lock in and you sit forward and you're trying to win, but they're also trying to win. And thus you have created a competitive environment.
Which I'm not strictly opposed to. I do find enjoyment in high adrenaline situations dependent on the skill of the combatants. Coming out of an intense team fight victorious is what makes a gamer feel alive. But my days as a competitive Zenyatta main are probably behind me. My enjoyment in hyper-competitive online shooters has diminished with each new edition of the genre that attempts to somehow
Also, most of the videos today, all former Overwatch players. Kind of crazy.
Capture the magic. So I think I'll stick to my sedentary single-player era for the time being. I only seem to reserve competitive shooters to game nights with friends. The rise of the live service model has contributed to this, no doubt. Shooters today seem to place more of a focus on retaining players through cosmetics, taking mechanics from what worked before with little variation, and slapping on their own derivative brand, rather than retaining players through a unique foundation of gameplay that feels good and works. Very few seem to branch out. Deadlock may be another competitive shooter, but at least I'm not pushing another bloody payload cart. It was only a few months before the game got its own ranked mode, despite being in very early access, and I couldn't help but look at this as a sign of things to come. I fear the game is destined to be another inaccessible, slur-filled sweatfest before it even launches, if it's not.
Yeah, that's actually the unfortunate truth. Small thing, as somebody I was like not super into the Deadlock community, but I was playing it a lot. That extremely toxic base was there when I was playing it, and like they were really weird. Not to me per se, because I wasn't that deep into it, but I had friends and other creators and other people that I knew that were in there, and like people, they were already getting their games thrown. People were making alt accounts for Deadlock Alpha to throw creator games or to like snipe certain players that were playing just to ruin their nights. It was absolutely happening. And I had heard more slurs in Deadlock in like 2 weeks of playing it than I had heard in the last 3 months of Overwatch. And now playing Rivals. Rivals is definitely more toxic than Overwatch. Not even close. But in the months I've played the 4 months I've played Rivals, I've heard less slurs in the 4 months of Rivals than I heard in my 2 weeks of Deadlock. So like, unfortunately, average MOBA experience.
Not already. Deadlock currently has no so-called progression system.
It might have that happen.
Or cosmetics, and when it does, I expect it will be largely based on win-loss, because multiple.
And again, that's all my perspective in my experience. It could be totally different for you. It could be totally wrong, right? Like it'd be like, no, that was just like your one-time experience. It doesn't actually happen that much, and that's okay. But that doesn't make my experience not real. It happened, and I saw it happen. But if it doesn't happen for you, then that's great too.
Their games seem to have an allergy towards gaining progression of any kind when you lose, except for Splatoon, I suppose. I do hope I'm wrong. Even in the casual mode, this emphasis on winning and smaller teams.
Hey, Splatoon can be competitive. Hey, don't get it twisted. I learned about Splatoon.
Is making
That's a
winning
good game.
More dependent on your skill as an individual is what tips these games from intense but fun to downright stressful, and makes all my friends groan when I ask them to hop on, especially if they're still in that brutal learning phase. In an ideal world, your players should only be losing half the time, so maybe making half the game an overall unfun experience isn't the best idea from a consumer standpoint. Combine all this with games that can last 3/4 of an hour, and I find myself having to take breaks between each match because my heart rate is twice above resting and I haven't blinked since laning phase. Is this fun? The game asks after each match. I'm not always positive I know the answer. Still, I'm sure the game will do well enough. It is Valve, after all. I think with their track record of securing mostly bangers in the gameplay field and being the essential grandfather of modern hero shooters, we can trust them to get that part right. This is early access, after all. I just can't help but shake the feeling that Deadlock may become one of those games that's less fun to play than it is to talk about, and draw the biggest men kissing each other. Well, I suppose some things really do never change. I say this because fortunately the devs seem to be going for a unique set dressing, so let's talk a little bit about the game's art style.
Overwatch was like that for a while. It's not fun.
In this age of Fortnitification and the same pre-established characters being passed around from media to media, it's hard to understate how refreshing it is seeing original character designs with original personalities. And to have these new characters come from Valve, no less, is an extra special treat. The game is set in a sort of fantastical New York with a 1940s noir aesthetic, and the characters, those that have finished anyway, all conform to that style with unique flavors. Infernus is a demon
characters are really
bartender
cool.
with the power to shoot flames from his fingertips. He has a silky smooth voice, a charming personality that you'd expect of a skilled bartender, and reinforces
And
my
Lash is an
penchant for
asshole.
creepy
Yep.
smiling fellows with a cool hat. Not all the heroes are bangers at the moment. Warden manages to be incredibly boring to play as, against, look at, and even listen to.
It's time to change the world.
Then there's Vindicta and Grey Talon, who are both equally out of place as each other and kind of reinforce the idea that, try as you might to make them interesting, snipers simply do not work in hero shooters, and please stop adding them, especially in a game like Deadlock where damage fall-off is so prevalent. Good luck laning against the Vindicta as one of the numerous characters who specialize in close-range shotgunning. But if the devs can somehow make the whole cast as interesting as characters like Seven, an escaped convict who fused with his electric chair during his execution and now commands lightning powers, then this game could be something very special indeed. His voice is also basically a combine, and it's really, really cool. I also like the little stylistic touches here and there, like Abrams taking less time to reload his gun the fewer shots you've fired, custom voice lines from the shopkeeper dropping bits of lore depending on your hero and the type of items you buy, and the custom melee animations given to characters like Viscus and Dynamo. I'm most excited to see how this style continues to evolve as the game gets developed. And that's the main thing, dear viewer. The most interesting part of Deadlock to me, more than the gunplay or the art style or the build theory crafting, is being here, boots on the ground as it gets developed. To experience a playtest of this scale conducted by a company notorious for staying silent about their projects until the week before launch is a truly novel experience. I enjoy seeing what feedback the devs take on board and how they choose to interpret it through balance changes, or seeing parts of the map get slowly more furnished and new characters.
Fuck it, I'm leaking it. I remember when I was getting into Deadlock, I had met some people that were like heavily into Deadlock and like heavily talking to devs, and like this is like when they were already talking about doing pro play and stuff like that. And there was players that would mean that they had homework, and it was because like part of like the deal, quote unquote, like unwritten contract, obviously it was just like you help us, we help you. Is like every week they would write a report for the devs and be like, you know, what do they feel like was good, what do they feel like was bad, what felt strong, what felt too strong, what felt, you know, whatever. But I want to say what irked me a little bit, as I remember, all of like there was a group of them that were like talking about how like Abrams was OP, and I was like, dude, Abrams is strong, but I don't feel like he's OP. Like in certain ways, like I was like, yeah, like if you get into a punching match for sure, but I was like, you could just change the parry time, and you would probably like the parry cooldown. Like if you miss a parry, like you could probably actually make it a lot easier at that point to deal with. And they were like, nah, like, you know, you should be hitting shots. Like melee characters like that shouldn't be like so strong. Like they quote unquote look down on like melee build or like melee abilities. And then like the next week or 2 weeks later, after I remember hearing that conversation, he got nuked into the ground. Like nuked. He was just awful, like borderline unplayable for a little bit. And I was like, you know, if this is going to heavily lean into the type of game where it's like the only thing that people really care about is like hardcore aim, and kind of like they also have that direct connection, you know, to like influence that to happening. It's like, and how strong, how aggressive they were to like listening to that group of people. Not just like a little tune, like I remember like it was like they nerfed everything. They nerfed like the damage, they nerfed the pin, they nerfed the healing on it, they nerfed shotgun shoot time, reload speed, ult generation. Like it just got fucking obliterated. And I was like, I don't really want to be one of those people that's giving that feedback. I don't want to be one of those in the know people. I've done that before. I just want to be along for the ride. And I don't think you got a great group so far. So I'm just going to take a step back or two. And I just being like, nah, I'm good.
characters joining the roster.
It was
It's
like
all
one
very
of
wet
my
cement.
first things that left a really bad taste in
Everything
my
about
mouth.
the game is liable to change week to week as the devs figure out what exactly Deadlock is, like a toddler taking its first clumsy steps. And it's fascinating just being here for that experience. It's not unlikely that this is the most fun state, or at least the most experimental state that the game will ever be in before everyone gets too good at it and the game inevitably mellows out a bit. Much of the stun mechanics I complained about.
Well, I think pro players are smart in a lot of ways where they will break a game faster than anyone else. But when a game is so new and so fresh, like I'll give you a good example. Overwatch for years had no big swings. Like it was the same game with small tweaks. It is so easy, or it was at the time, so easy to predict what was going to happen, right? Like you look at whatever buffs and nerfs they did and go, yep, this is going to be the next meta. And boom, there it was within a week. In a game with so many abilities and so many buttons and so many changes, and still how new it was, like it is impossible to predict how fast a meta would develop without standard pro play. Because like if they didn't have standard pro play, like we've witnessed it in Overwatch 2, where when pro play is not happening, right? Like people will say, "Oh, this is meta," and then pro play starts up and it's completely different, and everyone goes, "Oh, okay, the meta is actually this," right? But it will change the perspective wildly, very, very quickly. I feel like Deadlock hadn't had enough time in the people hadn't been playing it for long enough to be able to look at it change and be like, "Yep, this will become meta," or "Nope, that's too strong. That needs to be changed." To make those wild swing adjustments. So instead of like, "Oh, like we're going to change your damage from 17 to 16, right? Like just across the board nuking someone that quick. I was like,
About earlier have already been peeled back since I started writing. Haze's sleep knife now slows you instead of a complete stun. Grey Talon's trap was changed in a similar way.
That's a good
Mo and
change.
Krill are still in the game though, so we'll have to see how that goes. But my point is that the game is likely to look and feel completely different at launch to how it does now. So I would encourage anyone
it already
who's
looks way
remotely
different from when I
interested
played.
in Valve or modern game development to get an invite and glimpse a snapshot of the game's history, and then be one of the pretentious people on Twitter who can reminisce about the good old days. You know, before Mo and Krill were removed from the game. I'm not going to give Deadlock a score. I'll reserve that for when I inevitably re-review it at launch after slowly discovering that all my complaints were indeed issues of the skill variety. I'll probably hop on a match after uploading this video, in fact, but before I do, I'd like to lend my thanks to my highest tier patron, Mega, who has continued to support me despite the content drought of late, and to all my patrons at patreon.com/hintshot who got to see this video a day early. I encourage you all to try this game out for yourself. There is still much to discover
if you can get
and
in.
talk about while the world continues to digest Deadlock.
Probably not that hard to get in
the
now
next
these days.
Valve game. Cheerio.
Fantastic game. Really, really good. This is one of those games that I really hope does succeed because I'd love to play it more in the future. It already looks like it's changed a ton for the good, for the better, and it probably will continue to keep changing for the better.
I went fishing the other day and caught a flounder. I named him Flats, told him he has the awareness of a walnut and threw him back, thumbs up emoji.
Thank you, Just a Lizard, parentheses, Just a Lizard for short, for the 5 super chat. Cool story, man. Much love, dude. Yeah, Deadlock is one of those games I genuinely want to succeed. I'd love to go back to playing it again. It really was a bit of a flash in the pan type game, unfortunately, for a lot of people. But I remember it had everyone in a chokehold. I remember fucking Shroud was playing the fuck out of this game, but his game launched. And so he wasn't playing his game, he was playing Deadlock. And everyone was like, "You're not even playing your own game, you're playing Deadlock." And like, dude, how the hell could you be mad at the guy? Like, the game was fucking fun. Like, it was so fun. People were excited to play it. But if you notice, almost everybody stopped playing it around the same time. I think everyone just kind of hit a wall someday and was just like, "Ooh, kind of, maybe I'm good on this." And I think it's time will come back around. I think the day will come around where everyone will go, "You know what? Hey, this game's actually fully out. Let's go play it." And I'll totally be one of those people that will go back and play the fuck out of it. And I can't wait for that day to come. That being said, though, I had my own personal issues with Deadlock in a lot of ways, like just like some of them being like, I just don't have time. Some of them being like, I don't really like how this certain thing is going. But it is nice to see that a lot of those looks like it's already changed. And I think the day when we get to go play it again will be a fun one. So look forward to it. Good video though, very good video. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. All right. And that one's done. What else have I got? This is a good looking video. I don't know if I want to watch it though. It's just long. I don't know if I'm ready for a 46-minute video right now. Maybe this one. I had this one saved for forever. I had this one saved for forever. God, I've had some of these saved for such a long time. All right, chat, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to get up, stretch, go to the bathroom. Everybody take like 2 or 3 minutes, all right? I'm going to run an ad. Everybody stretch. Do your thing. Give me like 2 minutes, all right? Ugh. Ow. Ow.
Now that he is gone, how is everyone's Easter? Any good meals planned? We should type chicken jockey just for funsies. Also YouTube, you are included in that equation. Smile.
Ugh. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. I am back. I am returned. Why are you guys all saying chicken jockey? What the fuck? I'm confused. All right. Okay, okay. That's me. Let me see. Which one do I want to watch? This video looks so good, chat. I feel like this one looks so good. I hate my phone, so I got rid of it. I got a notification this morning that I cleared my notification. Shit. I was gonna say, like, I got one of those notifications of like, you average this many hours per day of screen time, and I was like, fuck, it's getting up there. And I try to always cut back a little bit if I can. But it's really hard when I have like nothing to do and if I'm off stream. I'm like, well, I mean, what else am I gonna fucking do, right? So I know that this is a big issue for a lot of people. I was talking to SK about it one time, and how she was telling me like she stopped using her phone for like a week, and like all of her like ADHD symptoms just disappeared and became like actually able to get stuff done. And I wonder how much of that is like actually true versus like just the way you think. So you know what? Fuck it. Let's watch it. I hate my phone, so I got rid of it. It's got 3.4 million views in 2 weeks. It's a crazy video. All right, let's watch it.
I was scrolling through Twitter, an app that a few weeks ago, I was scrolling through Twitter, an app that I hate, wasting my time, when I came across this post. FaZe Sway's GF, Alina Rose, gifted one of the guys her used panties during the Bop House 5v1 stream with Vex Bolts. Now,
can I just say, fuck Twitter. Twitter has become the biggest cesspool of every verified big meme account just reposting the same 400 tweets, trying to farm them for 16 cents. And you know what? For most Westerners and Americans specifically, the 16 cents is really not that valuable, right? Like you make $10 a month off of your fucking Twitter subscription, whatever the fuck, right? But in a lot of other countries around the world, it's actually a good chunk of change. Like $200 USD for tweeting every damn day for a month, not really that worth. But in a lot of other countries, that's actually a lot of money. And so you've actually seen a big increase in the amount of like tweet interaction farmer accounts globally, because I'm trying to think of a country off the top of my head, but maybe like the Philippines. Like how much is a US dollar worth in the Philippines, right? Or in Thailand or something like that, right? Like it's probably worth a lot more than, you know, obviously $200, $300, $400, $500 would go in the US or in a lot of Western countries, right? And so the platform is just flooded with porn bots. It's flooded with these accounts that like that's meant to rage bait you, right? Like it has 1 million impressions. It has 1 million impressions or 1 million views, and 600 people have watched it. Or sorry, 600 people have liked it. 700 people not even. So like there's probably in 100 comments, right? Like this, the ratio of this is crazy, and it's literally designed to get you to like get angry at it and to comment and to farm you for more money. And so it's just endless bots and endless clip farmer accounts that are just trying to farm drama and trying to farm like whatever. And it's made the entire platform borderline unusable. And I hate that I'm a content creator and a streamer and I have to use the damn platform.
Used panties during the
otherwise
Bop
I would just have
House
deleted it by now.
One stream with Vex Bolts. Now, I only recognize, I think, one word from that sentence, and it's the word panties, and it made me realize something. I hate my phone. I am constantly using my phone to see things that I don't want to see. Over the last few years, it has become increasingly unfun to use this thing. So why do I keep using it? Apps and social media have gotten much better at drawing me in, but lately I'll break out of my screen time feeling like nothing of value happened. I feel like a lab rat.
I will say the only thing I really enjoy about the evolution of social media is I don't watch TV ever. TV fucking sucks. Okay? I have Crunchyroll, I got Netflix, I got Hulu, I got High Dive, got a couple other things, right? And then if I want news and stuff, TikTok. I get like way more accurate, way more useful information on like TikTok than I do on any other platform or any TV or any news or anything like that, that will then point me in the direction to go find my own info, right? Like let's say like early tariff stuff, right? Most people didn't know what a fucking tariff was when it first started being talked about like 2 years ago or a year ago when it was like first, going on. And so people were just like sprouting what it was on social media. And then I was like, that doesn't sound right. So you go look into it yourself, right? That's what I really value of the social media, is it points you in the right direction of topical subjects. But that's where it ends.
rat, incentivized by cheese. But instead of delicious cheese, I'm being fed dorky-ass clips of Elon Musk. It's embarrassing. Not embarrassed? Next time you get sucked into your phone, tell the next person you see everything you were up to for a full hour of screen time. Okay, so my friend sent me this Instagram reel.
I could not tell you.
Screenshot of a tweet about Drake playing Fortnite with Ninja.
I could tell you, you know what? Let me try to recap the last hour before I went to bed last night. Pokemon Pocket and a couple other channels that are like, they open Pokemon card packs. There's one guy that like keeps a running total if he's in the positive or in the green or in the red. There's the guy who can't pull the Latios fucking team ups. There's the main person who I always see is like Pocket, who's like their Pokemon card channel openings. Couple news channels, whether it's making fun of fucking really stupid people in government or actual just like super unbiased, like this is just the facts stuff. Paul Revere last night riding through Boston for the 250th anniversary of Paul Revere. Videos of people giving Paul Revere encouraging statements like "Go get him, son." Dylan Page, yeah, true. The guy who refuses to fall off, I forget his name though. Fuck, what else? Some car stuff, some anime news, some Marvel Rival stuff. Like I got some Rival stuff about like DPS. I got some Rival stuff about the matchmaking. I got Rival stuff about the people mad about stacking. I got some Rival stuff about mad at the new like the point system. Like people are like, oh, where's the supports? Well, you guys bullied them all out. No, that's not what happened, but always stuff like that. What else did I get? Oh, food stuff. Oh, steel pan guy. I got this one steel pan guy who like he always fucking cooks everything in a steel pan, and they always meme him for like fawn, but he just like leans into it. It's funny as shit. And then that's all I got. There's probably way more though, but that's all I could remember, you know?
In 2018, and then I just sort of kept scrolling through reels for an hour, but I don't remember any of them. Like a lot of people my age, my smartphone has attached itself to nearly every aspect of my daily life. And it's really starting to make me feel like it's having a negative effect on me. But most people like me that daydream about getting rid of their phone just can't. Their job requires it. They have kids. They have to keep up with their Balatro addiction. But I don't have a real job. I don't have kids. I deleted Balatro because I played it on the toilet too much. And then it hit me. I could be a lab rat, but in an experiment about getting rid of my phone. In 2025, what does it look like for someone in their late 20s living in a major city to completely get rid of their cell phone? Well, I'm going to find that out because
I need this fucking thing though for so many fucking things, either like two-factor authentications or whatever the fuck. So putting it in here sounds like a disaster. I love the idea, but like what if my mom calls? What if I need to fucking access an account? What if on the fly, like I get signed out of my Twitch account, I need to sign back in midstream. I can't go get it out of the safe. You know what I mean? Like the thought of this one action gives me so much anxiety, and it shouldn't. Watch the vid. We're gonna watch the vid. Let me yap. The whole point of being here is to yap. If you wanted to watch the video, just go fucking search it on YouTube and tell me to go fuck myself. That's the point.
Over the next month, I will be locking my phone in this safe, and I will not be opening it. So, without further ado, let's find out together. I actually didn't do any prep for what I'm going to replace my phone with. Okay, actually, we need to do this tomorrow, so...
Exactly. Yeah.
Now it's beeping.
I do have an uncle that's like this, by the way. He's never gotten a smartphone. He only has like a burner type phone, and he's unreachable. It's dead 90% of the time. Just doesn't. That guy is an enigma. Same person. Have you heard me tell stories before? Same person who... He was my dad's brother. So on my grandma's side, my grandma was I was one time at her house, and one day she just started getting mad at him, just started bitching at him. He was there, and he just goes, "Fuck this," and he walked out the door and walked into the woods. It was gone for like 3 days. Just gone. Just left. Just hung out in the woods for 3 days. No phone, no wallet, nothing. He made it work. He was fine. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you how he does it. Just does it.
Now, obviously, a phone these days is a lot more than just a phone. But everyone in this day and age
haven't seen them in like 3 years.
Many people who ditch their smartphone these days go with an old flip phone, now referred to as a dumb phone. But I got a flip phone to keep in contact with my parents when I was out riding bikes at 12 years old. So for the majority of my life, I've had a device in my pocket that makes me reachable at all times. I want to experience what life was like before the cell phone. So I went even older and began looking into getting a landline. Luckily, this was pretty simple. Some major phone companies, for some reason, still offer a landline service. But what landline should I choose? There were so many decades and styles to choose from. I could go...
You know, and one thing you probably notice is all the buttons on these are very big because the only people who still get these are old people and they can't see.
Wireless. I could go with an old rotary. I could keep it to the classics, like Sleeping Goofy, M&M's Hanging Out, or Pooh. After weighing all of my options, I finally decided on a mix of everything. A corded landline that still had an answering machine and caller ID. Oh, a landline with an answering machine is not old school enough for you? That's too much new tech? Well, my ass got a Rolodex to pair with it. Now, if you're...
Oh my fucking god, dude. Jag, type 1 if you know what this thing is. Type 2 if you've never seen one of these in real life and ever. Sorry, type 1 if you've seen one of these in real life. Type 2 if you've never seen one of these in real life. It horrifies me, the amount of 2s that I saw. YouTube's mostly 1s. Hey, W. I saw way too many 2s. Holy shit.
For somebody whose knees still don't hurt, a Rolodex is basically your contact app, but on this fun little spinny wheel. So I spent an hour of my day just sitting down and copying my contacts from my iPhone onto different Rolodex cards to make sure that I had the number of everyone I needed to call over the next month. But I don't want to just...
And then, like, if it's, you know, you have, if your grandparents ever had this as, like, one of them's, like, dentist. That'll be the dentist name and then a number. Or, like, you know, Bob the neighbor.
Call everyone. I want everyone to call me. I want to be popular. Whoa. So I posted my landline number on my close friend's Instagram story to inform people in my life that I wouldn't have my phone. But not everyone in my life is on my close friend's Instagram. Some don't have Instagram at all, and some are finding out just now that they're not on my close friends list.
Tough.
So I began texting people in my life the information as well. Other than a telephone, I use my phone as a tool for many aspects of my life. I began replacing as much as I could think of with alternatives. I filled out a physical calendar. I got notebooks and pens to replace my notepad app. Grabbed a film camera to take photos with.
Oh my fucking god.
So
he's going all out.
Old-fashioned alarm clock.
I had this exact alarm clock. I had this exact alarm clock when I was a kid. This is the exact fucking one. Same color, same brand, same style. It's the exact one. It makes the same noise. I never used this past the age of like 11.
Man, that's gonna piss me off. Why didn't I get a digital alarm clock? I'm getting rid of my phone, not becoming Ebenezer Scrooge. Also, just in case of any major text that I may miss, I hooked up my iMessage to an old laptop Chrissy had, but being able to check texts all the time felt like cheating. So I bought this chess clock and decided I would only be able to clock in 5 total minutes checking text the entire month. Wait, this thing takes C batteries? Okay, I'm not gonna use the laptop
Holy
until I
shit.
can get some C batteries then. There was so much to replace, but there's one I chose not to. I use my Apple Watch daily for fitness statistics, but honestly, I don't really need it to exercise. I just have to find the willpower to hit
Time to
my
get a
goals
Fitbit?
without closing these colorful rings. When I got the watch, it felt like a super useful upgrade to my life, but I quickly realized that my phone was now on my wrist at all times. Sometimes even sending ads for Yelp or Postmates to my own arm. So I don't know how much I'll miss this thing. Except for Snoopy. I will miss you, Snoopy. I'm sorry I'm putting you in a box. Lastly, I replaced the iPhone's video camera with a Sony camcorder. Looking at all the items
Holy
that would replace
shit.
my phone sprawled out on the floor, I decided I was prepared enough to begin.
And just like that, Apple thinks you died.
It was mid-afternoon by the time I started, so I decided to check if I had any calls or messages on my landline. I had
Who missed
posted and
calls?
sent the number to almost everyone I know, so I was sure there was a ton of missed calls and voicemails to listen to.
Wednesday, 1:04 p.m.
Hi, Eddie. It's Mom. I'm just calling to see if your phone works. You don't have to call me back. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Aw.
End of messages.
You gotta
Within
clear
a
it
few
out,
minutes,
too.
I came across the first minor hurdle of not having a smartphone on me. After checking my email on my computer, I saw that there was a package down in my mailroom. Now, usually, to unlock the mailroom lockers, I open an email on my phone and scan a barcode. But luckily, they also provide a numeric code to put into a keypad.
You gotta write it
so
down.
I grabbed a notepad.
Oh my
and I
God.
wrote the code down. We're not talking about the notepad app here. I mean, I put a pen to paper, like a soldier in World War II, sending a letter home to his girlfriend who has now taken his spot on a Major League Baseball team. Or I think that's what it was like. Honestly, the only war movie I've seen is A League of Their Own. Hello, Eddie from the future here. This is absolutely the last thing that I'm editing, and I have not seen this footage until now. So on the first day, I walked out of the apartment, Chrissy changed the code to the safe, wrote it down, left for her apartment, and I asked her to hide it in a place I'd never check, and apparently she put it in a case of Black Ops 2, but under a disc of Jingle All the Way 2. I don't even know where she got this movie. I don't even know why she has
That's
Black
kinda
Ops.
based,
For over
actually.
a decade, my iPhone has been an extension of my body, an extra limb that connects me to the world of the internet. So the first few hours with that limb severed had me feeling its phantom in my pocket. I decided to start keeping a tally in a notepad every time I felt compelled to reach for.
Everyone does this. You always like reach for your phone. Like if you're at like you're out somewhere, like I do it all the time. It's so bad, but like I'm like about to walk past somebody in the parking lot, you know, like if like they're walking towards me and I'm walking towards them, right when like we're getting to the point where it's about to be awkward eye contact, get past them.
Or check it. And within those first few hours, I realized something. I was bored. Truly bored. It was rainy in LA. I had finished working for the day and didn't have everything ever made and everyone I've ever known at my disposal to fill the void. It hit me that the other times where my phone has died or moments where I've intentionally put it away, my phone has not allowed me a true sense of boredom for the majority of my adult life. And the rest of the first day...
Wait, was I covering that? Did you guys get to see it? Did you guys see this?
Majority of my adult life.
Yeah,
And
just
the rest of the first
okay, you
day
can see
was really nice. I enjoyed the silence. We ended the night watching the movie Flow, which I absolutely loved, highly recommend. And while I never check my phone during a movie, not getting a vibration or needing to put it on Do Not Disturb felt great. And since I can use my computer, I decided to still log it on Letterboxd. But when I walked away from it for bed, that was it. No more internet for the night.
Oh god, having to get up and go get it. Oh Jesus. Oh, the horror. Oh my god, make it stop. Please, please make it stop. Grab the thing. Grab the fucking thing in the middle.
The next
when you
day
turn
was
it off.
an adjustment getting used to the silence, but I was already seeing benefits. Turns out it's easier to get up out of bed and go to the grocery store when you don't waste your first 30 minutes scrolling through Twitter. Or if you're experiencing one of your lowest lows, Reddit. Ooh, shivers down my spine just thinking about
Ugh.
it. Oh, by the way, last night Chrissy and I had pasta, sausage, and Trader Joe's cheesy creamy greens and veggies. So if anyone wants these leftovers, they are 1 month old at the time of posting, and I will not give you my address. So let me know if you're interested. I also got the C batteries for the chest clock, so now I have a working chest clock and 8 C batteries that will sit in my drawer forever. Later that week, a few friends and I had planned to see Mickey 17. Last week, I offered to organize getting the tickets myself, forgetting that my phone would be locked in a box. Normally, as an AMC A-list member, I reserve the ticket on the app, show up, present my QR code to the greeter to be scanned, and suddenly I'm in. Now, obviously, I know that a cell phone is not the only way you can get into a movie theater. I worked at an AMC when I was 19. If you were at the AMC streets of Woodfield in 2016,
I feel like this is like one of those moments that I would just realize that, like, you didn't have a phone, you definitely need a printer. Chat, do you have a printer at home? Type 1 if you have a printer at home. Type 2 if you don't have a printer at home. I hate to admit to you, but I don't have a printer. I think I actually do have one in a box somewhere. I had to double check. I don't think I have one, but my apartment complex has an office. So I go there to print stuff off. The once a year I need to do that.
16, there's a solid chance your ticket stub was ripped by me. But I wasn't sure what the process was anymore. Part of my job used to—
Yeah, but for why and what do you need it for? Well, I was thinking about right here. What if they bought the tickets online? They have to print the tickets out with the QR codes on them to take it to the movie theater. Because if they're buying the tickets online and you don't have a phone to scan for a QR code, you'd have to print them out.
to be selling tickets, but due to online and mobile sales, that job seems to have been phased out after quarantine. So I went to the AMC website, saved my ticket QR code, and—
They have the info? Yeah, but okay, so you don't have a phone. You go to the movie theater with nothing in your hands. How do you tell them that you bought the ticket?
Sent an email of it to Staples so I could print it with a code at one of their printers. I then wrote down the Staples code along with my ticket confirmation as a backup. Is this overkill? Probably, but if for some reason I couldn't prove my—
Your card details are at my movie theater? What do you mean your card details? Like your AMC card? Do you have the card in your pocket? Or is it just attached to your account?
I purchase, I'd be ruining the whole night for my friends. So I headed over to Staples, and after inputting the code from my notepad—
Debit card? Let's say that's true, right? How many times do you think the person at the thing has actually done that? Where you walk up and you're like, hey, I bought tickets, but I don't have the tickets. Like, can you look up my debit card? Is that like something that actually happens that often? Just curious. I mean, I haven't worked at a movie theater, and my friends who worked at movie theaters would have been in the early 2010s, so. You can scan the card you bought the movies with. Really? No fucking shit.
Look at him, my beautiful boy. My pride and joy. Be honest, if your job was scanning QR codes, would you trust one sitting on a blank page like this? During our drinks before, I was beaming with excitement to use my QR. Look at how proud I am of it. But I had no idea what was waiting for me in the theater. Now, fortunately for me, and unfortunately for labor everywhere—
These guys have no idea what they're talking about. You can't just scan your debit card and find your tickets. It doesn't work like that. I work currently in a movie theater. We get it like once a month. So is it a pain in the ass to do then? Because if it's a pain in the ass to do then like, yeah, then like, cool, it's possible, but—
Ticket sales employees have been replaced by kiosks. So I
we're gonna find out.
Scan my QR
Actually, no, we're not.
Instead of the greeter because I got nervous.
Because you got a paper.
Disaster 1. I froze the machine.
Broke it?
Uh-oh.
I clicked the keypad and I think I broke it, so I think I'll have to—
Luckily, there was an open machine next to me, so I made a quick recovery only for Disaster 2. My QR code was printed so inconveniently that it wouldn't fit in the scanner. I desperately folded the paper as my friends waited on me for their tickets. And it just wouldn't scan.
Uh-oh.
Just cut to home. Yeah, we missed the movie.
Try the other one again. Try the other one again.
My baby boy was a disappointment. But
Uh-oh.
you could just use the credit card you bought the tickets with. So I didn't need to do any of this. Didn't need a phone and could have just shown up with my credit card.
Oh, there it is. We got to see it in real time. There it is.
Okay.
Life imitates art.
So there are minor inconveniences like writing things
It
down
works!
or bringing my credit card. But I wanted to know what it was like to traverse a city without my phone. But
Fucking
first, a
cinema.
quick word from the sponsor of this video. I'm stuck in a fly trap. I fell for the damn light bulb again. I want to thank SoFi for sponsoring the next portion of
We're gonna skip ahead here. We got W sponsor, but we're gonna keep moving.
Whatever you want. Sign up for SoFi, chance to win, and for every friend you refer, you
Look at that.
earn an additional entry.
They have the goddamn yellow bar at the bottom to keep you fucking clicking off.
I need to get unstuck first. Don't help me. I need to do this myself.
I remember that appeared in a Mr. Beast video and people went crazy over it.
This morning I woke up to a massive dropping of bird shit on my bathroom window, which is gross. But hey, without the phone, it's something new to look at while I'm on the toilet, I guess. It's no secret why someone in this day and age may begin to resent their phone. But one of my main motivators to give this a try may surprise you. A few months ago, Chrissy and I binged through all of Sex and the City. We watched through every season, movie, and even the new series on HBO. I mean HBO Max. Max. Fuck, sorry. Now, other than having a blast with the girls and being a big hater to my core, there was one aspect of the show that I just couldn't shake.
Well, laugh. It's a joke.
No, not that. Sorry.
Get it while it's hot.
Not that either. Man, I gotta text my editor.
What
But
is
I don't have
happening?
a cell phone, and my editor's me, so he doesn't have a cell phone either. It's gonna be tough. The show starts with Carrie in her early 30s. But even though I'm a young 28, not even fucking close to 30, the era of life that Carrie, Samantha, Miranda, and Charlotte are in is pretty similar to mine. The one glaring difference, other than being in LA instead of New York, is their lifestyles without smartphones and social media impacting it. Of course, this isn't a staple of the show, but the times the show belonged to. The new series has to adapt to our new world just like we do. Carrie is a podcaster. She tweets. Everyone uses their smartphones. But even though I was always aware that times had changed, it didn't feel so drastic until I watched the original show. No dating apps, no creating a second version of yourself online for the world to perceive. On a night in, Carrie writes, Miranda watches TV, Charlotte reads either the Old Testament or the New Testament, depending on what season you watch, and Samantha gets laid. They don't pull out a little computer that shows them what everyone they've ever met is up to at that exact moment. Charlotte.
Chad, you want today's version? So she is talking to her and her. She's not really involved in the conversation. So because she's not really involved in the conversation while she's taking a bite, the phone is in her left hand. She's checking something real quick.
Pull out a little computer that shows them what everyone they've ever met is up to at that exact moment. Charlotte doesn't do the dishes with her AirPods in, catching up on the Twitter drama between the richest man in the world and Hassan Piker. Samantha doesn't watch the Costco guys on Fortnite Friday.
I mean, if it's something that we really
Hope we don't
like
get
a lot,
slammed for
that's
copyright
five
from
big
Sex and the
phones.
City. Surely this
Something
video
we're
doesn't
not
get
that crazy
copyright
about
striked.
to go down to one and then anywhere in between.
What?
Of course.
And they also call each other for plans. They don't use a GPS. They agree on a time to meet somewhere, and then they just hope that it all works out. And that's what struck me most of all. It was the intentionality in making plans and navigating a city. If you're older watching
Holy
this,
shit.
feel free to roll your eyes, because this was what the world was like until very recently. But because I'm such a young, fresh 28-year-old, I have never in my life made adult plans without the convenience of a smartphone. If I want to drive or Uber somewhere, I don't really need to know where to go because the GPS will handle it. If I want to take public...
I've thought about this before, and I've only ever had it happen once in my life. There's a certain part of the Cape, which is a part of Massachusetts, where there is a bar. The bar is called the Beachcomber. It's very famous. It sits on a sand dune on the ocean. It also sits in a dead spot where phones do not work. You cannot use your phone at this bar. It does not work, which is fucking cool because no one's on their phone. because it doesn't work. But if you Uber there, or you can't Uber home because you can't call an Uber, you have to take like a local taxi. And it is a fucking pain in the motherfucking dick to get home from this place. It is such a pain in the fucking ass. You have to have somebody who's at home know what time you're leaving so they can call a taxi for you at this place so you can get picked up and go home. Or have someone pick you up. Or you have to walk up this massive ass hill out to the road and then walk down the road, which there's no lights. It's trees. It's by itself. There's no houses. There's nothing there. It's just woods / beach until you eventually get a signal. And then you call the local taxi. Because Uber, you're in the middle of fucking nowhere in comparison. Or schedule an Uber for after. You could, but you have no way of knowing what car is picking you up. Because Uber sends you when your car gets scheduled with Uber, it will tell you 10 or 15 minutes before it shows up who's picking you up and what the license plate is. So you actually don't know what car you're looking for. And if it's going to show up at the correct time, right? Like if it shows up early or shows up late, you're going to have to go up to random cars and be like, "Excuse me, are you here to pick up so-and-so?" You know what I mean? So like you have there's zero signal, zero. And it was the biggest pain in the ass. And imagine that was life. That's crazy.
In transit, my phone will give me live details on what to do. If I'm running late, I can text and update the person. I have Google at my fingertips to answer any question that I could ever think of. So what do I actually do when I make plans? I might as well get to a dinner and have the waiter cut my spaghetti for me. There was just something about the way that the girls went through life that just felt more grown up to me. I couldn't help but wonder, has my phone kept me from becoming a fully capable adult? Ready for my carry night out, I needed to call one of the girls. Looking to have fun cocktails and a yap sesh, I knew just who to call. My friend Jordan. I planned on taking the bus because even though I could Uber there from my desktop, I'd need to cheat and ask Jordan to call my Uber home on the way back. But to take the bus, my two options were change, as in coins, which I do not have because I'm not an 1800s prospector ordering a whiskey at a saloon, or the public transit app on my...
So fun fact, when I was a kid / teenager, I had a wallet that had a little coin section, and I would keep coins in there because I took the bus.
Phone. Oh, my phone! Shit! I don't know if you guys know this, but I locked my phone away. After a quick search, I saw that you can get a physical tap card in LA at most pharmacies and grocery stores. So I walked over to CVS and couldn't find a tap card anywhere. I asked the manager if they sold tap cards, and he said, "We should, but I'm not sure that we do." After confirming that they didn't, he was so helpful and told me you could get them at the train station. I thanked him and said I needed it for the bus. And he goes, "Oh, you could just get the app on your phone." My dumbass goes, "Right, thank you. I'm doing this thing where I don't have my phone, but thank you." What the fuck was that supposed to mean to him? Anyway, I went over to Ralph's and yet again, no card. Until I asked an employee and she walked me over to their work desk, busted out a dusty fanny pack from a bottom drawer and got me a card. The whole process seemed like there hadn't been a physical tap card purchase in years. This whole ordeal gave me just enough time to get ready and call Jordan to let him know what time to meet. Awesome. All right, well then, hopefully nothing goes wrong. If it gets to be like, too late, just give up on me, I'll go home. Okay, that's true. You're the perfect person for me to fuck this up with. All right, I'll see you there. Next, I headed over to my computer, went to Google Maps, clicked on the transit direction to get to the bar, and wrote down the specific bus routes I'd need to get there. My bus was leaving very soon, so I had to rush out the door. Now, depending on where you are, who you are...
Wait a minute. How are you going to get home?
What age you are, I am not recommending that you also travel alone without your phone at night. Smartphones have offered a lot of safety to people who are by themselves, so just know that I wanted to do this, and unfortunately, it's a bit safer for me than for some of you. Look, it's no surprise from my personality, my writing, and my general vibe that I am an overthinker. So on my way to the bus, anxious thoughts were flying by. What if I miss my stop? What if the bus doesn't come on time? What if I get
Yep,
lost
real.
and leave
I
Jordan
feel all
waiting?
this.
What if the bus explodes? And normally, I can quell these thoughts by getting confirmation on my phone. But shockingly, without the option to confirm, I was forced to face these thoughts head on. And you know what? It was super fucking easy to ride the bus without my phone. They say the goddamn street names out loud. Why was I worried?
Thanks, man. Thanks. Have a good one.
Because you gotta know all the street names. You don't know the street names normally. Chat, you ever talk to an old person? You ever talk to a boomer and they're like, how'd you get here, son? And you're like, oh, I took the highway. Oh, you took 93 South over to exit 24 and then hopped back on to Route 87 and took a left on Spring Street? And you're just like, you don't fucking know if you did that or not because you just went where the GPS told you to go.
I got off the first bus, crossed the street to the next stop, and waited for the second. No checking Twitter, just raw dog, no headphones at the bus stop. Hopping on the next, I rode the bus toward drinks.
Music is loud. I'll turn it down a little bit.
At one
Blow
point,
my
I wanted
eardrums.
to make sure I was headed in the right direction, so I asked a stranger, and he was super nice and helpful. And before he got off the bus, he nodded and fist bumped me. Not quite as good as nervously Googling and having Gemini tell me the wrong fucking answer, but I'll take it. And as I became a tiny...
God, this whole thing is so ass. Like, one day, somebody really needs to break down how ass this is. Like, do you know how ass this truly is? It's so much more ass than you think, right? Like, it's always wrong, but it's even worse than this, right? You know the whole point of, like, the internet, like, being able to put stuff on the internet, was you'd have a person whose job it is to write information and then put it on the internet. How do you make money off of that? Ads, right? So, like, let's say you wanted to look up who the first president was, and you click on a website that tells you who the first president is. You know what normally happens? A little ad pops up at the bottom. A little boop. Says, like, oh, buy Mucinex. Okay, you don't think anything of it, and you just move on. What this does is skips you from ever clicking on it. And so the person who actually put the information on the internet gets fucked. And so they never have to click on their actual link. They just get the information ahead of time. And so this encourages people who work with websites or work on putting stuff on the internet to not do that anymore, because the AI will just yoink it. And so you don't get that transaction of person clicked on website shows small ad pays website gets paid for putting stuff up on the internet and maintaining that information, and then the user gets the information, right? So it's like Google is like low-key shot themselves in the foot by doing this, because over time, like over the next 10, 20 years, if this trend continues, there's no reason to ever be a person who creates and puts that info onto the internet, because you'll never make money off of it. And that was the whole point of doing it. We're like putting that stuff out there and to keep those archives and put those records and to write articles and to write information out there, right? And so no one will do it. And so the AI won't have anything to pull from. And so it will get worse and it will get worse and it will get worse until it just keeps putting itself into a circle.
Gemini tell me the wrong fucking answer, but I'll take it. And as I became a tiny little speck in the rear view of the Echo Park Pico Union line, I turned to walk toward drinks. I finally made it there, and lo and behold, agreeing to meet at a place without 5 text updates still works just fine. Jordan and I had a great time, yapping our hearts out. 2 young philosophers in a heated debate, going toe-to-toe in the marketplace of ideas. I, of course, was on the right side of whatever we talked about, and Jordan was in the wrong. But his British accent kept giving his words an authority that made me insecure and angry. Also, we did need to use Jordan's phone to get my bus route back, because I did forget to look it up. Is someone telling me a bus route with their phone cheating? I didn't use my phone, but I sort of used someone else's? I don't know. A few hours and 1 too many cocktails later, Jordan walked me to my bus stop like a true gentleman.
Fine.
It came earlier than expected, and without my knowledge, Jordan captured my dorky ass scurrying to the door. On the ride home, it was really starting to hit me just how normal most aspects of my life felt without a phone. Sure, it was a bit inconvenient, sometimes a little bit dangerous. But is the harm that screen time and algorithms inflict on my brain really worth the convenience it brings? Well, I'll be honest, I've had one too many cocktails to find an answer to that. I also was on Metro TV. You guys ever watch Metro TV? It's a show about you taking the bus. You see me there? Look closer. There I am. Every time I've mentioned...
Wait, by the way, he said he doesn't have his phone, right? So he's recording all of this on that massive fucking camcorder that he showed at the beginning. So he's got a massive, like, 8-inch long fucking camcorder that he put in his pocket to take to the bar. I just want to put that out there. All of the footage on the way there and back, he's walking down the street with this big ass fucking camcorder. Probably looked like an actual psycho to most people. Like, oh, that guy's shooting a movie. You know, like, oh man.
TV, it's a show about you taking the bus. You see me there? Look closer. There I am.
But 8 inches is small. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Every time I've mentioned to a friend that I was getting rid of my phone, one of the first things they'd say would be, oh, are you gonna start reading? First, yeah. Second, I was reading. Okay, not books, maybe. Does it count as reading if I read a tweet from Discussing Film that told me young Sheldon is returning to do a sweepstakes competition for the live-action Minecraft movie?
Mazes, puzzles, panic attacks, you're in charge. Whooping monster butt, that's my purview.
Plus $500 daily cash prizes.
Whoa, oh my.
Watch Young Sheldon weeknights for the word of the day. Text it to 55225 or dig into youngsheldon.com.
This is still a thing? There's still text in things?
No biggie.
I like never see those anywhere anymore.
April 4th.
I used to read quite a bit. But as my phone addiction has developed, most of the time when I could pick up a book, light a candle, and relax...
Yeah, but why pick up book when you can watch book be read to you and also pictures?
In a chair,
AKA
I
watch
instead
something.
choose to burn disturbing world news into my retinas while I sit hunched over my table, or hunched over on my toilet, or hunched over on a bench. But after days of phone detox, I wanted to see how well my attention span fared toward uninterrupted reading. About a year ago, I was at a bookstore with my friend Ian when he mentioned he had recently read the novel Flowers for Algernon.
Wait, are those Wii nunchucks? They're Wii. Oh my god, how do you have so many Wii controllers?
I bought it that day, planning to read it so we could discuss and have a connection over it. And then, it sat collecting dust next to my Wii U for 11 months. Didn't get all the dust, maybe one more blow. Damn, that shit is baked on there. So I lit a candle, got cozy, and began reading. And you know what? It was way easier to focus. I got sucked into the book, and before I broke any concentration, I'd read over 100 pages. Now I had plans that night, so I needed to rush out of the house, but I didn't have a damn bookmark.
Just flip it upside down and put it on the floor.
Oh. Perfect. Finally a use for my QR. Later that night, I came back and read another 100 pages. Now, of course, people read a lot with their phones all the time. But for me, that vibration of a text or social media notification or an ad from Uber Eats or Postmates feels like somebody knocking at my window, trying to distract me and get me to stop reading. Over the next 10 days...
Wait, was he saying that he heard that? Like he could hear it in the safe, or...?
People read a lot with their phones all the time. But for me, that vibration of a text or social
he's just saying the fact that it exists. I was going to say, wait, that's crazy.
Or Postmates feels like somebody knocking at my window, trying to distract me and get me to stop reading. Over the next 10 days, I started to go about my everyday life pretty naturally without any major issues. I could go for walks by myself or with my brother and give 100% of my attention. I did my chores in my free time without my AirPods, sometimes in silence or with a vinyl, maybe a podcast on my PS5 on occasion, but I didn't crave it. I was working on a video for the other channel I run with my brother, and I found myself procrastinating less, enjoying work more. Everything just started to feel normal. It's not like I shut out all of the internet either. I still follow the news and check social media on occasion.
Chad, do you guys know what these wires are? Chad, type 1 if you know what these 3 wires represent. Type 2 if you don't know what they represent. Oh, thank God. Okay, we're not that fucked here.
I shut
Okay,
out
we're
all
good.
of the internet either. I still followed the news and checked social media on occasion, but it didn't follow me in my pocket when I stepped away. The swirling mass.
Those aren't old. Oh yeah? What's that taste like? What's that taste like?
Either. I still followed the news
screen?
and checked social media on occasion.
What's it taste
but
like?
Didn't follow me in my pocket when I stepped away. The swirling mass in the back of my brain that the internet seems to occupy had completely severed, and I didn't miss it. I was embarrassed at the thought of how often in the past I would check my phone, especially when I wasn't really waiting on anything. Times where I felt
I want to check my
anxious in
phone right
public,
now.
when I wanted to fill the silence. And the worst of all, involuntarily checking.
Not everyone licks TV screens, Flats? Yes, they did. Every kid has licked a TV screen at least a single time.
Becoming a normie. And
sorry, hang on. Every kid from my age, maybe, because they had a taste. LED screens of today don't have a taste. Well, I guess I haven't, I guess I could go test that theory. I don't think they do, though. But those had a taste. And so you'd have your friend say, or your brother say, or something. Be like, oh, tastes kind of funny. You should try it.
I liked it. I read books.
Time to
I
test.
sat in silence. I enjoyed the eclipse and didn't text it to anyone. I spent an hour on a rainy night just watching the rain fall, enjoying the sounds of drops hitting the pavement. I mean, what the heck?
TVs of today don't make the sound when you turn it on. Exactly,
Hell, what's wrong with
exactly.
me? The next morning, I thought, surely the rain washed away the bird shit, right?
The sound.
Huh, guess not. Okay, well, maybe it'll go away on its own. Or maybe I should clean it, but I'll get to it later, or maybe it'll go away. Navigating the world without the help
hopefully
of a
it'll
cell
go
phone
away.
made it seem smaller, less intimidating. I found myself asking strangers for help a little more and was less anxious when they spoke to me. There was only one time where I checked my texts on the MacBook, and after that I decided I didn't even need it. Man, I bought those C batteries for nothing. After just a half of a month without my iPhone, I started to have the thought, uh-oh, I don't know if I want this thing back in my life anymore. And moving into the next week, I continued to feel the same way. I didn't want the experiment to end after 30 days and was looking for some advice when I realized I knew just who to ask. I wasn't the only person who had tried out different lifestyles for a video. So I decided I would try to get some answers from an expert.
Zach from the Try Guys. Hey. Hold this. Zach, I have a question.
Eddie?
Yeah.
Eddie? Have you ever tried something for a video that you liked so much that you wanted to keep trying it after the video was done? What are you doing in my house?
Just answer the question, man.
Pottery was cool.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that actually...
Okay, lock the door.
About halfway
Is that
through
actually
the month,
them?
I had mostly adapted to life without the phone, but I wondered how other people would adapt to me. I had sort of assumed when it came to others,
That's
the
so
landline
funny.
would be a fun novelty. People would give me a call or two within the first week, and then just wait for me to get my phone back so we could go back to normal. But to my surprise, that hasn't been the case at all.
Hi, Eddie. It's Mom.
Hey, Eddie. It's Jarvis. What a wonderful voicemail you got there. It's time to walk. Call me back.
Eddie, we're on our way. You better get ready. We're on our way.
Yay.
Yay.
You sit
Yay.
down.
Woo. All right, bye.
Hey, Eddie. How you doing? Big dog. Hey, this is Zach. Mr. Burback. Need to reach you. I hope it's going well. I hope you haven't gotten lost because of lack of Google Maps. Hey, Eddie. This is your friend Ash.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was given this number for If I have an incorrect number, please let me know.
Happy Thursday. Talk to you soon. We were trying to reach you to do that dinner that we talked
So
about.
nostalgic.
A big part of why I kept my phone clutched to my chest for years was because I felt like I needed to be on call for people I know 24/7.
Holy
I had
shit.
feared that this experiment would annoy people, that it would make me more work. But it turns out everyone I asked said it was a breath of fresh air. They liked calling, they liked leaving messages and not having to worry about texting back. And I like coming home to voicemails. I like picking up and hanging up the phone. When I say bye, I get to end the call with emotion and a physical feeling. Instead of the new reality I've gotten used to where you say goodbye, there's an awkward pause, and then the 1 hour and 30-minute takedown on the Beast games you were watching begins to play again. Personally, with a smartphone, I am way more likely to accidentally leave a text unanswered, to cancel or delay plans when I'm not feeling up
true.
to it. With the landline, though, I have to talk to people. When I'm feeling like I don't want to leave the house, hearing the voice of a friend excited to hang out washes that away, while a text about plans feels
Flats, it feels like I'm watching a long cutscene from Cyberpunk talking about the past before cyberware. I don't know how that makes me feel, but not good.
like
Pneumonia, I
work
think,
to
like
me.
11 months.
I'm realizing
Shit.
that there are a bunch of small antisocial behaviors.
See, he's got that fucking giant ass camcorder. When he was on the bus and going to the bar, this was tucked in his pocket. That thing is huge.
Behaviors that I believed were becoming part of my personality, but is more so my relationship with a computer in my pocket that I'm addicted to. However, the landline isn't all fun calls from friends and family. There is an aspect to it that has been driving me fucking crazy over the last
is it
2
the
weeks.
telemarketers?
Spam calls.
Yeah.
Spam calls and scammers are hitting my line more than anyone else. During
Yep.
business hours of the week, these assholes are calling me sometimes 30 to 40 times a day. But when the
Yep.
landline is your gateway to the outside world and so
Dude, my grandma, when my grandma was still at her house and was around, her phone would ring at least 6 times every time I'd visit. And very rarely was it actually someone she wanted to talk to. And so I would actually answer the call more often. And you would actually be very surprised how fast they would all hit their brakes. Like it would always be like some scammer or some shit. And it was like, I don't have an old man voice, you know, or like, hello, who's that? You know, they're like, hi, this is, I'm like, no, not interested. And they go, okay. And they just like hang up immediately. Right. They kind of just like figured it out. But yeah.
social life, you have to get up and check who's calling when it's ringing. So hundreds of times over the last 2 weeks, I've jogged over to my landline just to see that it's spam.
Yeah, this is Eddie. How are you? Doing good?
Sorry, was your name Eddie or is my name?
My name is Eddie.
My name's Eddie as well.
No, your name is not Eddie.
It's not? I get a call again, and it's more spam.
You're paying high rates on your electricity bill, and what we are doing is showing people a free, no-obligation consultation and demonstration with our solar program.
Solar sales.
Stating consequences for
If you know, you know.
This call is regarding your Medicare, as you already have Medicare Parts A and B both.
So why you're lying to me? Your name is Eddie.
Our records show you may owe over $10,000 in unpaid tax debt.
This could result in liens on your property.
Possibility for a hardship elimination.
Message deleted. Message deleted.
God, this is actual PTSD.
Message deleted.
Do people actually get solar panels? Dude, solar panels are actually really cool. Like, unironically, solar panels are cool. Like, whenever I get a house, I would love to have solar panels. Unironically. Do I want to deal with solar panel salesmen and the all shit that goes with it and also paying for it? No. Are they cool as shit? Yes.
End of messages.
So yes, other than the spam calls, this has so far been a mostly peaceful growth experience for me. Getting rid of my phone has been the best thing I've done all year, blah, blah, blah. Let's talk about all the little ways that not having a phone has pissed me off. 1, I can't use certain apps that require a mobile phone number. I got invited to a party and had to find out about it through someone else because I can't log into my Partiful. Partiful?
What the fuck is Partiful?
Partiful is the main way a lot of people I know send invites to parties now. And when you're throwing a party and someone ignores an invite,
Does nobody want to hang out with me? I've never heard of this in my entire life. Wait, wait, do people not want to hang out with me? I just self-snitch? Oh, I saw a few people in chat who actually do, I definitely know have lives, said the same thing of like, what? What is this? Okay, so I'm
Like,
good.
you're not
We're
gonna
good.
call them and ask them if they got it. Of course they got it. They have a smartphone. So if I know you and I missed your birthday, blame it on the safe, not me. 2. There are a few useful tools on the iPhone that don't involve the internet, like tool belt type tools. Yesterday, I was hanging frames on my wall and I couldn't use the level on my phone. Last week, the power went out and I realized just how much I had gotten used to having a flashlight on me.
Okay,
at
this
all
is a big one.
times. 3. I miss having a camera on me always. I love recording a little video of a squirrel or grabbing a funny photo to text someone. I've had to make peace with the fact that sometimes I've just got to enjoy a sunset instead of snapping it and sharing.
Maybe a hot take. I don't have that desire at all. I've tried to make vlog content for you guys, and I fail at it every fucking time because I don't care to take a video of something. I'm way more of an in the moment type person, and then I go later on, oh, that would have been nice to record. You know, like I've gone to dinner with many people over my years, like other creators and people like that. And I remember going with Karq specifically, and I don't mind throwing him under the bus. And Karq and me went one time in LA, and he would take photos of everything. I think it was to send a cat. I don't think he actually really posted much, but he would always make sure to take photos of everything, right? Karq records everything. Exactly. Karq's very good at vlogging. He's very, very good at it. He's done a lot of the IRL content where you ask people questions and he does like the bring people in stuff. He's very good at it. But I remember looking at him, I go, this is why I can't do what you're doing. Like, I just don't think about it. Like, the food comes out and it looks fantastic and I want to take a bite. I don't want to go, ooh, where's my phone? Let's take a photo from this angle, take one here. Let me see what you got. Let's do a whole spread. I'm like, I want a bite. Give me now.
On one hand, sure, it gives me a nice moment to take in and appreciate what's in front of me. But on the other hand, I can't use it as a moment to connect with someone, so it's 50-50. 4. Some friends are texters, some are callers. Friends that are texters have not really called my
Phone
landline.
eats first.
They may have
Okay.
died. 5. Weather app. No weather app unless check computer. Don't know how hot it is. 6. I'm using my computer way more often for
what's it called? TV. Weatherman.
sure. Sometimes I'll still waste time on it like I do my phone, but it feels much more manageable when I can walk away. And lastly, 7, I'm hearing... Hold up. Sorry, I thought I heard my phone ringing. Everyone knows about the phantom vibration you occasionally feel in your pocket when your phone is sitting there. That has disappeared for me. But I am now hearing phantom ringing in songs, in movies. Any similar tone has me perking my little ears up to check. But how does that all stack against crippling anxiety from social media and ruining my attention
Definitely
span?
worse.
Well,
It's
like
gotta be
I
worse.
said, I didn't have a level on me, so... One of the things I've enjoyed over the last few months is keeping up with current TV, mainly White Lotus, Severance, and a little bit of Formula One for all my Max Verstappen heads out there. And that part of my life was mostly unchanged, except I heard discourse about the shows through my friends' opinions and what they'd seen online. TV shows, politics, internet drama, basically everything that I'm algorithmically served are constantly placing people online into in-groups and out-groups. Like, if you disagree about a White Lotus episode in person, you're just hearing another perspective. But when a group of people have a different opinion on Twitter, it feels like large swaths of strangers are not like you over a micro diversion of an opinion about a show from Ned Schneebly.
Shut up! Shut up! You both just cut it out for 1 second.
Even though I was aware.
The greatest example of touch grass of all time. The greatest example of all time. Most people don't give a fuck outside of Twitter for a lot of things. They just don't care. They just don't fucking care. And realize, and not falling into that chasm or that microchasm of realizing like you are in the minority. You have a lot of people around you, so you feel like you're not in the minority, but you are absolutely by far in the minority. And grounding yourself in that is very
Aware of
difficult to
this,
do.
Time in the real world and away from my phone had me connecting with people in a much more positive light. Again, still paying attention to the news, so not
Oh,
saying
Jesus
everything's
fucking
fine.
Christ.
Far from it. But not getting mad at invisible strangers and bots 1,000 times a day had me feeling a way I didn't in a long time. And during my final week, Chrissy was out of town cat sitting, which made me pretty unsure of how my final days alone would go. More recently, when I find myself alone in my apartment for an extended period of time, I've been increasingly frustrated with how much I use my phone, especially before bed. Sometimes internally screaming that I should put it down, but scrolling through TikTok for some reason. What's it gonna give me?
Admittedly, I do this. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten to a point where I go, I don't want to look at this anymore. Close out of it. I go, well, let me check this other app really quick and then I'll be done. I close that last one. I'm like, okay, I'm done. And then I instinctively accidentally opened the original. And I went, shit, why did I do this? Just, I can't stop. Can't stop. The only thing that stops me now is the time of day, because it hits a certain point and I go, oh, it's this time. I got to go to bed if I actually want to be up tomorrow. And that's my shut off. If that shut off didn't exist, it would just keep going until I like passed out and went to bed, you know? It's like, fuck
me. But during this week, I got to do so much more regular chilling. Without my screen time, I watched more movies, read more books, exercised, cleaned, all shit that I normally do, but none of it was rushed because after work, I didn't waste a bunch of time on my phone. Also, speaking of chilling, I watched YouTube only on the TV for the last month and it ruled. Shout out to everyone who watches YouTube on the TV. I am thinking of you when I'm making videos. I appreciate you. If you're watching on something else, that's fine too. Also, shout out to laptop on a bed or laptop on a table. I can't hate on you for that. So I think it's safe to say that my attention span has been completely rewired over the month. But without the magic of texting...
If you're a YouTube on TV, type 1. If you're a YouTube on not TV, type 2. Oh wait, if you're on the TV, you actually can't type anything.
I was communicating with people way less.
I was trying to... Twitch chat's answering. I was talking to YouTube chat because I'm streaming on the YouTube too. I forgot. They actually can't answer the question.
It was quiet by myself, and I couldn't mask it with a podcast or music to keep me company.
Wow, actually, there is a lot of ones. I can't tell if you guys are just trolling or not, though, on the YouTube side. But, yeah, sorry. I just...
Quiet by myself, and I couldn't mask texting. I was videos. I appreciate you. If you're watching on something else, that's fine, too. Also, shout out to laptop
I'm more of
on
a
a
phone
bed or laptop on a
YouTube
table.
person.
I can't hate on you for that. So I think it's safe to say that my attention span has been completely rewired over the month. But without the magic of texting, I was communicating with people way less. It was quiet by myself, and I couldn't mask it with a podcast or music to keep me company 24/7. So I needed to get out of the apartment.
This would drive me crazy because I have a very slight amount of tinnitus, to the point where as long as there's any noise at all, I got nothing. But if it's dead silence, the ringing, oh my fucking God, it'll drive me crazy. I almost never have to deal with it because I got a fan on. I can hear the central air going, wind outside, people walking in the apartment, anything. But dead silence.
Apartment.
Friday, 2:45 p.m.
Hey, little man. It's Katie. I'm calling to let you know that we're going bowling at 9 p.m. Be there. See you then, big dog.
This time when I took the bus, I did write down my directions just in case, but I've been retaining information for a full month without relying on my phone, so I just didn't look. I know where I'm going. And after arriving at the bowling alley, it was time to bowl. And... yes, please.
Yeah, okay, just press the thing, yeah.
What followed was the greatest bowling I've ever seen. Strike after strike, nobody could be stopped. They almost kicked us out because they thought we were like cheating or something. Something about magnets. But we were using the balls that were there. Honestly, I'm like freaked out with how we did. That's got to be connected to my not having my phone or something in some way, right? I don't know.
Using the toddler helper thing and then throwing a gutter ball has got to be top 5 worst things I've seen.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing, okay, you're dancing. Yeah, keep going. Can you do it again? I don't think you had it recorded. Yeah, can you do more? That's just like not enough.
Like backflip? Yeah. Backflip.
No. Suddenly, after some delicious food
When you go to the club and you only know one dance move.
and a lot of drinks, it was 2 a.m. Everyone was nice enough to see me off at the bus stop, but I told them I was fine waiting alone. Then it was just me and Los Angeles at 2 in the
Oh,
morning.
the buses are running that late? Damn. I don't remember the buses running that late. Was that a roach? Road roach?
With only 1 day left, I decided it was time to dust off an old aspect of my childhood and put it to the test as an adult.
What
when I was
the
a kid,
fuck?
I saw the takeover of portable GPSs for driving. At first, they were purchasable on their own, then a feature on my rich friend's dad's car.
Yeah, my mom had one of those where it was like, she took it out of the glove box, in its own separate container. You had to like plug it into the fucking car, unlock it, then reset it every single time. Then you'd have to like clip it into the fucking windshield. It would take about 3 minutes to start. And then you'd have to like, you know, you'd have things that were saved and favorited, but if you had to type it in, it was like boop, beep, click, beep, click, beep. And that's how the delay between it would, like, you hit the touch screen and it would actually appear. And then it would be, then it's done, you hit enter, you're like, recalculating. Drive 3.4 miles and then turn left. Like,
What? You thought he was the breadwinner? Well, it was actually my friend's mom who bought the car. Sounds like it's time to look inward about what we assume, I think. But before the GPS eventually arrived in every pocket in America,
As you're going, we'll be monitoring the traffic. We'll give you your ETA. If the traffic slows down in front of you, we'll update your ETA, and then we'll start looking to reroute you around it to find a faster route. And if we do, we'll offer it to you.
there was a website that would plan your route to print so you could take it with you on your drive. That website was mapquest.com. Tony and I were going to follow MapQuest to Huntington Gardens and enjoy my final day
oh,
of
Flats, do you
silence
remember MapQuest?
while the flowers were in
Yep.
bloom. So I routed our trip, sent my PDF to Staples, walked over.
You had to print it out. Print out the
And man-
MapQuest.
I really should have fucking bought a printer for this.
See, you guys said earlier when I talked about needing a printer and how annoying it would be to do this because if you didn't have a printer, and you guys were like, why would you need a printer? You could just go to the movie theater, then swipe your credit card. And I was like, damn, I didn't know that was a thing. But dude, when I was a kid, having a printer was a necessity. You had to have a printer. If you didn't have a printer at home, you were fucking cooked, right? Now I'm an adult, and I thought I'd always need to have a printer, and I thought I'd always have to have it stocked with ink. It was one of the most annoying things that we had to do as a household, is have a printer stocked with ink, both color and black and white, and I thought that would be my entire adult life, is filling the stupid printer with ink, and I don't even have one now.
You ready?
Hold on.
Do public libraries have printers? Yes, but then you'd have to either A, go to the public library every single time you need something printed, and B, have a library card if you didn't have one.
You good?
Yeah.
Color, were you rich? No, but like, you still had to have it stocked for that. Every once in a while, you actually needed something printed off in color.
Can't use your... We're doing MapQuest.
What do you mean?
Well, you just can't use your... I'm doing like a no phone thing.
But I want to listen to music.
Or like, what if you ran out of black and white ink, right? If you run out of black and white ink, but you need to print something off for school tomorrow, you just change the color to like a color, and then you print off the document in the color. That way, you can still turn in your essay.
I can enjoy my company for once, the sound of my voice. So just like traveling by bus, reading, prolonged silence, going to the movies, and taking landline calls, using MapQuest is way easier and less daunting than I thought. Dude, you just pay attention to the street signs and use your brain like 2% more. But we messed up a little bit. So we were on Temple Street and we were supposed to get on Silver Lake Boulevard. Now it said a slight right, and here's the sign. It clearly says that if you go straight, you're on Silver Lake Boulevard. You take a left, you're on Temple Street. But we were kind of talking and there was a further left, so we were like, that one looks like it's straight enough. So we went left on Temple, but we eventually found Glendale. So we thought we had the directions correct until it said to take a slight right on Fletcher, 0.3 miles.
Cold man. I don't think Terry's black and white ink if the paper is white.
From the turn, and 0.3 miles from the turn was Echo Park Lake. And last I checked, the ramp for the 2 is not submerged in Echo Park Lake. Now, if you drive in Los Angeles, you might be thinking, how'd you fuck that one up? This is like a very famous and commonly known spot for LA driving. Well, Tony and I were deep in discussion about the fact that in our Spy Kids video, we accidentally called Fooglies Flugels. So you can
holy
see now
fuck,
that
Spy Kids. Holy fuck, what a throwback.
Then, it was fine. There's street signs for the freeway, so we just kept driving
Goated
until we saw a sign for
series.
the 2. After that, it was smooth sailing. Overall, our mistake made us like 10 minutes late.
A nice park.
You know, there have been a set of questions that I get from people asking about this whole thing that are mostly the same. How are you going to get around? What do you do if you miss a text? What if you get lost? But those questions also come with a set of similar statements. Oh, I bet you'll feel so much better. You'll have so much more time on your hands. I'm so jealous. And that's because at the start of this, I, along with you, probably knew where this would go to a degree. I'm not exposing a problem here that was hidden in the shadows. We all know it. We feel it every day. But those questions that kept me from doing it before didn't turn out to be that daunting.
So before, because I'm assuming he's going to share final thoughts, I feel like even all these quote unquote benefits are not worth like the downsides. I feel like the upsides of modern technology of the phone is so good. Like not having to deal with the scam callers. You can download apps that block scam calls, or a lot of the services like phone providers are constantly fighting against the scam callers, and your number is not as publicly available. Having a GPS in your pocket, having the ability to like for the movie, like just buy movie tickets on the fly and just scan it and you're good to go. Scheduling things, keeping up with friends. Like, dude, sometimes I want to just know what my friends are up to, but I don't want to sit down and have a conversation, right? Like I don't need to have a conversation about, oh, how's everything? Like, they just get a text of like, you know, hey, like, you know, just like fucking one of my friends is like a firefighter. Like he talked about like some crazy fire that he had the other night and how it was like, you know, he talked about like 2 or 3 things that caused it. Cool. Honestly, cool shit. I like learning about that kind of stuff. It's like, oh, I'll have to fucking make sure I don't do that in the future. But like, it's not enough for a phone call, you know, like little stuff like that. I enjoy being the lurker in a group chat sometimes, you know, like those things are nice. Even if you had the extra time, I feel like if you just had enough discipline, you could probably fight your way through it. So
sure,
let's see what he says.
Occasionally I did have to rely on someone else's phone for information or a text, but other than that, my life felt so normal. I think we're living in a time where our minds and our attention are such a currency, we need to start working out our brains like a muscle. And yes, that can be writing, reading, navigating, but I think you also need to build your own silence, your own peace. And that peace hurts the money of things keeping you on your phone. So the day will not come where Elon decides you need a break from Twitter for your mental health. There will not be a moment where people stop capitalizing on your anger, joy, sadness for their own profit. It's up to you to rip yourself back into
Not a hot take, but I think that particular mindset is a pretty common thing in the Northeast. What
reality as much as you can.
Which thing
and
in
take
particular?
back what is rightfully yours. You. As for me, it was almost time to unlock the safe. I watched the countdown clock creep closer to 0, but instead of relief or confidence, I found myself filled with the same desperation for a solution that made me do this whole thing in the first place. What will my relationship with my phone be like after this?
Oh, I just want to lurk and check in every once in a while? Yeah.
Will
okay.
I delete most of the apps and just use my computer when I need it? Will I lose everything I learned here and be stuck scrolling before bed again? After spending a portion of my youth in a cloud of buzzing noise, I had hoped to step outside of it, to turn around and be shocked at how much it had crept into every corridor of my brain. And that is exactly what happened. But I know that beyond a month-long experiment, it's unrealistic to go back to a world without the phone entirely. The thing is, I've known for years that the way I was beginning to use it was not good for me. I kept telling myself that I'd make a change, and until now, I never truly committed to that. So while I have no idea what my relationship to this thing will be in the future, I do know that it will not be the same as the past. It turns out the only way to stop using your phone too much is to just stop using it too much. It's like bird shit on your bathroom window. You know you should clean it at some point. But hey, it gives you something interesting to look at on the toilet, and you can hope the rain will wash it away or that a crow never dropped a gross load on your window in the first place. But if you really, truly want it to get clean, you're gonna have to roll up your sleeves and do it yourself.
I mean, with enough time, it'll definitely wash away. So, like, just throwing it out there. Wait.
Try Guys. Zach, can I pitch you 3 Try Guys ideas? First one, Keith eats the menu.
Uh-huh.
But like, Keith eats a Blu-ray copy of the movie The Menu.
Alright, that was actually an insane video. Holy shit, that was so good. And I understand now why it has fucking views. I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where maybe I'm crazy, but I would rather have the extra information, even if I know it's not good to have so much information, because like people worry about it, right? Like it's hard not to like worry about like the bajillion amounts of like flashing red lights in your face of like, oh my god, we're fucked because XYZ reason, you know? I'd rather know that the possibility of getting fucked by XYZ reason exists than not know XYZ reason could fuck me, right? I feel like I've hit a point where I'm good enough at filtering it to the point where I want to know it exists, but I won't let it shut me off. You know what I mean? And I feel like the people around me who are ignorant to all of it, even though they're probably happier, are probably worse off. Because if that day ever comes where they get blindsided by it, they're not ready for it. I will be, because like I've already processed a lot of it. I'm good to go, right? And it almost makes you mentally stronger, as dumb as that might sound. You just have to learn how to not let it destroy you, because like with the way the world is, like sometimes you just get some horrible news, like god awful news, like, oh my god, we're fucked. But then you remember society has been standing for thousands of years now. And it's like, unless bombs are going off in your neighbor, like your country or like wherever you are, you're probably okay. Like that's when shit's really going down, you know? That's when shit's really gonna hit the fan. Or like a pandemic where like, oh my god, everybody's getting sick, things are going south. But that's a good example. Would you rather know that something major like that is gonna happen a month before it happens? Or would you rather know the day you go to the store and there's no toilet paper left? I'd rather know a month before. That's where I'm at least personally. But it is cool. It's a good video. It's really something that I think that if you use the phone unhealthily, and I probably do, a little check wouldn't probably hurt you. But really good video though. Liked it. Okay, chat. I think I'm gonna probably call it there for tonight. We got a big week ahead of us this week. New Overwatch season in a couple days. Tomorrow I'm going to do some rival stuff. I got some spectating to do. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on. Yo, Blink with a super chat on the YouTube side. Cop order confirmed. Yo, much love. And Loose Goose thing about this hoose. Prime as well. That being said, I'm gonna hop off. Appreciate you guys for hanging. Thanks for your time. YouTube, you're gonna go down first. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye-bye. And then Twitch chat. I will send you guys off to Flats 2. Got nothing to do. considering spending some time over there. And I'll see you again tomorrow. All right. Have a good night. Bye-bye.